Chapter 1. The Blood Spirit Phenomenon. In the southern border of the Aragon Empire, adjacent to the Ode Plains, lies the province of Aquitania, the domain of Duke Paul Clays. This province is not only vast and populous but also serves as the largest source of timber, grain, and furs in the Aragon Empire. At the southernmost edge of the province, amidst a meandering range of hills stretching over 100 kilometers, sits a modest town named Sauls. Due to its considerable distance from the grand roads built by the empire across the Ode Plains, compounded by the rugged paths connecting to these main thoroughfares, Sauls maintains limited contact with the outside world. After 2 weeks of relentless storms and howling winds, the weather finally receded amidst the curses and frustrations of the townsfolk and travelers. The long-awaited sun eagerly peeked out from the still, somewhat gray clouds, sending wisps of steam rising from the dark, muddy ground. As a few tendrils of smoke began to rise from the town, in a dense, thorny thicket on the outskirts, a lone, frail figure darted skillfully through the encroaching thorns and trees. With sharp yet clear eyes, a slight body balanced on nimble toes, this boy seemed capable of piercing through every obstacle, searching for injured small animals and edible wild mushrooms and greens amid the storm's wrath. The boy, named Alan, wore only a thin linen shirt. Like the majority of the empire's impoverished populace, the fabric was made of the coarsest and most ordinary hemp. The shirt, damp with rainwater and sweat, clung to his skin, exposing the faint outlines of his ribs and spine. The post-rain sunshine filtered through the sparse canopy of the thicket, enveloping him in a thin veil of mist. A warm, humid southwest breeze brushed through his hair, which had taken on a yellowed hue due to malnutrition. Alan, a young kitchen assistant at a small tavern in the town, had an important task assigned to him by the gruff chef. Gibson needed to gather an entire bag full of ingredients. The forest after the rain was rich with collectible items, but hunting for elusive creatures like wild chickens and rabbits posed a formidable challenge. Without a supply of meat, the tavern's business would undoubtedly suffer. The thought of Gibson's rough hands grabbing his collar, coupled with merciless shouts and spittle spraying his face, haunted him. "Ah!" Alan shrieked in terror, vigorously shaking his filthy little head in a desperate attempt to rid his mind of Gibson's looming presence. He dared not linger in the now darkened forest. He had to make the most of his time to accomplish the tasks set before him, and he had to do so well. Perhaps he was in for a rewarded slice of bread smeared with butter. Swiftly seizing a sack left behind, he nimbly leaped between the thorns and rocks, his hands darting in and out, gradually filling the bag. Over time, it swelled, being laden with wild mushrooms and vegetables, as well as several rabbits injured by fallen branches during the deluge. "All right, that should suffice. Time to head back," Alan murmured, adjusting the bag and glancing at the sky. Using the landmarks etched into his memory, he began to navigate back through the dark forest, carefully avoiding obstacles and striving to move quickly. Suddenly, thud! The ground shook violently beneath him as he stepped on a rock, losing his balance and tumbling to the ground. Pain shot through his ankle, and he looked down to see dark red blood oozing from several wounds. The intense pain in his ankle, compounded by the wailing winds that seemed to echo in his ears, brought him to the brink of panic. He sprinted up without even picking up the wild greens and mushrooms he had collected, gasping for the cold, damp air. Half crawling, half running towards the edge of the thicket, he tried to straighten his body to quicken his pace. Clearly, the brutal pain would not allow him to move much further, forcing him to lie back down beneath a large rock, cautiously examining his injury. His bones were intact. He realized he had merely twisted his ankle and scraped it on the rocks. A night of rest should suffice, he concluded, helping to dissipate the panic that had engulfed him. "I'd better hurry back, or he'll be scolded again," the boy muttered to himself, struggling to prop himself up against the smooth rock face. "Hey, what's that?" The exhausted boy suddenly caught sight of something shimmering with a crimson glow at his feet. "How beautiful!" Alan slowly crouched down, reaching for the half-buried object obscured by mud and debris. "Oh, it's just a little stone." Upon inspection, the stone was light, even weightless, but vastly different from ordinary stones. It was translucent, enveloped in a flowing, blood-red mist, reminiscent of liquid light spiraling around its surface. "What is this?" For a moment, Alan was captivated by this peculiar stone. He completely ignored the pain in his ankle and the raindrops pelting down upon him. Indeed, for a poor free citizen, such a unique trinket always captured their attention, especially a child's. After toying with it for a while, he discovered that not even rainwater nor the dirty muck could stick to this crimson stone. Even more astonishing was that it felt as though he and the stone melded as one, water droplets falling from the branches above splashed harmlessly away as if encountering an invisible barrier. Wow, how warm! Warmer than Mr. Hakim's furry coat in winter. A wave of soothing warmth surged from the stone into his palm, filling his entire body with comforting heat. Joyfully, he raised both hands, hopping about in glee. Hey, my futhahaha, it doesn't hurt anymore. Before long, he was astonished to discover that the pain in his ankle was gradually fading, finally disappearing altogether. Though the area remained red and swollen, the color had noticeably lightened, and blood no longer seeped from the wounds. Thanks to the omnipotent Lord of War. This must be something magical. The exuberant boy decided to carefully hide the blood-like stone away, ensuring it was well concealed. Just as he intended to find shelter from the rain, he accidentally stood up too quickly and bumped his head against the protruding rock, eliciting a cry of pain. The sharp sting felt as if a wooden club were mercilessly thrashing him, taunting, "Little brat, you thought you could escape us so easily?" At that instant, a surreal vision swept through his mind as though he were journeying towards paradise. In the sky, dark clouds swirled, crackling with dazzling purple lightning. The stormy winds twisted the pitch-black clouds, and with a deafening boom, a colossal bolt of purple lightning burst forth, distorting and tearing the ink-black sky as if a furious dragon descended with destructive force. Beneath the thunderstorm lay a ceaseless sea of corpses and blood. A formidable man enshrouded in a crimson mist chanted arcane gestures, launching sparkling orbs of condensed blood into the air. The furious purple lightning seemed incensed by the blood orbs flying up to meet it, erupting in an even greater roar of thunder, its speed increasing exponentially. Thunderous booms echoed, and while the blood orbs failed to halt the momentum of the lightning, they noticeably weakened its might. With nowhere to flee, the man faced the imposing lightning with his bare body. Consumed by the storm's wrath, his robust frame was ultimately engulfed, reduced to ashes. Yet, just as he was about to be swallowed by the tempest, a flash of blood light tore open a small rift in space, vanishing into it. The Stewart family. Blood. Lord. Suddenly, crimson letters exploded like fireworks before Alan's eyes, only to dissipate and fade away, transforming into wisps of vapor that evaporated into the air. In shock, Alan's eyes widened as he gaped in disbelief at the bloodstone rising into the air, enveloped in tendrils of crimson mist, which swiftly fused into his being. Boom! A resounding echo rang in his mind, as if a thunderclap had struck from the ground up. Alan felt an immense, indescribable power surge into his consciousness, filling his body, limbs, and even his very soul with its overwhelming force. His awareness began to blur, the world dissolving into a bright haze before plunging into darkness. Alan, of the Stewart family's bloodline, sleeping yet untamed soul, awakened now. A voice, deep and ominous, as if it originated from the depths of hell, resounded in the brief moment before the boy lost consciousness, calling him forth. Chapter 2 Turning Point. The sound of birds chirping, chirp, chirp, tweet, echoed intermittently, rising and falling, drifting in through a window framed by 3 upright linden logs. The gentle sunlight streamed through the solitary small window within the room, casting its warm glow upon the haystack nearby. The boy, who had succumbed to slumber, awakened, groggily sensing that the dismal weather had finally passed, for he felt thoroughly dry and warm all over. "Oh, Alan, you rascal. You've finally awakened." A youthful voice suddenly rang in his ear. Startled, Alan opened his eyes wide and realized he was lying atop his usual haystack, while his companion, little Gibson, crouched nearby, waiting for him. Seeing the boy regain his senses, little Gibson excitedly raised his greasy fists and brought them down upon Alan's thigh, exclaiming loudly, "Oh, buddy, do you have any idea how miserable I've been during your disappearance? My father and I thought those wicked wanderers had abducted you." The rain-like barrage of fists upon his leg elicited a scream from the boy, causing little Gibson to realize and halt his assault. Just as little Gibson was about to fervently inquire about Alan's whereabouts during his absence, a voice thundered in, nearly shattering their eardrums. "Damn it, Alan, you little wretch, how are you still alive?" Following that, the door was kicked open with a loud bang, and a tall figure stormed in, accompanied by a gust of wind. "G. Gibson, old man," Alan whispered. Recognizing that unpleasant voice, he attempted to prop himself up using the dry wood of the haystack, but his weak body refused to obey. "Damn it, you filthy little mongrel, how dare you still lie there?" Gibson, already incensed by Alan's disappearance which had left the tavern kitchen short-staffed, was further enraged by Alan's demeanor. Without a second thought, he grabbed a piece of firewood, ready to teach the boy a lesson. Faced with this, little Alan helplessly and fearfully shut his eyes. This was not the first or second time. He had lost count of how many times he had endured such indiscriminate beatings throughout his childhood. At this moment, his close companion quietly withdrew to the side, fully aware of his father's temper. Even if he stepped forward to defend Alan, he would not only be unable to prevent his father, who was far larger and stronger, but he might also be seen as an act of defiance and receive a beating himself. Smack, smack, smack. The dull thuds of flesh meeting would echoed from the storage room, easily reaching the tavern, which was still in operation. "Hey, did you hear that? That drunken gambler Gibson is at it again. Oh, that gambling fiend is nothing but a devil. How can he behave this way? Ha! Both the gambler and that little wretch are no good. To hell with it. Let us keep drinking. Oh, this drink is truly potent. Ha ha!" The boy, who had just regained consciousness, quickly succumbed to unconsciousness again under the relentless blows of Gibson. Witnessing this, little Gibson felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his cheeks quivering. Finally, upon seeing Alan faint from the pain once more, he could no longer hold back. He rushed forward, throwing himself onto little Alan, turning to shout at his father. "Enough! Enough! Enough! Are you trying to kill him, father?" Little Gibson's intervention was evidently futile. Old Gibson, initially taken aback by his son's sudden action, soon found his face flushed with rage, veins bulging as his complexion shifted from red to a deep purple. He had not anticipated that his own son would dare to stand up for a mongrel so lowly that to describe him as mud would be an insult. "You little brat! Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to your father like that? You truly infuriate me." Old Gibson's throat was constricted by his fury, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words to scold the wretched boy before him. "Damn it! Get out of my sight!" Old Gibson bellowed at his son, adding, "Do you understand what I'm saying? Get out of my way. Otherwise, you will pay dearly for your actions." Under his father's furious roar, little Gibson did not retreat as he usually would. Instead, he bit his lip hard, pulling his close friend even closer. Yes, he understood that during Alan's disappearance, the tavern owner, Mr. Hakim, had reprimanded his father more than once in front of many regular customers for the kitchen being understaffed. Moreover, recently, his father's luck seemed to have taken a turn for the worse. The wages just issued by Mr. Hakim had barely lasted a few days before being stolen by a damned thief. Several uncles who often gambled with him had accused his father of cheating, and Mrs. Madonna next door had frequently come to collect debts, even revealing his father's past flings, which had become fodder for neighborhood gossip. All these misfortunes had pushed his father's temper to the brink of explosion. If he did not step forward, Alan's fate might very well be sealed. Little Gibson thought to himself. With his eyes wide open, old Gibson saw that his son showed no signs of backing down, even going so far as to protect that wretched boy in an instant. His fury escalated, and old Gibson could no longer contain the wrath that surged within him. He resolved to give his son a thorough beating, at least enough to teach him not to look down upon his father and to understand the hierarchy of respect. "You vile little scoundrel, today I will teach you a lesson," old Gibson cursed as he raised the piece of wood high, ready to bring it crashing down on little Gibson's back when an untimely voice interjected, "Stop." The voice was urgent and authoritative, clearly not that of a commoner. Old Gibson, displeased by the interruption, felt a surge of annoyance and anger. He decided to deal with the insolent one behind him first before turning to reprimand the two little rascals. As he turned, he shouted angrily, "Who the hell is?" It's the officer." When old Gibson, filled with rage and humiliation, caught sight of 3 armored soldiers standing in the storeroom, their leather boots planted firmly on the ground. His anger dissipated instantly. The chef's face and eyes reflected not anger, but an overwhelming sense of shock and dread. What the hell? Has that little mongrel gotten himself into trouble during his absence? Oh no, please don't let this damned mongrel implicate me. How foolish of me to ever take him in. Old Gibson stood frozen in place, paralyzed with fear and anxiety, his mind racing with thoughts. You! One of the soldiers pointed at old Gibson, barking, "Drop your weapon immediately. Do you intend to assault an officer?" Old Gibson, jolted from his stupor, hurriedly tossed the piece of wood aside, his legs giving way as he knelt to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, unsure of how to explain his grasp on the wood. The soldier who appeared to be the leader among the 3 seemed quite pleased with old Gibson's submissive demeanor. A smirk playing on his lips, the soldier who had reprimanded the chef, clearly in sync with his superior, did not press old Gibson further, raising his voice to command, "You and those 2 little brats, gather immediately at Prague Square." With that, the 3 soldiers turned and left, ignoring Gibson and his son, as well as the unconscious little Alan. At that moment, the streets of Salt City were bustling with people, all heading towards the same destination, Prague Square. The citizens of Salt whispered among themselves as they made their way to join their companions. Chapter 3 Enlistment. Today is a splendid day, with a clear sky and a few meager white clouds drifting across the azure expanse, when the Gibson father and son carried the still groggy, not fully awake little Alan to the grand square. It was already teeming with a sea of people, buzzing with excitement. Behind them, small groups of citizens continued to arrive at the square. After surveying the scene, it seemed that nearly all the residents of the town had been notified. In the center of the vast square stood a makeshift platform constructed from wooden planks, where a tall, well-built officer clad in formal armor, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, cast a knowing glance at the soldiers beside him. The soldier understood the signal, stepped forward with a straight posture, and shouted with conviction, "Silence! Silence!" Following the soldier's cue, the cacophony of chatter that had reverberated through the square quickly subsided. Standing alongside the Lord Marquis Anthony of Salzburg was a senior military officer, who, after bowing slightly to the esteemed Marquis to show his respect, strode purposefully to the front of the stage to announce the reason for summoning the residents of Salzburg, as decreed by His Imperial Majesty. Louis III of the Empire. Esteemed gentlemen and ladies, I am Captain Jack Will, commanding the 3rd Battalion of the 3rd Legion under the esteemed Duke Paul Clyde. I am here at the Duke's behest to enlist new recruits. Jack spoke at a measured pace, his voice resonant and powerful, allowing the Salzburg citizens present to hear every word he uttered with clarity. It was evident that he was a seasoned veteran, having faced the horrors of battle, rather than a mere dandy. The square erupted once more with a cacophony of mixed murmurs, but after a brief pause, Jack continued, "According to imperial law, all male citizens aged 16 to 38, without any physical disabilities or ailments, are hereby conscripted for military service." Having made his declaration, Jack stood immobile, as though he had never spoken, yet the echoes of his words still lingered in the air above the square, surrounding the makeshift podium. People began to whisper amongst themselves, discussing the matter of the conscription. "Ladies and gentlemen of the Empire, may I request your attention?" spoke the Marquis, who had been standing at the back as the murmurs gradually subsided to a level satisfactory to Lord Anthony. He gently brushed his well-cared-for, rosy cheeks and adjusted his excessively opulent attire before stepping forward, his corpulent figure swaying, and declared, "This conscription of new soldiers is indeed a matter of necessity. Those damned Slovenians have violated the peace treaty we signed, invading the southern reaches of our empire a month ago across the Song Plains. Thus, those wretched scoundrels dare to invade our Aragon Empire. Cursed be those adherents of malevolent deities. I knew they would do this. Oh, great God of war, your devoted followers humbly pray for your blessings. May." Upon the Marquis elucidating the reason for the conscription, the people of Salzburg were incensed, for those who had previously begged for mercy before their empire's valiant warriors, even offering tribute and land for a ceasefire, were once again playing their duplicitous games. One could only wonder what the esteemed lords in the imperial capital and His Majesty Louis III were contemplating. Each time the Empire had vanquished the Slovenians, Louis graciously accepted their requests for ceasefire and war reparations. The citizens of Salzburg believed that the Empire should deliver a severe blow to them. Striking deep into the heart of their capital, oh no, the best course would be to annihilate those treacherous scoundrels who take pride in their treachery. Alas, my wheat and corn are nearly ready for harvest. What shall I do? Lamented a farmer, furrowing his brow as he glanced at his two sons beside him. According to the imperial conscription order, both of his sons were to enlist. Old Brown, our family is in the same predicament. Yet for the glory of the Empire, what do our small affairs matter? Come, sons, let us enlist, declared a retired veteran with righteous fervor. After a moment of contemplation, Old Brown nodded in agreement, for there was a centuries-old folk song proclaiming that there is a home only where there is a nation. Damn it! These rascals are at it again. Ite, my son from Maine, when you are on the battlefield, make sure to give those damned scoundrels a good thrashing for your old father, shouted a burly blacksmith to his son. Fear not, father. I shall give them a proper beating without your prompting. I will not tarnish your honor. Ite replied, standing tall. Indeed, a commendable son from Maine, back in my day, when I served under Captain Angifer at St. Helm Valley. The old blacksmith seemed to be transported back to those exhilarating days of his youth. Indeed, the Slovenians were but a pack of cowardly knaves, and this time would be no exception. The Empire's warriors would surely subdue them as they had done before. The citizens of the Aragon Empire revered justice and martial prowess, their spirit indomitable, and they scorned all plots and schemes. Thus, when the Marquis elucidated the reasons, the populace surged with fervor, a palpable desire to collectively vanquish the Slovenians. Lord Anthony and Captain Jack exchanged wry smiles, for while the morale was high, this war was ill-timed. The seeds sown in spring were now ripe for summer's harvest, and soon autumn would arrive. With the conscription of these able-bodied young men, much of the land and livestock would be left to fallow due to a lack of manpower. A dire situation indeed. It was known that the conscription order issued by His Majesty Louis III mandated that all healthy young men in the entire province of Aquitaine, under Duke Paul's domain, were to serve. Though Aquitaine was one of the Empire's primary granaries, such a large-scale conscription would undoubtedly lead to hardships for the people of Aquitaine in the years following the war. Regardless of the Empire's potential victory, did you hear, Gibson? His Majesty Louis III himself has issued the conscription order. Haha, what a splendid opportunity. Old Gibson was beside himself with excitement. In his youth, he had been unable to serve due to health issues, missing out on the chance to gain merit and rise through the ranks, relegating him to a disheveled existence in a dilapidated tavern. Now, at last, an opportunity had arisen to change his life and that of his descendants. Old Gibson felt an overwhelming need to grasp this fleeting chance with all his might. The Empire's martial spirit thrived, and merit dictated reward. Those who distinguished themselves could even receive titles bestowed by the Emperor. Perhaps this was one of the reasons for the strength of the Aragon Empire. But father, young Gibson's eyes were filled with palpable fear and reluctance. He had no interest in marching into battle. His greatest aspiration was to become an outstanding chef. You insolent wretch! Smack! The cowardice of his son incensed the already frenzied old Gibson, who, with a look of disappointment, slapped his son's face without a second thought. Unsurprisingly, a bright red handprint appeared on young Gibson's previously rosy cheek, a stark and painful reminder. After enduring such a blow, young Gibson opted for silence, refraining from uttering another word. His father believed that wisdom lay beneath a firm hand. Indeed, it seemed that only through force would his son comply with his wishes. The chef turned away, casting a disdainful glance at the muck lying on the ground, thinking to himself, this worthless creature can be sent away, and I shall be free of his presence today, and perhaps I can request a few young laborers from that scoundrel Hakim. Perhaps I can profit from this. Old Gibson's mind raced with scheming thoughts, a sly smile creeping upon his lips. Thus, as old Gibson fervently proclaimed, "Long live the Aragon Empire, let us crush the Slovenians," the officer at the recruitment station was moved to record the names of young Gibson and young Allen. In the end, after hearing the fabricated tale of woe spun by old Gibson about his family, the officer unexpectedly displayed kindness, bestowing 2 small silver coins upon the old man as relief funds. According to imperial law and the customs of the Aquitaine province, each household that had a conscripted soldier would receive a bounty of 1 gold coin from the empire. Naturally, as the guardian of young Gibson and young Alan, old Gibson, along with all the military families in Salzburg who cherished the empire, supported His Majesty Louis III, and upheld the empire's dignity and glory, joyfully received 2 gleaming gold coins from the hands of the recruitment officer. Trembling with respect, Chapter 4. The journey as the sun rose majestically above the stout treetops. 3 days had elapsed since the gathering in the square. Today marked a significant day for the new warriors, as they prepared to leave their birthplace and embark on a new journey in life. Consequently, the residents of Salzburg flocked early from all directions to gather near the city gates. At this moment, both inside and outside the city gates, throngs of people had assembled. Whether hailing from within the city or nearby villages, from the powerful elite like Count Anthony to the common folk, they all raised flowers, spirits, and provisions in celebration. Indeed, the people of the Aragon Empire were more than willing to express their enthusiasm for these brave souls setting forth on their quest. Let it be known, these were indeed lovable children. Their faith, their guardian spirits, the name they prayed to each day upon awakening was none other than the god of war. My friends, after a series of heartfelt speeches and an exhilarating farewell ceremony, under the attentive guidance of the esteemed Count, amidst the cheers of the simple citizens of Sals, and under the watchful gaze of thousands, not to mention the blessings and prayers from dozens of priests in Sals, Captain Jack set forth, leading the newly assembled recruits from Sals City in a grand procession. Mounted upon a robust steed, Jack earnestly remarked to the 2 knights beside him, "Look, my friends, behold the people of our Aragon Empire. Ha! Praise be to the great Lord of War. May the brilliance of courage and loyalty forever shine upon his faithful. Indeed, my lord, once the call to arms is sounded, there will be no need for His Majesty's conscription decree. The people of our empire will volunteer in droves." Jack's aide agreed with a nod. How else could our Aragon Empire's army possibly be the mightiest on the continent? Our citizens are far more capable than those of other nations, boasted a burly knight to Jack's right. Slapping his horse's flank with pride, laughter erupted among the several dozen cavalrymen trailing behind, easing the tension for the new recruits. Among the throng of new soldiers, 2 small figures were seated or reclining atop a dilapidated mule cart, none other than the long-missed Alan and young Gibson. Along with them on this rickety cart were supplies prepared by old Gibson, including provisions, drinking water, and a few sets of clean clothing. Since receiving a generous sum of donations, old Gibson had generously provided ample food, fresh water, and even several newly purchased garments for his son and the adopted Alan. This was not a sudden transformation of old Gibson's character. Rather, he believed that this would demonstrate his patriotism and commitment to supporting the military, ensuring that the 2 boys would not be perceived as miserably impoverished once they joined the ranks. As the procession continued, the temperature rose with the passage of time, and the moisture in the air evaporated under the relentless heat of the sun. Gulp. Many began to emit sounds of swallowing, the discomfort palpable. Damn it! This wretched weather is unbearable. Why did we have to march in such conditions? Muttered a new recruit, wiping the sweat from his brow and cursing the one who had issued this dreadful order. Jack, while not a majority, a significant number, around 100 or 200, shared this sentiment, mainly consisting of noble scions from Sals City and a smattering of wealthy commoners. The remaining majority, around 700 or 800, were the less fortunate. Alan and his companions, having grown up in poverty, were accustomed to hardship and toil. Thus, the first day's journey was trivial for them. In fact, they regarded this military expedition as the long-awaited opportunity to earn glory, killing enemies, achieving merit, and perhaps one day gaining renown. Moreover, for many impoverished souls, this was their first experience. Riding in a mule cart, albeit an old and rickety one. Wearing new clothes, praise the mighty gods. I swear these are not merely patched together from scraps. Marching in formation alongside the legendary knights they had only heard of, and feasting on a sumptuous array of dishes. Oh, I dare say most impoverished folk had enjoyed a special meal prepared by their families the night before their departure. As they traveled, diverse landscapes appeared on the horizon, swiftly passing by and eventually fading into the distance. Lush green forests, towering mountains, vast lakes, and even the occasional glimpse of arid desert. all of which left the novice recruits, who had never ventured beyond 20 miles from Saul's, utterly astonished. To them, every facet of nature was a divine gift. In the days that followed, adhering to Jack's orders, the brigade set off at the crack of dawn, marching under the scorching sun until dusk. The initial excitement of the new recruits gradually transformed into agony and torment. Even for those accustomed to hardship, such as the commoners, it proved taxing, let alone for the pampered nobility. Young Gibson frequently lamented, though he dared only to confide in Alan, never voicing his grievances aloud. This caution stemmed from witnessing a noble publicly chastising Jack for his marching decisions, demanding sufficient rest for the privileged recruits, only to be met with a brutal reprimand from soldiers who left him and his companions battered. From that day forth, no one dared openly oppose Jack's decisions. Although grumbling and curses against Jack multiplied, the ranks at least maintained a facade of tranquility, and the pace of their march noticeably quickened. Young Gibson believed that a mere commoner like himself could not rival the influence of the nobility. Among all the recruits, only two remained steadfastly silent, never uttering a word of complaint or despair: Alan and a fellow named Itai. To the knights and swordsmen, this was merely a rite of passage for the fledgling recruits, a necessary trial to test their physical endurance and resolve. They recalled their own beginnings, recognizing the necessity of such experiences for the newcomers to adapt to military life. "Damn it! Even the women are stronger than you Saul's folk," one veteran jested. "Perhaps the men of Saul's are akin to the women of brothels, lacking certain attributes." Ha! Laughter erupted once more, and amidst the veterans' taunts, the recruits boldly retorted. Propelling the procession forward, day after day of relentless travel dulled the beauty of the ever-repeating landscapes, and the subsequent days were overshadowed by oppressive heat. The recruits were tormented by the sweltering weather, nearly losing track of how many days they had endured in this desolate wasteland. They merely wished for the cursed journey to conclude swiftly, to long last, when a cluster of trees came into view. The long, silent procession erupted in uncontainable excitement. Soon, this exhilaration coalesced into an uproarious cheer. Even for Jack, who was accustomed to long marches, the continuous travel had become wearying. He quickly commanded a one-day rest by the edge of the grove. And cheers erupted anew, the recruits praising Jack's wise decision as a divine blessing. When Alan and his companions reached the grove, they discovered that it consisted merely of a scattering of drought-resistant trees and succulent plants. Yet, to those surrounded by the swirling sands of the desert, this was the most resplendent sight they had ever beheld. To their delight, they also found a sizable freshwater lake at the grove's heart, roughly half an acre in size. Although the drought had lowered the water level, it was still sufficient to quench the brigade's thirst, dispelling the irritability and despondency that had plagued them during their arduous trek. Unlike most, Alan did not rush to rest after settling down. He felt he had begun to adapt to the rigors of marching. Since that stormy encounter with the demon, he had surprisingly discovered an inner strength and endurance that had seemingly strengthened. Despite his frail exterior, though weary, his spirit remained unbroken. Unlike many of his comrades, he had yet to succumb to overwhelming fatigue, for he was overwhelmed with excitement at having departed Saul's city and finally perceiving the vastness of the world. Was it not worth celebrating that he would no longer endure old Gibson's dreadful voice? As the scorching sun blazed overhead, the fine golden sands grew unbearably hot to the touch. Occasionally, peculiar little creatures darted from the ground, glancing curiously at the unfamiliar visitors before swiftly burrowing back into the scorching sands and the cloudless expanse of the azure sky. A majestic eagle soars, its cold, unfeeling gaze surveying the vast desert below. The formidable talons glint ominously under the blazing sun, as if ready to plunge upon any prey that dares to appear within its expansive field of vision. A rare whisper of wind stirs within the woods, carrying with it a hint of moisture from the lake's surface, brushing past the gathered crowd. Thanks to the refreshing, damp breeze, a series of indescribably soothing sounds resonates throughout the forest. Suddenly, Alan inadvertently notices the large black spiraling above the treetops, tracing a graceful arc before swiftly darting towards the southeastern plains. Perhaps that vulture has spotted its quarry. Alas, yet another vibrant creature lost. Young Alan leans against the base of a moderately sized tree, picking up a small stone from the parched earth at his right thigh, and hurls it forcefully towards the lake. Thud, 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 splash. The stone skips across the tranquil lake's surface for 3 significant leaps before reluctantly succumbing to the depths as its momentum wanes. 2 days later, at dusk, Alan and young Gibson have distanced themselves from the Sauls region, embarking upon a journey they have never before experienced. Their course now leads them towards the encampment of the Legion commanded by Jack. This is a place largely unknown, referred to by the locals as Osebia. Simultaneously, a troop identical to the one led by Jack emerges across various locales within the province of Aquitania. The province, a vital granary of the empire, shares its borders with the territory of the Slovak Empire. Following the sudden assault by those despicable rogues that resulted in the loss of a crucial military stronghold a month prior, Duke Paul Kleis, fearing that his lands might fall to the Slovaks before reinforcements could arrive, deployed his formidable private army to establish a garrison 50 kilometers behind the lost fortress. He also mobilized every resource at his disposal to expedite the production of armaments. In preparation to equip the newly conscripted soldiers, the populous province of Aquitania, under the conscription orders issued by Louis III, and the Duke's rapid succession of 13 military decrees at the onset of hostilities, had already gathered over 300,000 new recruits by the time Alan and his companions reached the encampment, with more troops arriving steadily. Ultimately, only the Duke could ascertain the true magnitude of the newly formed legion. At the heart of Aquitania, within the main city of the granary, Oak Castle, an officer, brimming with optimism, remarked to the Duke, "My lord, with these hundreds of thousands of soldiers, coupled with your elite Oak Legion, it will be a breeze to deal with those feeble Slovaks." His declaration was met with enthusiastic agreement from several other high-ranking officers. Indeed, based on past encounters, those vile scoundrels would surely seek a truce after suffering defeat in a few frontal engagements, followed by a deluge of war reparations. Ha! These fallen wretches, worshippers of malevolent forces, must possess gold in such abundance that they cannot even count it themselves, another officer boasted. "Oh, Lord Rondo, your wit is truly remarkable," they exclaimed in laughter. Amidst this convivial atmosphere, the Duke reclined silently on a comfortable chaise, his brow furrowed, seemingly troubled by unspoken concerns. After a protracted silence, the officers, sensing the unusual tension in the room, abruptly fell silent. "Dear Grand Mage Cucock, what is your perspective on our current predicament?" the Duke finally inquired, turning to an elderly figure with an air of equal consultation. "Paul, my dear friend, perhaps our greatest challenge at present lies not in vanquishing the invaders, but rather in procuring sufficient armor and weaponry to equip our soldiers," replied the venerable Cucock, his heavy eyelids slowly parting to reveal piercing blue eyes beneath a mane of thick, gray-white hair and beard. The officers, who had previously animatedly discussed their strategies to vanquish the invaders, fell into a deep silence upon hearing the mage's words. Indeed, even in a province renowned for its agricultural bounty, it would be no trivial task for Aquitania's resources to arm a legion potentially exceeding 300,000 soldiers. Compounding the issue, the Slovaks, fortified in their iron fortress, could launch raids at any moment, pillaging and incinerating the province's resources. Even if the finances were sufficient to meet the demands of war, fabricating such an overwhelming quantity of equipment within a short time frame was an insurmountable challenge. On the battlefield, an unarmored soldier is akin to a morsel of bread, smeared with cheese, laid bare before the knives and forks of diners, easily pierced with the slightest prodding. For the citizens of the Aragon Empire, suffering significant casualties despite possessing superior forces is a mark of incompetence. The typical fate of a legion commander is self-destruction, in the eyes of the Aragon populace and the ruling elite. Suicide is viewed as a means of self-redemption, the only recourse for the inept to atone for their failures that tarnish the sacred glory of the war master. Thus, the outcome of each conflict is intimately tied to the fates of these high-ranking officers. The Duke anxiously cast a questioning glance towards his trusted confidant, Count Bruce. Sensing the weight of his master's piercing gaze, the Count averted his eyes, choosing to bow his head. Even the Count, well aware of the provincial finances, displayed an utter lack of confidence, further unsettling the Duke. The self-assurance he had derived from the vast conscripted forces dissipated, leaving him looking somewhat haggard in a state of confusion. Struggling to concentrate, the Duke remained seated, leaning back, ruminating for an extended period without conjuring an effective solution. Finally, he abruptly stood, pointing at the officers before him, exclaiming, "Weren't you all just brimming with bravado a moment ago? Now, immediately, right now, tell me about your absurd plans." The Duke, visibly agitated and breathless, heightened the officers' anxiety. They instinctively lowered their heads, shedding the haughty airs they typically held before the common folk. Paul paced restlessly, gripping a sheepskin scroll tightly, vocally expressing his frustration. "Damn it! Why have none of our neighbors made an appearance yet? Those wretched scoundrels, do they truly believe that if my territory falls to those vile fiends, they will enjoy a better fate?" Cucock remained unchanged, his heavy eyelids still closed, while the high-ranking officers and the provincial administrators stood silently, heads bowed, enduring their Duke's tirade. Chapter 5. The rascals. While the Duke raged and gestured towards his officers. 100 miles away in Eusebia, Alan and his companions were being stationed under the guidance of their sergeant, blissfully unaware of the tumult unfolding within Oak Castle. Eusebia, located at the confluence of Saul's City and the Plains, commands a vital route for the Slovaks as they penetrate into the province of Aquitania. This area is characterized by its broad, flat terrain, save for a relatively expansive forest on the right side of the main road, with the rest being an open landscape. Apart from merchants frequently traversing between the two nations, most of the populace remained oblivious to the existence of this place. However, following the outbreak of war and the fall of the Iron Fortress, the name Eusebia suddenly swept across the majority of both nations like a tempest. Over half of the citizens now recognize the name Eusebia, as it stands as a principal land route leading southward for the empire. During peacetime, the flow of merchants here was considerable, prompting Duke Paul to establish toll checkpoints for those traveling between Aragon and Slovakia. Yet now, with the crucial southern passage of the Iron Fortress having fallen a month prior, the Duke was compelled to station heavy troops at this defensively vulnerable checkpoint. Duke Paul Kleis is a man of limited insight but inflated self-importance. The bulk of his subordinates, aside from those with experience under his late father, the previous Lord of Aquitania, are sycophants, individuals with grand aspirations yet lacking the requisite skills. Thus, our esteemed Duke perceives that before him lies a fortress, brimming with the iron-willed Slovenians, while behind him stretches a vast expanse of farmland, pastures, and lakes rich in minerals. Should the garrison stationed in Eusebia fail to impede the advance of the Slovenians, then his wealth would be willingly surrendered to those despicable scoundrels. Like other lords, Paul regards everything within his domain as his own, beyond the customary taxes paid annually and the resources required for managing various relations. He resolutely forbids those southern rascals from sullying their filthy hands in his coffers. Indeed, this is an abominable predicament for Paul, far worse than the sorrow he felt upon receiving the news of his father's passing. How could he possibly tolerate such misfortune? In light of this, amidst the fervent shouts of military officers extolling his wisdom and might, the Duke, stubbornly disregarding the warnings from Cucock and several elder statesmen, ordered nearly half of his elite private army, the Oak Legion, to be stationed at the grand checkpoint in Eusebia, facilitating better training for the newly conscripted recruits. Consequently, blacksmiths, workshops, and merchant guilds across the province, regardless of their size or strength, were mobilized by the Duke. Waves of arms and strategic supplies were continuously transported to Eusebia by the caravans of various merchant guilds. Following his furious outburst, after several days of meticulous calculations, and as the current situation began to clarify, the weight upon Paul's heart gradually lifted. Based on intelligence relayed by swift horses from the front lines, he understood clearly that the Slovenians had temporarily conscripted 100,000 men, in addition to 50,000 regular troops. Concerning the combat capabilities of the Slovenians, the Duke felt confident that he could utterly crush them with his current strength, or at the very least, halt their advance. Let us not forget, the late Paul's father was revered by Louis III as the key to the South, a marshal wielding the power of the Golden Domain. Although Paul had yet to personally lead troops against the Slovenians, he had been imbued since childhood with the knowledge that these Slovenians were, in fact, spineless. Apart from their momentary bursts of strength and their employment of the black magic they so scorned, they possessed no other means to conquer his legion. On the following day, when Paul's spirits had lifted, a visitor from the empire, an envoy of His Majesty the Emperor, brought uplifting news to the newly confident Duke. His Majesty had dispatched an elite force of 18,000 troops from the Silver Fox Legion to provide assistance. Furthermore, The envoy conveyed that the emperor had sent 3 additional envoys to the 3 provinces surrounding Aquitania, commanding the lords there to hastily mobilize their forces to support Duke Paul, leaving no room for error. Ah! Praise the great God of war, the merciful and wise Majesty. Upon receiving this encouraging news, the Duke was filled with boundless confidence, almost daring to boast that he would bind each of those brazen invaders to tall stone pillars and set them ablaze after a fortnight of scorching sun. Perhaps, in doing so, their wicked souls would be liberated from those evil demons and return to the embrace of the great God of war, he mused, stroking his scruffy beard gently. The envoy's good tidings and the Duke's heightened martial spirit quickly inspired those around him. Even the usually morose treasurer could not contain his excitement. Unable to suppress his enthusiasm, the treasurer exclaimed loudly to the Duke, "My lord, our province is populous, and even the newly conscripted recruits could easily overwhelm those Slovenians. Moreover, after careful calculation and verification with my fellow officials, I have found that our financial situation warrants a celebration, my lord." "Oh, is our treasury indeed sufficient to sustain this war, my dear Lord Ingalls?" Duke Paul responded with surprise. The inspector chimed in, buoyantly adding, "Indeed, esteemed lord, that is the case. Our province is home to over 6 million citizens. I truly cannot fathom why we should fear those scoundrels." The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became one of joy and excitement. Joy, because many issues appeared to be resolved in light of this string of good news, and excitement, for the imminent glory seemed tantalizingly within reach. How could they not be thrilled? Following the Duke's proclamation of the core military strategy of disdaining the enemy strategically while respecting them tactically, all pre-war preparations proceeded in an orderly fashion. Naturally, training for the new recruits was intensified. Although their numbers had surpassed those of the invading enemy, increasing their combat effectiveness was still vital. Furthermore, every soldier was a precious asset belonging to Duke Paul, and such resources must not be squandered lightly. It was well known that if the Duke discovered any scoundrel daring to squander his property without commensurate returns, all would unhesitatingly believe he would tear that individual asunder. No, perhaps he would treat them as he would a vile heretic, binding them to a stone pillar, subjecting them to torment, and then burning them alive. Jack's camp was stationed to the west of Osebia. Originally accommodating 5,000 men, the camp was already somewhat cramped. With the recent conscription of over 20,000 new recruits, how could such a small camp possibly house nearly 30,000 troops? However, Jack's troubles were soon alleviated. 4 days after he reported this pressing issue to the higher command, he received a positive response from the Duke. 7,000 military tents, in addition, with timber being continuously brought in and more manpower joining the efforts. Efficiency steadily improved. Within days, a settlement composed of wooden huts and tents emerged along the edge of the forest. Alan and his fellow recruits finally had a place to rest. If the fiery winds heralded the opening of Osebia's stage, then the moon, stars, and the gentle whispers of crickets played a rare summer nocturne in this region shrouded in war clouds. Compared to the sparse villages scattered throughout most of Osebia, the camp surrounding the checkpoint was undeniably lively and boisterous. Indeed, for some, nightfall marked the beginning of their revelries. Since Jack's camp had barely settled the new recruits, it had remained a hubbub of activity. The 2nd Battalion, now exceeding its designated strength, faced severe management challenges and a shortage of personnel. Many noble recruits, after enduring the long journey and the unfamiliar hardships of logging, quickly revealed their primitive natures. They danced around a large bonfire, drank the fine wines they had brought from their homelands, and feasted on the delicious game, punctuated by raucous cheers, the clinking of filled goblets, and the occasional curse. Each night, they would drink themselves into a stupor, collapsing into slumber, occasionally mumbling incoherently. Those who had not yet succumbed to the effects of alcohol huddled together, shouting and writhing, their mouths spewing vulgarities. Many nobles, emboldened by the influence of alcohol, called upon the new recruits of commoner status to join their frenzied revelry. Naturally, individuals are often lured by desire. The overwhelming majority among them were eager to forge connections with the nobles, hoping to secure a brighter future. Whether wealthy scions or impoverished commoners, or even fallen aristocrats, all harbored such aspirations. After exchanging furtive glances and mutual attraction, the throng of revelers swelled, drawing in even some seasoned soldiers who were influenced by the intoxicating atmosphere. Initially, Jack imposed strict penalties on the leading nobles involved in this debauched affair, but the momentum of the revelry proved uncontainable, with even a few soldiers from a neighboring camp joining in. Reluctantly, Jack turned a blind eye, as long as these rascals did not create further trouble for him. "Hey, Alan, are you still awake?" Little Gibson, unbeknownst to Wynne, slipped into the tent. Alan, tossing and turning on the dry straw, glanced at little Gibson and replied somewhat irritably, "Did you not hear those noble lords outside reveling? Ha ha, my dear brother. If that is the case, shall we not join them in their merriment?" Little Gibson licked his dry lips, gazing at Alan with a hint of yearning. "No, I refuse to go there. I do not wish to be made a fool of by them." Alan firmly rejected the suggestion. "Oh, my friend, while I do not share your viewpoint, I absolutely respect your decision. Well then, what shall we do next? Oh God, I cannot bear to stay in this wretched tent any longer, listening to their revelry and the sounds of them feasting. It is driving me mad." Little Gibson exclaimed, clutching his head in despair. "Calm down, my brother. Perhaps we could venture into the forest for some exploration. Heh, who knows what marvelous discoveries await us?" young Alan suggested, sitting up and patting little Gibson's shoulder in consolation. "Indeed. Perhaps you are not entirely mistaken. Who could say for certain that we might not stumble upon a small pouch of gold in this pitch-black forest? If that were the case, I could return to Salzburg after the war and open a tavern or something of the sort. Alas, my culinary skills are rather lacking. I suppose I shall have to seek out a renowned chef to apprentice under in the future. My father's cooking, I must admit, is absolutely dreadful." Young Gibson expressed his agreement with Alan's proposal. "Ha ha, your cooking is just as woeful as your character," exclaimed young Alan, rising to his feet in jest. "Cut the nonsense, Alan. What did you mean by that?" Young Gibson also stood up, following Alan outside the tent while pressing for an answer. "The dishes you prepare are both unappetizing and odorous." Heh. Alan teased as he dashed out of the tent. "Damn it, you scoundrel, stop right there. I shall give you a proper thrashing." Upon hearing this, young Gibson angrily waved his chubby fist and chased after him. Bang! Leading the charge, Alan collided with a solid object. He felt as though he had run into a wall, and in that moment, he was unfortunate enough to be knocked to the ground by the recoil. Feeling somewhat dizzy, "Alan, what happened to you?" Young Gibson, who was trailing behind, stumbled forward and approached Alan with concern. "Damn it, when did a wall spring up outside the tent?" Young Alan, shaking his slightly dazed head, exclaimed loudly, "A wall? Surely not. I did not see one when I entered." Young Gibson shook his head, confidently denying Alan's suspicion. "Then how, damn it, which blind fool crashed into this young master?" Before Alan could finish his sentence, an enraged voice came from outside the tent. Immediately, a tall figure swept aside the tent flap and barged in. Following him were more figures. No, not just one, but 2, 3, 4, in the astonished gaze of Alan and the chubby young Gibson. Dozens of figures filled their large tent. "So it is you two foolish blunderers. I shall teach you a lesson today." With that, the person motioned to his companions to toss Alan and young Gibson out of the tent. Charging forward, Alan, having been thrown to the ground unceremoniously, turned his head and looked up to see the newcomer clearly. The leader, the very one he had collided with, was none other than the infamous young scoundrel John Wallace from Salzburg. "I am a distant cousin of Marquis Anthony." As for the others, Alan only recognized 2 of them as minor nobles. The chubby young Gibson, having been thrown down, lay on the ground, grinning through the pain, unable to rise immediately. "Hey, fellows, let us see who these 2 filthy insects are." Ha ha. Once the crowd surrounded Alan and young Gibson, John rubbed his slightly aching chest with a malicious grin. "John, just give them a beating and let us hurry to the revelry," a young man around 24 or 25 grumbled. "Indeed. John, Charlie is right. I have no desire to waste time on these insignificant insects." Another youth, likely around 17 or 18, adjusted his collar, adopting an air of elegance. "Rest assured, I shall not waste any time. I will dispatch them swiftly," John retorted. He then approached Alan and young Gibson, scrutinizing them closely. Beside John were 4 or 5 other youths of about 16 or 17. Unlike John and his companions, these youths wore expressions of deference and flattery, along with a few fierce gazes. "Young Master John, I recognize them. They are two lowly workers from a tavern in the southern part of the city." One of the youths suddenly brightened, stepping forward to point at the two on the ground. "Damn it! You two insects have spoiled this young master's chance to attend the revelry. I see you are itching for a beating." Spit. A mouthful of phlegm was spat from John onto young Gibson's chestnut-colored hair. "How dare you insult me and my brother like that?" Alan replied defiantly for the first time, facing the noble who usually lorded over him. As for young Gibson, upon feeling the spit land on his hair, he became even more fearful, knowing that a beating was now inevitable. Being humiliated by peers, even if they were nobles, could not extinguish Alan's fury. Since that stormy encounter, Alan had not realized that his mindset had subtly shifted. Besides a slight improvement in physical strength and endurance, he remained oblivious to any other changes. "Wow!" John's reaction to Alan's retort prompted him to exclaim. Turning to his companions with a scornful smile, "Aha! This wretched commoner dares to be audacious before this young master." Just as several of the youths were about to laugh at John's exclamation, he suddenly turned and slapped Alan's bony face with a resounding crack. Alan had no opportunity to evade. He naturally fell to the ground. Witnessing Alan's punishment, young Gibson, though too intimidated to retaliate against the nobles, bravely threw himself onto Alan's frail body. He hoped his sturdier frame could absorb a few blows meant for his good friend. "Young Master John, these impoverished insects are not worth your personal attention. Allow me to teach them a lesson on your behalf," the youth who recognized Alan and young Gibson's identities offered, eager to please. "Indeed, why should you, young master, have to dirty your hands on such filth? The noble ladies at the revelry will require your full energy to attend to them." "Ah ha!" Another young man chimed in, cracking his knuckles as he stepped forward to curry favor. "Ha ha!" The crowd erupted in laughter. "Very well, I leave it to you. Damn it, my collar is askew. It is all due to these wretched commoners." John suddenly realized that his collar had been pulled askew and cursed. "Do not worry, my friend. Ollie, my servant, go fetch a new outfit for young Master John to change into." The youth named Charlie yelled to a middle-aged man clad in servant's garb standing behind him. "Yes, young Master Charlie," the servant replied before departing. "Thank you, Charlie, my dear friend." John displayed an attitude that starkly contrasted with his previous demeanor, elegantly embracing Charlie. However, to Alan and young Gibson, this was nothing short of the height of hypocritical noble etiquette. While John and his fellow nobles exchanged compliments, the group of wealthy young men began a flattery military operation against the two unfortunate souls on the ground. With fists and feet flying, the two boys could no longer discern whether 4 or 5 individuals surrounded them, only aware that a torrential downpour of punches and kicks rained down upon them. Any exposed part of their bodies was subjected to merciless assault. "Good, well done. Damn it, give them a proper lesson. Let these insects learn to keep their eyes open when they walk," John encouraged his fellow noble youths as they chatted, occasionally cheering them on. Hearing their master's words, the attackers grew even more reckless, as if under a drug's influence, intensifying their assault on the two powerless victims. "Stop, what are you doing?" Suddenly, a thunderous voice rang out like a bolt of lightning among the crowd, including the two battered boys. Everyone turned their gaze toward the source of the voice. Chapter 6: The Retaliation of the Free Men. Interrupting the brutality was a tall boy, approximately 15 or 16 years old. "Aha! I thought another reckless insect had crawled out of the woodwork. Turns out it is the son of that retired old dog," a youth involved in the beating remarked, sizing up the newcomer with scorn. "Oh, yet another poor wretch who has yet to grow a hair. Good heavens, has our Duke's Grace truly summoned no warriors like young Master John?" Another bystander mocked, though their eyes betrayed a sycophantic glint directed at the noble youths a few meters away. Some nearby soldiers, drawn by the commotion, gathered to watch the spectacle. Charlie, John, and the other new recruits laughed heartily at the comments. The boy in question was none other than the one affectionately called Itai by a retired soldier in the square. He effortlessly pushed his way through the crowd and boldly addressed the thuggish new recruits. "You? How can you bully your own companions? Ha ha, did you hear that? This fool is a Kanoki. Oh, this is too amusing. My dear friend Charlie, allow me to teach him how to speak properly, what do you say?" Before Itai could finish his sentence, John's mocking interruption cut him off. Kanoki is a bird unique to the Salzburg region, easily recognized by its stuttering call John, Charlie, and their ilk harbored an innate disdain and sense of superiority toward these commoners, particularly the lowest of the low, peasants or slaves. In their worldview, commoners should not interrupt or question the words or actions of nobles. Evidently, even the youth Charlie, who had been fervently cursing the untimely interruption of this trivial affair and wishing for its swift conclusion so he could attend the revelry, began to feel a profound displeasure towards these commoners whom he usually found too tiresome to even glance at. For these lowly individuals were wasting their precious time, one after another. God, this is nothing short of a conspiracy. A conspiracy to murder Master Charlie's joyful moments. Damn it, it is utterly inexcusable. With a frown upon his brow and a hint of a sinister smirk, Charlie addressed John, saying, perhaps you are right. John, I believe we indeed have a duty to assist the esteemed Lord Jack in teaching these unruly urchins a lesson. I share your sentiments, another young man chimed in. Hey, you lot, come over here. Those two pitiful wretches are of no concern. They have received their due punishment. John gestured towards the 5 new recruits who were trampling on Alan and the chubby Gibson, then pointed to the imposing figure of Attai standing amidst the crowd a dozen meters away, his demeanor fierce and disdainful as he bellowed, Hey, you vile black scoundrel, come here. Today, I shall make you see stars. At John's provocation, Attai wasted no words and approached. What his father had instilled in him was not to cower while witnessing his comrades being tormented by these ruffians. As Attai drew closer, his figure illuminated by the flickering flames. John and his companions gradually began to regret their earlier bravado, cold sweat trickling from their hastening hearts. Simultaneously, they felt a stinging embarrassment for their cowardice. The onlooking soldiers gasped in a chorus as Attai stood fully revealed in the firelight, followed by a cacophony of whispers. Did you see that? Good Lord, there are still such formidable individuals in this world, exclaimed one soldier, clutching his already disheveled hair in shock. You are absolutely right, mate. It seems even the valiant Mr. Horry, the Earl of Ellensbar's captain of the guard, would be half a head shorter than him. Another soldier concurred, comparing every burly man he had ever seen to the towering youth before them, finding none taller or stronger. Hey, mate, I swear by the name of the great war god, this lad will undoubtedly become the greatest warrior of our empire. A prediction was made. However, the young soldier who had recognized Attai earlier remained skeptical. Having fought with Alan and Attai in Saul's city, his fear of Attai was ever present. Yet he did not believe that the 10 of them could not handle one audacious fool. Yes, he approached John and the others. Feigning nonchalance, he said, Brave Master John, you are entirely correct. We are a dozen strong, and after all, he is merely a damned blacksmith, so we have nothing to fear. Oh, you mean we should all go at him together? John and the other nobles' expressions flickered. Clearly taken aback by such an unbecoming proposition, Charlie's brow furrowed, his tone decidedly displeased as he retorted, That would be beneath my dignity, damn it. John and the others wore similar expressions of reluctance, as Charlie had articulated. Though they were but a band of fresh recruits, they were still nobles. Resorting to overwhelming numbers would forever tarnish their honor, especially with dozens of onlookers, either seated or standing by, eager to witness the spectacle. They were not merely Saul's citizens but individuals from various towns. Engaging in such disgraceful conduct would not only compromise their status, but could also render them the subject of ridicule among these outsiders. However, gentlemen, if we refrain from action, we may find ourselves in an even more humiliating predicament. What do you think? The young man, catching sight of Attai drawing nearer, felt a surge of anxiety. Charlie and John exchanged glances, only to find uncertainty reflected in each other's eyes, which was exasperating. I have arrived. What do you intend to do? If you dare to continue assaulting my comrades without cause, I shall report everything here to my superior, Attai stated gravely. Gazing sternly at the soldiers who towered over him by 2 or 3 heads, his voice resonating like a thunderclap, as a veteran and the honest son of a blacksmith, Attai had established several principles through his father's unwavering military tales. Never abandon. Never give up, charge forward, fight for one's country. Prior to enlisting, he He had spent his days in Saul City learning the craft of forging under his father's guidance, while evenings were dedicated to studying combat techniques. Rarely did he encounter the thugs who roamed freely, nor had his father ever broached such subjects. Of course, the lofty nobles had no inclination to provoke these free men. Would one stoop to quarrel with a dog? In the eyes of the powerful, both free men and serfs toiling in the estates were merely animals capable of labor. He recalled his father's words, "Attai, my good son of Maine, when you grow up, you must become a man of integrity and bravery. Should the empire call upon you, be a true man, a fearless warrior." The notions of integrity and bravery had been thoroughly instilled in Attai by his father, who viewed justice and valor as honorable. And tonight, witnessing his two companions being besieged by a band of soldiers, his sense of duty and courage compelled him to act without hesitation, to rescue his friends from the clutches of those ruffians. As for whether he might offend these distinguished soldiers, well, his father had never cautioned him to be wary of such matters. Standing tall beneath the flickering light of the bonfire and the flames licking at the wooden eaves, Attai appeared even more imposing and profound. John, Charlie, and the others began to feel a tightening in their chests as the shadow drew closer. This youth, if judged solely by his visage, appeared no older than 17. Yet when one considered his entire physique, it was evident he surpassed what any typical youth could attain. Perhaps he was a demon, or perhaps his veins coursed with some foul blood, like that of an orc, each muscle, as solid as marble, coiled upon a robust frame, his sharply defined features reminiscent of a chiseled sculpture. Aside from the palpable air of solemnity emanating from his eyes and countenance, most would naturally assume this lad to be a figure of great import. Observing the onlookers' astonishment, Attai chose not to instigate trouble, adhering to his principles of justice and morality as he strode purposefully towards Allen and Gibson, intending to help them rise and depart. Suddenly, a powerful force struck him from behind. Akin to receiving a hefty kick to the rear, indeed, he had been forcefully kicked as anticipated by the assailant. Attai stumbled forward, struggling to regain his balance, but without any forewarning, he could not muster the strength to steady himself in such a hasty moment. With a loud thud, he fell to the ground amidst a chorus of laughter and sharp whistles. After spitting out the mud that splattered onto his face, he prepared to rise and confront the despicable coward responsible for the attack, only to find two boys not half a meter away, their bare backs bruised and exposed to the unforgiving air. "Roar! You despicable scoundrel! How are you any different from those Slovenians?" Attai seethed, rising to his feet and turning his towering frame to point accusingly at the group he deemed culpable. "So, you little wretch, let us engage in a fair duel. Let me see what remarkable skills you possess. Oh, you wouldn't happen to be merely a brute with no wits, would you? Ha ha ha." This taunt was met with a response from the young soldier who recognized Attai. Initially, the soldier had merely wished to assert himself against the 16-year-old boy, hoping to gain favor in the eyes of the surrounding nobles, knowing he would need to rely on their family connections in the army. In light of this, he believed he must distinguish himself from other competitors with unique highlights to break free from obscurity. The thought thrilled him, for he had gauged Attai's strength through that ignoble ambush. While the boy's physique was indeed intimidating, he was still only 16, 9 years his junior, and thus not necessarily stronger in terms of height. He was only slightly taller, and he felt confident he would not be at a disadvantage, for he was trained. Moreover, what emboldens him now is the presence of several comrades who have shared life and death with him. What is there to fear? Young and impetuous, Attai felt a surge of anger upon hearing the other party speak of a fair duel. Inarticulate as he was, he did not hesitate to raise his fist, akin to a bronze hammer, and charged forward. Although the fighting techniques imparted to him by the old blacksmith were merely the most rudimentary dodges, blocks and strikes within the imperial army's repertoire, Attai, having practiced since childhood, wielded them with a proficiency not far behind that of seasoned veterans, exuding a fierce vigor. If one were to pinpoint a flaw in this 16-year-old youth, it would be his lack of practical combat experience and the palpable aura of danger that he yet lacked. Accompanied by a sharp, piercing whistle, Attai unleashed a series of straightforward punches. Devoid of embellishment, this was the most common and fundamental fighting technique known as pantsalance, purportedly originating from the founding dynasty of the Aragon Empire, created by His Majesty Emperor Larry Bird of the Celtic dynasty. As he prepared to deliver a few grandiloquent words to enhance his own significance, the young man's eyes widened in horror as he beheld Atai's fists rapidly approaching, accompanied by a cutting sound that obscured his vision in an instant. Before he could react, darkness enveloped him, and an immense force sent him crashing to the ground. Alongside the youth's anguished cries, blood and saliva splattered as a result of the force, leaving those around them in a state of shock. The enraged Atai was undeniably a threat, as evidenced by his subsequent actions. With a darkened expression, he strode over to the fallen youth, lifting his left foot, adorned with curly brown hair, and stomped forcefully upon the young man's back. One stomp was not enough. A second, a third, 6 in total came crashing down. Finally, when the young man beneath his foot ceased to struggle, Atai turned and approached the dazed Aelin and little Gibson, assisting each of them as they made their way toward the edge of the forest. Clearly, the innate mindset expected of a commoner had left little mark on this newly matured lad. Otherwise, as a blacksmith, he would not dare to speak ill or act violently toward a noble's lackey lying prostrate on the ground. Striking a drowning dog, everyone would rush forth without hesitation. However, few fools would take it upon themselves to be the hero. John and Charlie looked on in disbelief at the unfolding scene, their minds bereft of any thought of pursuing the trio to intervene. Naturally, such a commotion could not go unreported to the authorities. Soon after Atai and the other boys departed, several shadowy figures flickered in the firelight and quickly vanished from sight. Chapter 7. Brotherhood. The sky was devoid of clouds, the deep blue night adorned with a sparse scattering of stars. In this manner, the moon appeared especially like a mirror. Moonlight cascaded down, gently dusting the mountain's surface with a thin veil of powder. The sparse trees atop the mountain stood tall in the silvery light, casting clusters of dark shadows. Looking further into the distant valley, the peaks obscured the moonlight, shrouding the area in gloom. Across the ravines lay massive stones, as if hewn by knife and axe, and under the moonlight, their outlines were lost, revealing only scattered patches of mirror-like rock surfaces reflecting the moon's glow, which, in the mountain's darkness, hinted at a sense of mystery and poetry. However, at this moment, the two boys, supported by the burly Atai, limped into the woods, utterly unmoved by the enchanting moonlit landscape before them. Aelin felt as if every bone in his body had been shattered by those detestable nobles. His Majesty. The relentless agony assailing their nervous systems compelled them to draw in the damp, cold air sharply. The curses, laughter, and debauchery echoing from outside the woods struck them like a 100-pound hammer upon their chests. Psychological wounds are often more unbearable than physical pain. Indeed, why do they toil from dawn till dusk, diligently working and leading honest lives, yet struggle to fill their bellies? Crusts of bread, accompanied by a vegetable soup so bland it was scarcely distinguishable from water. Even these meager provisions, staples for the common folk, were often in short supply. Why did those noble lords revel in nightly festivities, untroubled by hunger or clothing, while they were free to bully the likes of themselves? Is one's fate truly sealed at birth? Aelin's rebellious and unrestrained character was shaped by his upbringing. He had stolen bread and butter from Mr. Hakim right under the nose of the despicable old Gibson, and even pilfered roasted goose and chicken, which he could see and touch daily but never taste. On more than one occasion in Aelin's memory, these acts of theft were a source of pride, forever etched in his mind. He had stolen roasted goose legs once, consumed leftover roasted chicken, lamb, and inferior fruit wine 3 or 4 times while concealing it from old Dad. As for the leftover bread and crumbs that had fallen through the wooden table's cracks, he had lost count of how many times he had snatched them. Since he could remember, Aelin had been assisting old Gibson in the kitchen of Mr. Hakim's tavern, or was assigned by old Gibson to take on nearly all the chores in place of his beloved little Gibson. Years of demeaning life had fostered a rebellious spirit in Aelin, yet it also instilled in him a profound sense of brotherhood. Many of those free men like Aelin, or the serfs without land on the lord's estate, or those within their class, placed great importance on brotherhood. Lacking any connections, it was challenging for them to survive in this era rife with conflict, as long as their opponents were not nobles. They would even dare to stand up against wealthy free men or their servants. Atai, you truly saved the day. After a considerable time spent in the woods, little Gibson's pain had lessened somewhat. Catching his breath, he gestured to the muscular Atai. Atai did not respond. merely helping the more severely injured Alan lean against the sturdy roots of a large tree. Yet little Gibson soon broke the silence in the woods. His eyes filled with concern as he continued, "However, you've gotten yourself into quite a mess this time." Oh, not only Atai, but even Alan, still gritting his teeth in pain, could not help but expend some precious energy to open his eyelids, casting a bewildered glance at little Gibson. "Do you know who those people were? They are relatives of Lord Anthony from town. Oh, I can hardly imagine what they will do to us tomorrow." The timid little Gibson trembled as he alerted Atai, feeling despair for his future in the army. "Hey, I thought you were going to say something important. I know who that young Master John is, and I'm well aware of the other little nobles too. But so what? Are we supposed to be afraid of them now? Let us not forget, the Empire rewards merit based on martial prowess." Alan, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger and retorted to Gibson's lack of confidence. Atai appeared to be somewhat perplexed, scratching his head as he looked at his two childhood companions. To him, Alan was the most loyal among their group. After all, he had often stood up for his brothers, and his words bore weight. As for little Gibson, Atai held some disdain for him, as the timid and fearful Gibson often fled in terror when confronted by other impoverished individuals. This was a stark contrast to the manner in which his father, a veteran soldier who had fought in wars and received royal provisions, had taught him to behave. Never abandon, never give up, on the battlefield. Even when facing a formidable knight alone, one must not abandon their comrades and flee but should grip their sword tightly. Take resolute steps and bravely confront the foe. This is the conduct and spirit expected of an Aragon warrior. Only thus can one be worthy of being an Aragonian citizen, a devout follower of the great warlord. Now that he had become a soldier of the Empire, he must adhere even more strictly to such principles. "Buddy, don't say that I won't be afraid of John and the others. Tomorrow morning, I will report everything that happened tonight to Lord Jack. No, to our Sergeant Colin." Atai's mind was quick, and he suddenly remembered he was not yet qualified to meet the esteemed Commander Jackwell directly, quickly correcting himself. After a brief pause, he suddenly recalled something and continued with righteous fervor, "Also, Gibson, I believe Alan is absolutely right. The Empire rewards merit based on martial prowess. If we strive to excel on the battlefield and achieve great deeds, who knows, we may even be ennobled as knights. Indeed, we might even be titled as barons. Then we wouldn't have to fear them at all. I heard mercenaries drinking in the tavern say that a baron owns at least 50 pieces of land. That's a fortune in golden coins." Alan chimed in, beginning to envision a new goal for his future. The excellent hunter and elusive thief had once been Alan's aspirations during his time in Salts. However, now that Alan has ascended to the rank of an imperial warrior, he has set his sights on a far loftier ambition, that of a baronet. This aspiration far surpasses that of living comfortably as a hunter or grappling with the infamy of a notorious thief. It is a goal that commands respect and admiration. For commoners without direct noble lineage, the pinnacle of achievement is typically limited to the titles of baronet or knight, though a knight is, in essence, a gentleman, while a baronet is generally regarded as a hereditary knight. Therefore, for a commoner to attain the status of a hereditary knight is an extraordinary feat, a matter of great familial pride, and of course, this holds true under ordinary circumstances. Should one wish to ascend further in rank, it would require the efforts of future generations or the culmination of some remarkable exploits. After all, to confer nobility upon a new peer necessitates the granting of corresponding lands, which are finite in nature. The king, when ennobling a new aristocrat, cannot strip land from existing nobles. He must select from the royal domains, which amounts to a rather delicate operation, akin to extracting flesh from the king's own body. Thus, kings and great lords are often rather stingy. That does sound promising, but, although Gibson found himself momentarily swept away by the lofty aspirations presented by Alan and Atai, his timid nature and modest ambition, limited to becoming a skilled chef, prevented him from fully relinquishing his worries. He remained preoccupied with thoughts of how to navigate the day ahead. Perhaps he should prostrate himself before Master John, kissing his toes in a plea for forgiveness. Oh, surely that must be the way. Is there anything wrong with that? After all, it is Master John we are speaking of, the nephew of Lord Anthony. What thoughts were swirling in Gibson's mind remained a mystery to Alan. While he was not surprised that his good friend would voice such sentiments, He was not particularly fond of hearing his father's moralistic platitudes about humility. Consequently, Alan, suppressing his own discomfort, interjected, "Hey, fellows, let us refrain from discussing such dreary matters. When the day comes that we are knighted, we can consider dealing with them then. For now, wow, look over there." With that, Alan abruptly pointed towards the depths of the forest, exclaiming. The other two boys followed the direction of his finger, casting their gazes southeastward. Chapter 8. The Mysterious Stick. Wow. The moment the two turned their heads, they almost simultaneously emitted exclamations of awe. In the southeastern direction, sporadic white lights flickered through the trees and the swaying branches, casting an ethereal glow. The soft yet vibrant moonlight appeared rather diminished in comparison within this dense forest. "Hey, what is that?" The timid Gibson was the first to inquire. He needed to ascertain whether the white light before them posed any threat. Otherwise, he would not dare to step any closer. Mysterious rogues, well-traveled mercenaries, or wandering bards from distant lands had recounted far too many fantastical tales to the people of Salts. Most of the legends, akin to those of valiant heroes battling malevolent dragons, depicted environments not unlike their current surroundings at the onset of evil entities or monstrous beasts. Naturally, this was merely his perspective. Alan, having also heard numerous legends, held a contrary view. On the contrary, he perceived this as a formidable trial that any true hero must face. As for Attai, though he did not voice his thoughts, he felt a tinge of fear akin to Gibson's. After all, they were still mere children of 15 or 16. Yet the code of conduct and honor of an imperial warrior forbade him from displaying any signs of fear. Thus, Attai chose silence. Yet his gaze flickered between Alan and the distant, shifting white lights. He firmly believed that following Alan was undoubtedly the right choice. Perhaps there lies a great secret hidden there. Shall we venture forth to investigate? Alan recalled a mercenary mentioning that some wizardless scrolls emitted a similar divine white light. Of course, there was a higher probability that it was treasure. Gibson remained silent, his eyes and body language clearly signaling his unwillingness to approach. Attai continued to be taciturn, though his eyes unmistakably urged Alan to proceed. "Oh, I almost forgot. Will and the others are not in our squad, and all the food we brought is back in the military tent," Alan suddenly exclaimed after a quick glance around. "Oh, right, damn it. My father personally gave me those 2 denarii. Attai jolted awake at this realization, a look of genuine concern spreading across his face. In the Aragon Empire, copper coins were termed as silver coins as denarii, and gold coins as aurii. Other nations had their own nomenclature as well. Indeed, Alan, the food prepared by my father is also back there. What shall we do?" Gibson echoed, worry etched across his features. Clearly, the seemingly inconspicuous food or a few denarii held monumental significance for these impoverished freemen. Losing them was not an option. To speak frankly, a tenant farmer's annual yield from arduous toil barely amounted to 7 or 8 denarii. Working harder than an ox, yet living a life more arduous than that of a beast. Oh dear. Gibson, look at your soft belly. It's practically dragging on the ground. This perilous endeavor is not for you. Why not stay behind and keep an eye on our belongings while also monitoring those rascals? Alan naturally provided Gibson an easy way out. He knew that Attai harbored a certain disdain for the timid Gibson, though it was not the disdain of a noble towards a commoner. Gibson did not grasp Alan's underlying meaning, but upon hearing he would not have to risk himself and could instead safeguard his belongings. He nodded vigorously. Attai concurred with this decision as well. 2 denarii was no trifling sum, and could buy enough inferior bread to fill at least 2 large crates. He had scarcely had the chance to eat a whole loaf of subpar bread, let alone be extravagant enough to leave denarii unattended. Watching Gibson's figure gradually disappear into the dark forest, Alan exchanged a knowing glance with Attai before cautiously making his way southeast. Sure. The 2 boys know. More accurately, 2 men, for they were now formal warriors, despite their youthful age, moved forward, their footsteps eliciting a faint rustling in the dense underbrush. Even as they endeavored to tread lightly, the sound of their passage seemed to echo, urging them to be even more discreet. After all, the faint white light ahead, shifting in size and intensity with distance and angle, had gradually morphed from scattered sparks into a palm-sized glow. None could discern the source of this light or whether it posed any danger to them. Attai suppressed his sense of awe, trailing behind Alan step by step, clutching a stout broken branch that had somehow appeared in his hand. His throat felt parched, and as the radiant white light grew larger in his vision, he could feel beads of sweat forming on his palms, forehead, and back. No, it wasn't sweat. It was mist, Attai reassured himself. Meanwhile, Alan, as the distance shrank, found his initial reverence increasingly supplanted by an inexplicable thrill. Of course, he now clutched a stone in his hand. The thicket was thick with brambles, and it took them quite some time, illuminated by moonlight, to finally reach their destination. When they carefully parted the tall weeds that blocked their path, they were astonished to discover that the radiant white light emanated from a stick thrust into the earth. Clearly, it was not a treasure of gold or silver, but rather an enigmatic magical artifact. Ah, what is this? It's so beautiful, Alan exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement at this wondrous sight. Attai was equally captivated by the luminous stick, completely engrossed, even filtering out Alan's inquiry. The stick, radiating a glow softer than the moon's, remained undisturbed by the presence of these uninvited guests, standing silently in place. Thus, the two men stood motionless before the mysterious stick, as if time itself had come to a standstill. After a lengthy pause, Alan was the first to regain his composure. He turned to Attai, gently nudging him, and whispered, "Hey, buddy, do you know what this is?" Attai, bemused, shook his head, yet his expression displayed a lingering wariness towards the enigmatic stick. It seemed that old man Maine had invested considerable effort and hope in his son. "It sounds like even the uncle has never seen such a thing?" Alan, in his excitement, absent-mindedly scratched his nose. It seemed to itch a bit. "No, not at all. Father has definitely seen this before. He just hasn't told me," Attai hurriedly explained, a flush of embarrassment creeping onto his cheeks, as if he feared Alan would doubt his words. "Oh, perhaps. Relax a bit, buddy." Alan grinned playfully. "Do you think there would be any issue if we pulled this stick out of the ground?" Before long, Alan realized that in future encounters with similar matters, he should refrain from seeking Attai's advice. For while Attai was valiant in battle, his intellect was not particularly sharp, nor did he possess much initiative. Under Attai's wide-eyed gaze, Alan first tossed a small stone towards the stick. Landing several meters ahead of it, with a sharp crack, the stick merely quivered slightly, failing to produce the expected alarming reaction. Two little rascals, who fancied themselves as men, exchanged a glance, their nerves causing them to wipe the cold sweat from their brows. Once more, Alan picked up a significantly larger stone and hurled it with considerable force. With a resounding crack, the stone ricocheted off the stick, which merely trembled a few times before falling silent. This time, however, the quiver was more pronounced than before. It was evident that the stick, radiating a gentle white light, was harmless. Given their limited experience, it was only natural for them to conclude, "Alan, stop throwing. Let me handle it this time." After confirming its innocuous nature, Attai declared to Alan with a sense of camaraderie, "What are you planning to do?" Alan, momentarily perplexed, could not grasp Attai's intentions. Just moments ago, Attai had seemed more fearful than he was. "You stay here and watch. I'm going to pull that stick out." Heh. As Attai rose from the pit, he gestured towards Alan beside him. "Oh, be careful. Oh damn, you actually seem somewhat clever." Alan quickly grasped the situation and laughed while scolding him. "Aha, mate, watch me." With that, Attai boldly approached the mysterious stick. Although they had previously thrown stones twice, confirming there were no magical traps as their father had warned, the prospect of being so close to the unknown, and intending to touch it, filled the usually brash Attai with an inexplicable sense of pressure and reverence. He had anticipated that the stick would require considerable effort to extract, yet to his surprise, it came out with ease, having only trembled slightly from the force of the stones. This led to Attai losing his balance and tumbling to the ground, provoking hearty laughter from Alan behind him. Fortunately, he managed to grasp the stick tightly and did not let it break. "Hey Attai, let me see it." Unbeknownst to them, Alan had already reached Attai, snatching the stick from his grasp. Naturally, Attai was unwilling to relinquish his newfound treasure, and just as he was about to protest, the white light emanating from the stick gradually dimmed, eventually vanishing completely. The once softly illuminated space was suddenly engulfed in darkness. "Look what you've done," Atai scolded angrily. Alan rolled his eyes in exasperation, feigning indifference as he retorted, "How can you blame me? It's so strange. It went like this the moment I took it." Furious, Atai snatched the stick back, shaking it vigorously, placing it on the ground, and even blowing on it. Yet, no matter his efforts, the stick emitted not a glimmer of light. "Damn this wretched stick." With that, Atai forcefully tossed the stick to the ground. The two stood frozen, exchanging glances, utterly at a loss. "Buddy, we should head back, but it's getting late, and we haven't rested yet," Atai suggested. "Yes, but we ought to take that thing back to the sergeant major. Perhaps he knows what it is." Alan pointed at the small wooden stick on the ground. Atai nodded in agreement. Before long, the previously agitated forest returned to a serene calm, with only the relentless chirping of insects breaking the silence. To the west of the Iron Blood Fortress, the most crucial line of defense, approximately 100 miles from Alan's camp, dozens of shadows, darker than the night itself, were swiftly advancing towards the camp under Jack's command. "Damn it! We've lost contact with one of our sentries in Osebia." A sharp voice suddenly pierced the stillness beneath one of the massive shadows, before silence reclaimed the air. Chapter 9. Enemy attack the following day. In Osebia, at the camp of the 3rd Brigade. "Commander, these two little rascals discovered this in the forest," spoke a rather fearsome-looking man. His rough skin was akin to that of an orange peel. His bulbous nose was flushed like a candle's wax, and his large eyes sparkled with a powerful yet restrained intensity. The man standing rigidly before Jack was none other than their sergeant major. You may leave," Jack waved his hand dismissively, having swiftly scanned Alan and Atai as they entered before returning his attention to a small wooden stick he held delicately between his fingers. Indeed, it was the very stick that Alan and Atai had brought back the previous night. Early that morning, they had sought out their sergeant major to report everything that had transpired, including the incident of being unjustly beaten by some ruffians. Jack recognized the stick's significance at a glance. It was a sentry's warning tool, a magical device employed by dark elves for surveillance and alerting. Dark elves. A flicker of unease crossed Jack's mind, though his expression remained inscrutable, leaving no one aware of his internal thoughts. "Sir, could it be, Jack cut off his aide's words, gently placing the stick on the wooden table to his right, and began to scrutinize the two boys before him. Their eyes met in mutual appraisal. As Jack observed them, Alan and Atai quietly assessed the imposing figure of their brigade commander for the second time. They noted his age, likely around 30, his tall stature, and a physique even more robust than Atai's. His thick golden hair concealed his forehead, and his bushy brows were knitted together. However, his eyes lacked expressiveness and agility. His rugged, chiseled face and powerful build exuded a sense of resilience and steadfastness. During their previous encounter in Salts, the distance had obscured their view, but now, a sense of admiration began to swell within Alan and Atai for the commander who had recruited them. Although they were yet unaware of his true nature, his commanding presence alone inspired a profound respect. The youthful Atai soon caught Jack's attention, his gaze filled with surprise as it flitted over him. With the number of new recruits exceeding the original quota, Jack, who had never before commanded a force of 30,000, found himself in quite the predicament. But upon seeing Atai, a spark of inspiration struck him. If he could select soldiers of Atai's caliber from the new recruits to serve as squad leaders, managing them would become considerably easier. As the two emerged from Jack's tent, their expressions mirrored one another's, filled with exuberance. Indeed, the esteemed commander had appointed Atai as a squad leader, overseeing a team of 10 or so men. Such news was bound to exhilarate these two impoverished youths. "Hey Alan, did you know? If my father finds out I've become a squad leader, he will be overjoyed, ha ha," Atai exclaimed with excitement. "You're absolutely right. However, this is just the beginning. We will surely be granted the title of Baron in due time," Alan replied, buoyed by his newfound confidence in their future aspirations. "Yes, let's go." The discovery of the sentry's warning stick led Jack to a swift conclusion. The Slovenians must be colluding with the mysterious dark elves lurking in the depths of the caves or forests. Although the sentry's warning was merely a low-level magic, even the Slovenians, skilled in dark magic, would find it challenging to cast such a practical spell without the unique traits of elves. These malevolent fallen elves not only inherited some capabilities of forest elves, but also possessed many special and mysterious powers influenced by their environment. Should the Dark Elves and Slovenians conspire, it might spell trouble for their homeland. This was the aspect that troubled Jack, a seasoned warrior with countless slaughters to his name. Soon, this urgent intelligence was relayed to Oak Castle. Landing on Lord Paul's desk. While the problem seemed evident, the feedback Jack received left him both puzzled and worried. The reason was simple. The Duke had commanded him to hold his position, continuing to train the recently conscripted recruits. According to the Duke's strategy, the elite Oak Legion, which he had high hopes for, had already dispatched 2 battalions totaling over 20,000 troops to reinforce the Iron Blood Fortress. Additionally, with a garrison from the Empire stationed within his province, this should suffice to withstand the Slovenians' fierce onslaught for a month or so. Although this period was not lengthy, it was ample time to improve the combat effectiveness of the new recruits slightly. Most importantly, even if the Silver Fox Legion encountered delays on their journey, it would be enough for him to hold the fort until the main force arrived. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, the sky transformed from a vivid crimson to a soft pink. The azure sky gradually shifted to a late green hue, while a tranquil twilight quietly enveloped the camp from all directions. Standing atop a hill adorned with lush pines, Commander Jack chuckled, "Ha ha, who would have thought I would one day command a legion?" "Congratulations, Commander. Indeed, you are right. I dare say Lord Crowell of the Oak Legion may pale in comparison to you now," remarked his aide, surveying the expanse of wooden huts and tents that stretched before them, unable to suppress his own excitement. However, that being said, the combat effectiveness remains a cause for concern. If these new recruits possess the prowess of even a junior warrior, even at a mere second tier, then our battalion should be more than capable of fending off the encroaching Slovakians. Jack mused, stroking the chiseled contours of his cheek, his expression tinged with a hint of longing. However, his hopeful reverie was abruptly shattered by a sudden onslaught of unwelcome guests. From the west of the camp, which had hitherto remained tranquil and vibrant, there arose a thunderous roar that drew closer by the moment. "Sir, we have enemy activity." Concurrently, a soldier, his helmet reinforced with iron bars, rushed forth to deliver the report. As I suspected. A glint of cold light flickered in Jack's eyes, revealing a palpable aura of menace. In the western sky, dozens of minuscule dark silhouettes emerged, beneath which surged vast shadows racing towards them at high speed. "Commander, those are the shadow wraiths of the Slovakians," recognized the aide, who had fought alongside Jack numerous times. The shadow wraiths were a mid to high-tier undead aerial entity, and the Slovakians, wielding the powers of darkness, were among the few capable of forging a soul pact with such malevolent beings. "I can't believe these scoundrels have dispatched dozens of wraiths at once. Quickly, assemble the troops and prepare for battle." Jack's gaze was fixed on the rapidly approaching dark figures in the distance, his voice laced with venom. The sudden enemy assault left the new recruits in a state of confusion. Resulting in a chaotic frenzy, however, the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion were swiftly rallied by the whistles and shouts of their various officers, forming a defensive formation. Swordsmen and knights were strategically positioned in the center and flanks, while the wooden huts and supply caravans were skillfully repurposed as defensive barriers by the aide. Furthermore, cavalry units were dispatched to the nearest encampments to sound the alarm and seek reinforcements. Demonstrating the aide's commendable combat experience, as for Arlen and his fellow new recruits, still unaccustomed to wielding their weapons, they were assigned to the rear of the defensive phalanx in a remarkably short time. The size of their battalion had swollen, and although their combat effectiveness had not significantly increased, the addition of several thousand men bolstered Jack's confidence considerably. Provided he commanded effectively, the casualties among his soldiers should be minimal. The thunderous clatter of hooves and the piercing roars emitted by the wraiths heightened the vigilance of the Aragonians. Especially for the new recruits like Arlen, the beads of sweat and their trembling bodies conveyed to Jack that the situation was far from the optimistic scenario he had envisioned. As the shadows gradually receded, the Aragonians finally beheld the hidden invaders. The relentless din struck with a crushing weight reminiscent of a landslide, assaulting the untested souls of the recruits. Under such overwhelming pressure, even the most resolute of new warriors turned pale, trembling in fear. "Swordsmen, hold the formation steady. Priests, commence." With the commanding voice of Jack, the highest authority in the camp, Solemn chants resonated through the air, imbued with a mysterious power that gradually quelled the trembling hearts of Arlen and his companions. In its place arose a fierce courage, an inexhaustible strength. "This is the song of the brave," whispered Artie, recalling his father's tales of the march as he leaned closer to Arlen. Arlen nodded, tightening his grip around the great sword he had only recently acquired. Feeling it grow lighter, perhaps it was the influence of the song of the brave. He then discreetly turned back to glance at the dozens of mysterious figures clad in scarlet robes and the red-blue patterned garments. Murmuring, "Those must be the formidable priests." With this thought, Arlen felt a surge of confidence regarding the upcoming battle. With so many legendary sorcerers behind them, victory seemed assured. Gradually, the defensive formation began to transform under the priest's chants. Much to the astonishment of the new recruits, vibrant orange-red columns of energy swirled around each soldier, as if they were tangible entities. Arlen was awestruck, while Artie was exhilarated. Ultimately, every soldier became fearless. At the mere command of their leader, they would charge headlong into the fray against foes far more formidable than themselves. Chapter 10. Iron beasts. As the chanting crescendoed, a cacophony erupted at the forefront of the defensive formation. Thousands of swordsmen drove their long swords into the earth, then grasped the massive spears at their sides, swiftly forming a formidable wall of sharpened steel that radiated an icy chill. Observing the scene, Arlen felt an unwavering conviction. Should the Slovakians dare to breach their defenses, their demise was inevitable. As the chilling spear wall enveloped the formation in an aura of death, the Slovakian cavalry drew ever nearer. The furious steeds, like dragons, bore knights clad in steel armor who brandished massive swords, stirring clouds of dust as they advanced, transforming into a ravenous beast of bloodlust, roaring thunderously as they bore down upon Arlen and his comrades. Jack, having clashed with the Slovakians countless times, instantly recognized the armored figure leading the charge. It was the elite Black Rose cavalry. "Damn it, why would the Black Roses choose to assault my battalion?" Jack exclaimed, bewildered. His aide and the priest behind him also noted the peculiarity of the advancing forces. Ordinarily, the Black Rose cavalry seldom engaged with the private armies of lords, especially against a mere battalion that could not compare in quality or scale to the regular armies of the empires. Fortunately, aside from the distant wraiths, the attacking cavalry did not seem sufficient to pose a lethal threat to Jack's newly expanded battalion. "Sir, it appears they are unaware that our battalion has now reached a legion-level strength," the aide swiftly whispered into Jack's ear. "Indeed." Jack nodded, though his expression remained devoid of relief. After all, these foes possessed an average level of mid-tier warriors. The strength within the continent was classified into 4 tiers: low, mid, high, and gold, with each tier further subdivided into 3 levels. Beyond the gold level lay the legendary sanctum, known only to a select few. Just as the Black Knights closed to within 200 meters of the formation, about to make contact, a rapid incantation erupted from within their ranks, enveloping the concealed knights in a tempestuous aura of bloodlust. The recently dissipated dread surged anew in the hearts of the soldiers, even causing seasoned veterans to display signs of panic. They tightened their grips on their weapons, while the cavalry tightened their reins, their steeds restless and stamping. Battling the rising tide of fear, Arlen and his companions could only cling tightly to one another, hoping that even if the formation were to break, they could remain together. This simple wisdom, gleaned from previous brawls, was not lost on the untested Arlen. A lone hero could not prevail against a horde of foes. Naturally, he had always considered himself a hero. The Black Rose cavalry, numbering just over 2,000, was led by the commander of the 2nd Battalion, Guden. "Commander, our intelligence was incorrect. The enemy does not resemble a private battalion," Guden informed an accompanying officer. His gaze fixed on the frigid sea of spears ahead. With an expression devoid of emotion, Guden commanded, "Raise the spears." A resounding clang echoed as massive spears, each 5 meters long, were swiftly hoisted in unison. In the setting sun, the menacing spears seemed to sprout the sharpest fangs of this ferocious iron beast. With a fierce swing, Guden's great sword descended from the void, pointing directly at the formidable defensive formation. As he bellowed, "Kill! Kill!" the Black Roses echoed their commander's command, their voices infused with an inexplicable exhilaration, their eyes glimmering with a faint crimson hue. Ignoring the imposing forest of icy spears, the steel beast charged forward relentlessly. With unwavering focus on the rapidly approaching enemy, Jack's eyes flashed with cold determination. He raised his great sword and pointed it forward, shouting, "Fire!" At his command, the knight beside him waved a signal flag, and over 1,000 archers drew their bows, knocked their arrows, pulled back their strings, and released in a fluid motion as smooth as flowing water. Thwack, whoosh! The sound of bowstrings and the whistling of arrows filled the air as thousands of arrows coalesced into a dark cloud, tracing perfect arcs as they hurtled towards the enemy below. In the blink of an eye, the ominous deluge of arrows descended upon the Black Rose Knights, striking down one after another. The ground echoed with the cries of the fallen. Widen, at the forefront of the charge, witnessed his knights being unseated, a surge of bloodlust igniting in his cold, merciless eyes. A thick, purplish-red aura erupted from the seams of his armor as he roared, "Kill!" Under his leadership, over 100 elite knights gathered around him, channeling their volatile energy. The swirling hues of violet and crimson enveloped the entire charge line in an instant. The frenzied pounding of iron hooves mercilessly trampled the earth, even crushing the bodies of cavalrymen who had been shot down from their mounts. The deafening sounds of battle cries drove them to madly wave their long swords and hold firm against colossal pikes. It was as if they were being manipulated by some bizarre force, lunging towards the nearby Aragonians. A vast aura of fighting spirit dissipated significantly under the relentless barrage of arrows. Yet, the heavy and rich atmosphere of fighting spirit remained potent. While the spaces with weaker fighting spirit were easily shattered by arrows infused with it, some arrows, undeterred, continued to ruthlessly plunge into the knights. Even clad in armor, black knights occasionally fell victim to arrows that found their way through the gaps. Suffering fatal injuries one after another, anguished cries echoed as individuals collapsed. However, this was the extent of what Alan and his comrades could achieve. Several rounds of arrows had resulted in the casualties of over 100 Black Rose Knights, merely slightly diminishing their momentum and speed. Amidst the chaos, Widen, the relentless warrior, surged forward, leaping fiercely into the sea of glinting spearheads. Crack, the continuous, muffled sounds of flesh being pierced, the clashing of metal, and the sharp cries of agony intertwined in a cacophony. The sea of spears stood like a forest. Although the spear tips were sufficiently hard and sharp, they could only rely on the unmatched force of the enemy to penetrate the lower-tier knights with frail fighting spirit. In stark contrast, the elite mid-tier knights surrounding Widen remained unscathed. Under Widen's unyielding swings of his colossal sword, over 100 swordsmen wielding large shields and swords appeared as mere puppets before this tempestuous figure. Except for a handful of mid-tier swordsmen, most soldiers succumbed to a single encounter with him. "Preparatory troops advance," the lieutenant shouted. Alan and the newly conscripted soldiers swiftly jogged forward in formation at the command of their superiors. Simultaneously, under the continuous chanting of the priests, various supportive enhancement spells, radiating with the attributes of war gods, were bestowed upon the Aragonians. Under the magical augmentation, Alan felt invigorated, confident that he could now handle even Mr. Hakim's ferocious dog. The initially unstoppable Black Knights, slicing through their foes like butter, found their advance noticeably hindered by the arrival of the 2,000 preparatory troops. Newly conscripted soldiers like Alan, the officers' whistles and shouts reverberated. Waves of preparatory troops rushed into the fray. It could be said that while a group of Black Knights dispatched hundreds of swordsmen, nearly another 100 Aragonians immediately filled the newly opened gaps. Despite many new recruits lacking armor and weapons due to time constraints or other reasons, at the very least, each was armed with a long spear. In their dense formation, the overwhelming numbers, although at a disadvantage, made it difficult for the Black Rose Knights to unleash their full potential in such confined quarters. Archers, fire indiscriminately. Jack, witnessing the fierce Black Knights, gritted his teeth and issued the command vehemently. "My lord," the lieutenant exclaimed urgently, "attack." "They are not ordinary Slovenians. They are the Black Rose Knights," Jack shouted back. "But, understood." The lieutenant hesitated but ultimately obeyed Jack's command. Whoosh, whoosh, hiss. Powerful bows and crossbows unleashed a rain of arrows, causing the initially sparse Black Knights to rapidly fall under the indiscriminate fire at such close range. However, It was the preparatory troops who suffered even more casualties, as they were devoid of sturdy armor and any protective fighting spirit. Damn it, that bastard will pay when I return, this cursed intellitrap? How could a single detachment be of such scale? Nevertheless, even an ambush cannot impede the march of the Guden knights. Guden spat in disdain. The lamenting cries and the pungent scent of blood ignited Guden's ferocity, driving him to strike with even greater ruthlessness. His gleaming silver sword conjured surreal afterimages and piercing sounds as it sliced through the air. Where his hooves trod, a tempest of blood and carnage followed. Leaving scattered limbs in his wake die in the blink of an eye, he, along with the elite knights following closely behind, surged ahead, breaking free from the main force and plunging into the vast sea of corpses and blood. Charging towards Jack's position, noticing the sentry guards, and due to his imposing stature, Attai was appointed as the squad leader by Jack. Thus, Alan and Gibson naturally found themselves in the same squad as Attai. At this moment, under the command of a sergeant of higher rank, their squad followed closely behind dozens of other squads, preparing to fill the gaps left by those who had been annihilated. You two stay behind me. And remember not to get lost. Attai, endowed with great strength and trained since childhood by his father, admonished his two friends loudly. Alan and young Gibson remained silent, but both vigorously nodded in understanding. Chapter 11. The Baptism of War. Although the new recruits were lacking in combat effectiveness and equipment, the blessings of the war priests elevated their overall combat capabilities considerably, particularly under such massive numbers. They were not an insignificant force that could be ignored by the mere 2,000 Black Knights. Killing the war priests, devoid of the war aura's enhancement, they could potentially annihilate this legion, which was far beyond the intelligence reports. Guden, as the captain, naturally understood this principle. His sword pointed towards a group of 30 to 40 priests, shielded by thousands of Aragonians. With this evident target in sight, Guden's killing intent surged, and his fighting spirit rapidly circulated, infusing his sword's edge. The sword emitted a series of soft purple sword auras, slicing through the Aragonians like straw, cleaving their bodies in half. Sensing Guden's violent aura, the nearby Black Knights also felt their fighting spirit swell, uniting to take down the chanting priests ahead. The battle had already been underway for some time, although it was not yet their squad's turn to join the fray. The visceral experience of slaughter left Alan and his companions, still clinging to their civilian mentality, utterly stunned. Dismembered bodies, a rain of blood, and the cacophony of anguished wails permeated the air, assaulting the very depths of their souls. Gradually, slowly, as farmers ceased to be mere farmers, cowards shed their timidity, and even the sheep began to rage. Under the sergeant's command, Alan and his comrades were dispatched to protect the priests, no longer in a rear position. They were now set to confront the most perilous enemies. Though young Gibson was under the magical protection of the war priests, his innate nature suppressed the augmentation amidst such a brutal scene. Any companion standing beside him would be astonished to see that his trousers had become wet, the pungent aroma of urine mingling perfectly with the acrid scent of blood, inducing nausea. "Are you afraid?" Alan inquired of Attai, noticing Gibson's condition. "Afraid," Attai replied without a hint of embarrassment, "but I will never retreat." "Well, your uncle would be proud to have a son like you." Alan forced a calm demeanor, patting his friend's broad shoulder. "Thank you. I will also be proud to have known a brother like you, even if I die." The two exchanged glances, and in that instant, fear, trepidation, and unease evaporated, replaced by a surge of courage, strength, and loyalty bestowed upon them by the magic. Guden's group of knights drew closer. If they did not take action soon, the priest would surely suffer dire consequences. Jack entrusted command of the battalion to his lieutenant, fiercely spurring his horse and charging towards the advancing Guden. Nearly 1,000 low-tier knights surged forward in Jack's wake. Jack's battalion fell under the banner of Duke Paul, the Lord's private army. Typically, the backbone of such private forces consisted of low-tier knights ranging from levels 1 to 3. By the time knights reached mid-tier status, levels 4 to 6, they could serve as mid-level officers within the Lord's private army. Only mid-tier warriors qualified to harness and unleash fighting spirit. This qualification required either obtaining the right to wield fighting spirit from a military instructor or possessing sufficient strength and intellect to access and utilize fighting spirit upon reaching mid-tier status. Following closely behind Jack were about 50 mid-tier knights, their fighting spirit and magical enhancements igniting a dazzling array of colors as they boldly met the approaching crimson mass of fighting spirit. Nearly 1,000 knights surged forth, including a notable number of mid-tier knights, causing Widen, who was in the midst of a killing spree, to suddenly pause. However, he quickly regained his composure, as he observed that while those mid-tier knights possessed decent fighting spirit, their killing intent seemed notably weak, suggesting they had not experienced much bloodshed in battle. "Ha ha! Just a bunch of infants still sucking their thumbs, soldiers kill," Widen bellowed with wild abandon. Widen, with unstoppable momentum, approached within 100 meters of the priestly group. A flash of pale lightning, imbued with a chilling killing intent, shot towards him like a comet. Realizing he was under attack, Widen, in the midst of the fray, swiftly twisted his body without looking back, his massive sword swiftly recoiling. The fighting spirit surging from the blade erupted with a clang, deflecting the lightning-fast strike aimed at him. Yet, the assault was not over. A figure leaped down from the brilliance of the fighting spirit and sword light, descending like thunder, as Jack wielded his silver sword, infused with surging fighting spirit, aimed directly at Widen's head. The sword's edge threatened to pierce his very being. Alan and his companions, trailing closely behind the valiant knight, could not suppress their exhilaration. If the esteemed Lord Jack could cleave the formidable Black Knight from his steed with a single stroke, this battle would swiftly reach its conclusion. Consequently, even the initially trembling Gibson, emboldened by the fervor of his comrades, surged forward fearlessly, determined to vanquish Widen at all costs. Indeed, Widen, who had ascended to the rank of commander of the 2nd Battalion of the Black Rose Knights, was no mere figure of renown. He demonstrated his prowess to the Aragonian forces. In the fleeting moment when Jack's blade pierced through the aura of energy, Widen unleashed his most potent force. The 7th level energy enveloped the space within a radius of 4 to 5 meters around him entirely. Jack's sword met an abrupt halt. Seemingly unable to advance further, with a fierce cry, he unleashed his own 6th level mid-tier energy, which surged forth with a hint of ferocity, cascading along the blade. Humph! Daring to flaunt 6th level energy? Widen, now a high-tier warrior, regarded Jack's mid-tier power with palpable disdain. With a cunning flourish, he inverted his palm, causing his radiant sword to gleam brilliantly, emanating waves of violet light. The two contrasting energies, both infused with a primal fury, collided with a thunderous roar. Jack, from his elevated position, struck downwards, while Widen faced attacks from several mid-tier knights on either side, leaving him momentarily vulnerable as his protective energy wavered. The hooves of his warhorse softened under the recoil, and though his grip was compromised, he managed to fend off the onslaught from the surrounding warriors. Just as he prepared to mount a counterattack to assist his elite followers nearby, a long spear unexpectedly pierced in from the side. With a dull thud, Widen involuntarily coughed forth blood. The assailants were none other than the newly joined Alan and the courageous Gibson. Upon their arrival, they had witnessed Widen besieged by dozens of their own, struggling to defend himself. This presented an opportune moment for their ambush. However, apprehensive about their own strength, the duo seized a massive spear intended for blocking cavalry and thrust it with all their might into an area where Widen's energy appeared significantly diluted. To their astonishment, their endeavor succeeded. What an opportunity! Jack, having just dismounted, suddenly observed that Widen, who had previously remained unflustered under their combined assault, was now vulnerable to the spear thrust that had pierced through his weakened protective energy. He shouted urgently. The remaining high-tier knights, recognizing the moment as prime for incapacitating the formidable Widen, rallied with a unified cry, charging forth with their swords drawn. Sensing the peril, the Black Knights swiftly shouted commands, rushing to their commander Widen's aid. However, the Aragonian knights and reserve troops arrived just in time to intercept the Black Knights attempting to rescue their leader. Realizing the fleeting nature of this opportunity, Jack understood the need for decisive action. Though he had been momentarily shaken by Widen's superior energy, he could not afford to hesitate. Rallying a few equally dazed comrades, he charged forward, with a resounding clash. Jack's sword severed Widen's massive blade, the momentum carrying the crimson-wreathed blade down towards Widen's head. The face of impending doom, Widen, having ascended to 7th level power through countless brushes with death, remained composed. He quickly dropped low onto his steed, channeling his remaining energy through the severed sword, thrusting it towards the greatest threat, Jack. With no means to evade, Gudin resolved for a mutual destruction, though Jack's energy was one tier below Gudin's. He too had faced his share of life-and-death battles, and would not yield easily. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes as he swung his sword down with unyielding force. With a shrill, piercing clang that echoed across the battlefield, Jack was propelled backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing ineffectively into the blood-soaked grass. Almost simultaneously, Gudin was beset by several swords wielded by mid-tier knights. Their energies clashing violently. Ultimately, the dispersed force Jack had directed towards Gudin left him exposed, and despite the reinforced magical armor he wore, it could not withstand the relentless onslaught from 7 or 8 determined mid-tier knights. The armor shattered under the sustained assault, and as Gudin felt the searing pain of multiple blades piercing him, he unleashed a ferocious counterattack. His 7th-level purple-red energy, propelled by an overwhelming killing intent, erupted forth like a stellar explosion. Countless beams of energy shot out in chaotic trajectories, indiscriminately engulfing friend and foe alike. Even the mid-tier knights, who had maximized their own energies, struggled to withstand the backlash of Gudin's frenzied retaliation. The ensuing cacophony of destruction claimed the lives of several mid-tier knights, while nearby warriors without protective energy succumbed to the devastating force, their bodies strewn across the battlefield. The 3 young assailants, having executed their ambush successfully, retreated back to the main force, joining the chaos of battle with other Black Knights. Witnessed by many Aragonian soldiers, their audacious act of ambushing the fearsome knight earned them praise and admiration, even from a few nobles who regarded these commoners with newfound respect. "Ha ha! Look, comrades, that massive bear of a man is finished." Gibson, shielded by Alan and the brave Atticus, had spent most of his time observing when Gudin would finally fall. And now, his spirits soared. The battle's tide had subtly shifted. The Knights of the Black Rose were momentarily stunned, uncertain of their next move, whether to press forward in their onslaught or retreat to preserve their strength. In their brief moment of confusion, the Aragonian forces, led by their officers, seized the opportunity to eliminate several knights caught off guard. The Black Rose Knights, renowned as one of the elite legions of the Slovak Empire, quickly regained their composure. Under the influence of the bloodthirsty enchantment, their eyes gleamed red as they faced the incoming blades without flinching, channeling their energies to the utmost in a bid for mutual destruction. Though this momentarily inflicted significant damage upon the Aragonian forces, as time passed, reinforcements continued to flood into the fray, and the bloodthirsty enchantment bestowed upon the knights began to wane, its side effects becoming increasingly pronounced. This infernal magic, originally a spell for the undead of the Forgotten Continent, had no adverse effects on the undead. However, due to the Slovakians' betrayal of the gods in favor of demons, they were cursed. In contrast, the war priest's magical enhancements, though not as potent as the bloodthirsty enchantment, bore no side effects, keeping the minds of those empowered fully alert and providing additional benefits such as courage, loyalty, and endurance. Experienced veterans urged the new recruits to withdraw swiftly from the chaos, and with the priests providing special support, the Aragonian mages finally entered the fray, unleashing a torrent of colorful spells upon the Black Rose Knights. Chaos erupted, with cries of despair ringing out. Within a brief period, over 1,000 mid-tier Black Knights lay slain, while the remaining survivors, upon hearing the piercing cries from the distance, turned and fled. The retreating forces of the Black Knights found themselves encircled. Attempting to carve a path to safety proved a daunting task. In stark contrast, the Aragonian morale soared. Even those unblessed by war's enchantments charged forward, wielding their weapons with fervor against the heavily armored knights. Just as this advantage seemed to turn the tide, jubilant cheers erupted from the Aragonian ranks as the dust clouded the air, heralding the arrival of reinforcements from nearby garrisons. With their leader slain and the Aragonian reinforcements arriving, the remaining Black Knights, devoid of fighting spirit, succumbed to the overwhelming tide of Aragonian pikes and swords in the aftermath of the battle. As the Allied forces conducted their grim tally, the deputy commander of the 3rd Battalion could not suppress his despair. His expression was more forlorn than a withered eggplant. As for Jack, he lay pale and breathless, clearly beyond the brink of survival after enduring Gudin's desperate final strike. Were it not for Gudin's divine intervention, which deflected other assaults and consequently diminished the force of the attack directed at Jack, Coupled with the blessings and healing from several war priests and mages, he would have likely perished on the spot, unable to endure until now. Though this battle claimed the lives of over 1,000 mid-tier Black Rose Knights, our own casualties far exceeded those of the enemy by nearly tenfold. While most of the losses were among low-tier knights or reserve warriors devoid of fighting spirit, the fatalities among mid-tier swordsmen and knights also reached into the hundreds. It is essential to understand that mid-tier warriors constitute the core combat strength of the 3rd Brigade, and to witness nearly half of them fall in such a brief moment is nothing short of alarming for the face of the deputy commander. Throughout the Empire, lords generally maintain their own private armies. As long as their numbers do not surpass the implicit limit set by the Empire, they typically face no repercussions. Due to the unique nature and structure of private armies, competition among the various legions and even within the divisions of a single legion is exceedingly intricate and fierce. Since these private forces are financed by the lords themselves, not every armed contingent receives the nurturing akin to that of a mother. The strength of a private army is contingent not only upon the leader's relationships with the lord or key officials close to the lord, but also significantly influenced by the leader's own prowess. The more formidable the leader, the greater the number of elite warriors willing to serve under them. Conversely, a weaker leader attracts fewer. At present, Captain Jack is utterly exhausted, and the newly expanded brigade has yet to elevate its average strength. With nearly half of the mid-tier warriors fallen, it is likely that his standing within the Legion may not even rank as moderate in the future. In the evening, illuminated by the mage's light projectiles and under the blessings of the priests, Jack's lifeless body was adorned with armor and flowers, gently placed upon a wooden raft floating on the river. The densely packed soldiers along the bank silently observed this solemn occasion, each offering prayers and blessings for their esteemed commander, beseeching that Jack's spirit may find peace and be undisturbed. Stars that shine in the night sky, great and noble Lord of War, please guide your devoted followers to the shores of glory. Jack will, a faithful servant of my Lord. May the fragrance of blood lead you to your resting place. Amen. The priest intoned ancient scriptures for Jack's funeral. Amen. The mourners echoed softly after the priest's words fell silent. Chapter 12. Promotion. As dawn broke, the eastern sky revealed a gentle lavender hue alongside a pearly white. Subsequently, the rosy colors of dawn and the myriad wonders of the sky fully materialized. With the once dark wild grasses and reeds now exhibiting a vibrant green glow, the priest proclaimed that this was the call of the warrior's spirit summoned by the Lord, and thus glory illuminated the land of the Empire. Life and death had long lost their significance for the veterans. For those driven by selfish desires, the deaths of others were but trifles, and for the majority of ordinary soldiers like Alan, death served as a trial through which they endured the crucible of war, their souls purified. Meanwhile, the adjutant who had accompanied Jack through countless battles felt an overwhelming sadness and anxiety weighing heavily upon his heart after a restless night. When Jack was alive, the adjutant was resourceful, often coming up with brilliant ideas. Now, with Jack gone, he felt a sudden loss of direction, unable to grasp the broader strokes of many matters. Should the Slovenians return? The meager forces at his disposal would be utterly inadequate for self-defense, especially now that the enemy was aware of his brigade's true strength. One pressing concern for the adjutant was whether, despite having repelled the Black Rose Knights, the Legion commander or other provincial dignitaries would readily forgive him for the considerable losses incurred. After all, one must act in their own interest, even if the situation were not dire. It was prudent to leave oneself an escape route. Under the vast expanse of dawn's glow, the 3rd Brigade's encampment appeared as though draped in a magnificent holy robe. Following the trials of the previous day, the entire encampment emitted a faint chill of foreboding. Alan, having grown noticeably quieter compared to earlier, appeared less lively yet possessed an air of steadiness and confidence. To outsiders, his serious demeanor suggested he was mourning the loss of his comrade and commander. Jack. At that moment, Ath and Gibson approached him, one in front of the other. Ath patted his shoulder, offering comfort. Buddy, don't dwell on it too much. Alan remained silent, his true feelings concealed. Hey, buddy, my dear Alan, do you know who that person was whom we 3 managed to wound yesterday? Gibson, in stark contrast to Alan's demeanor, was brimming with excitement. The Creator's whims never ceased to astonish. Ath, having heard this, also grew somewhat animated but ultimately restrained himself, aware that such moments were best left for Gibson. Who relished them most? Alan lifted his head, softly inquiring, "Who was it?" They seemed quite formidable. Reflecting on yesterday's battle, all three felt a shiver run down their spines. However, the ever-enthusiastic Gibson, barely able to contain his exhilaration, exclaimed in a hushed yet fervent tone, "Let me tell you, that person is Guden Gessel." Guden Gessel? Alan murmured the name softly. Indeed, Buddy, moreover, he is one of the commanders of the Black Rose Legion of the Dark Empire. He is a level 7 high-tier knight. Upon delivering the crucial information, Gibson gazed at Alan with eyes filled with hopeful anticipation for the future. Upon hearing this, Alan gasped, then turned to Aeth, who nodded in affirmation, confirming Gibson's words. Good heavens, a high-tier knight and a commander of a brigade had been wounded by 3 nameless novices. The excitement coursing through him gradually subsided, and he soon understood why little Gibson was so animated. As even Aeth could hardly contain his own exhilaration. Indeed, this was an electrifying occurrence. Suddenly, a booming voice resonated from behind. "Which one of you is Aeth, the squad leader of Team 7? The commanding voice captured the attention of dozens of new recruits nearby, prompting Aeth to step forward quickly, replying, "That would be me, sir." The newcomer seemed particularly interested in Aeth, surveying him up and down before nodding with a smile. Quite a fine young man. Also, Alan Everson and Gibson. The new brigade commander wishes to summon you. Yes, sir. The 3, flustered, saluted in unison, responding loudly. "Hey, did you hear that? The new brigade commander wants to see us. It must be about that matter," Gibson whispered excitedly. The other 2 exchanged amused glances, while Alan mused inwardly. It seems that this timid one has indeed struck gold this time. After passing through several guarded checkpoints, the trio approached the adjutant, Brooks, who had taken over Jack's position as brigade commander. Being the eldest and relatively more mature among them, Alan cautiously stepped forward, saluting, "Reporting, sir. Alan of Team 7 is here." Aeth and Gibson, also coming to their senses, promptly chimed in, "Aeth and Gibson report to you." Brooks scrutinized these 3 youngsters, perplexed. Although Aeth appeared robust, he, like the other 2, was merely 16 or 17 years old, having only just reached adulthood according to the Empire's regulations. Having reviewed their profiles, Brooks knew that these 3 were just ordinary free citizens like most other soldiers. How could they possibly have the gall to attack the formidable Guden? Moreover, it was utterly baffling that they had succeeded in their ambush. While his beloved Jack had to join forces with other soldiers to achieve such a feat, irritated, Brooks shook his head and said, "Well, you are all commendable young men. You have accomplished remarkable deeds in defending the honor of the 3rd Brigade. Therefore, I have decided to promote you. What do you think?" Thank you. Thank you for the promotion, sir. The glory of the Empire will forever shine." The 3 exclaimed in unison, overwhelmed with joy. "The appointment letters will be issued to you by Smith." Brooks glanced at his newly appointed adjutant before continuing, "You've been here for some time now. Do you have anything to say about the current situation within the brigade?" Although the newly promoted trio was still uncertain about their future roles, they viewed this as a moment of pride, envisioning the accolades they would receive upon their return home. Upon hearing Brooks' kind inquiry, Alan was the first to respond, his face alight with a smile. "Sir, many of the reserve soldiers are severely lacking in weapons and armor, while training can be substituted with wooden sticks when it comes to combat." Alan's voice trailed off as he noticed that the once warm and amiable expression on the commander's face was growing increasingly grim, clearly indicating that he had misspoken. "Nonsense. How could we possibly lack such supplies? Our esteemed Duke recently ordered that we prioritize the needs of the 3rd Brigade." Brooks thundered, his voice filled with ire. But sir." Just as Alan was about to clarify the matter, Brooks's aide, Smith, interjected with a smile, saying, "Commander, a new batch of equipment has just arrived at the station, but due to the overwhelming number of personnel in our battalion, some soldiers have unfortunately not received their gear." "Oh, yes, indeed. Smith, I remember now. That is indeed the case." Brooks scratched his head, appearing somewhat forgetful, and then turned to Alan with a smile, saying, "So, you must be Alan Iverson, right? Relax, young man, do not worry. The weapons and armor will soon be distributed to you, I assure you. All the supplies you require will be provided, and promptly." Itai and Gibson nodded in a dazed agreement, signaling their understanding. Meanwhile, Alan's heart raced anxiously, pondering, why does this sound like I have no assurance? It feels entirely different from the respect I once had for Lord Jack. However, he dared not voice his thoughts and quickly responded, yes. Sir. Brooks continued to smile as he said, well, there are several estates and towns nearby, so our food supply should not be an issue. Now, you three may withdraw. Remember to train hard, so when you are armed, you can take down more scoundrels on the battlefield. Understand? Understood. The three responded in unison, turning to exit the tent. Ouch. Just as they reached the entrance, before Gibson could pull aside the curtain, he was suddenly knocked back by a massive figure. The white mass that collided with Gibson stumbled, sitting down on the ground, struggling to rise with the assistance of several guards. A.S. Allen helped the plump Gibson back to his feet alongside Itai. He cast his gaze toward the newcomer. He saw that the massive figure was a middle-aged man of around 40, whose corpulence surpassed even the largest pig he had encountered in Salzburg. Explaining why the somewhat hefty Gibson was knocked over, the respectful demeanor of the guards assisting him indicated that this great pig held a high status. Damn it, which blind fool crashed into me? The middle-aged man cursed. Gibson looked helplessly at Allen and the others, ultimately directing a plea for help toward Brooks. Chapter 13. The innocent free man. Surprisingly, upon hearing the curse, Brooks displayed no anger. Instead, his eyes brightened as he quickly stood to greet the middle-aged man with warmth, exclaiming, esteemed Governor Barn, have you brought good news for me this time? Ha ha. Barn forcefully shook off the guards who were hurriedly trying to tidy his somewhat disheveled attire, panting as he adjusted his unruly hair and hat. Firmly grasping Brooks's wrist with an expression of someone who has endured numerous hardships, saying, my dear Lord Brooks, you must treat me to a hearty dinner of roasted lamb from Osebia tonight. Do you know how treacherous the road from Oak Tree Castle to Osebia is? Yet, for the sake of ensuring you feel the Duke's concern and care for you, I have toiled to deliver the urgent supplies you require. Upon hearing this, Brooks's smile grew even more amiable as he promptly replied, of course, my dear Governor, you must be exhausted from your journey. Recently, a nearby estate sent a few barrels of wine. It is quite the delicacy. Would you care to indulge in a few sips? Although it cannot compare to the fine wines you are accustomed to, it possesses a unique flavor in this remote land of Osebia. Then I shall graciously accept. Ha ha. Barnes' displeasure began to dissipate slightly at that moment. By the way, I wonder how much supply the Duke has sent for us this time. Brooks rubbed his hands together. His eyes filled with anticipation. Barnes straightened his posture and raised a finger, stating, 3,000 swords and shields, 1,000 spears, 1,000 sets of light leather armor, and 500 sets of medium leather armor. Additionally, there are some bows and arrows. That should be about it. My lord, did I hear you correctly? We have summoned 30,000 soldiers this time, Brooks exclaimed, stunned. Even with the losses of over 10,000 from yesterday's battle, this supply was still far from sufficient. Barnes' mustache twitched slightly as he sighed. Alas, you should be aware that our province has recruited over 400,000 soldiers, this time. All armies are in dire need of supplies, and many of the materials for forging equipment, even weapons and armor, were purchased at exorbitant prices from other noble lords. It is infuriating that a mere ordinary heavy sword costs 100 denarii. You surely know that is triple the usual price, those shameless scoundrels. Thus, dear sir, the Duke's provision of these supplies for your battalion in such a short time is already a significant gesture of goodwill. You should understand the Duke's predicament. Just as Brooks was about to subtly request Barn to speak favorably on their behalf to the Duke, Barn eagerly interrupted, oh, by the way, where is Lord Jack? Oh, right, he must be at the training ground whipping those new recruits into shape. May the Lord bless him. He is truly the backbone of the Empire. Upon hearing Barn mention his long-serving commander, Brooks's expression turned sorrowful. If given the choice, he would rather take his commander's place in death than assume his position. What is the matter? Barn, who had been attending to trivial matters by the Duke's side, quickly noticed Brooks's unusual demeanor. My lord, he fell heroically in yesterday's defense against the Slovenian surprise attack. However, he managed to slay a captain of the Black Rose Knights, a 7th-tier high-ranking knight, Brooks replied hoarsely. Upon learning of Jack's death, Barn gasped. Recalling the sorrowful and grim atmosphere that filled the station upon his arrival, it all made sense now. Damn Slovenians. Well, my lord, do not be too distressed. We must face the upcoming battles with resolve. Wouldn't you agree? Barn offered consolation to Brooks, though to Brooks, this rotund man seemed utterly unyielding. Governor, although we repelled the Black Rose Legion's attack and eliminated over 1,000 mid-tier knights, we also suffered significant losses of around 10,000 men. I wonder if the Duke will hold us accountable for this. Brooks openly expressed his concerns, gauging Barnes' reaction. This is indeed a matter that will trouble the Duke, but you have taught the Slovenians a harsh lesson. They are still the Black Rose Knights. The Duke should understand your situation, of course. I will do my utmost to speak highly of you before the Duke. Ha ha. Barn glanced back at Alan and the others standing behind, then leaned closer to Brooks, whispering, in truth, those newly recruited soldiers can take down those feeble Slovenians with wooden sticks and sharpened spears. Sacrificing a few recruits for a knight is quite a bargain. Moreover, Lord Ingalls has stated that the province's financial situation is sufficient for us to afford a substantial amount of compensation. Although Barnes spoke in a lowered voice, the tent was not large enough to completely muffle their conversation. And thus Alan caught a few snippets of their words. Sweat beads trickled down Brooks's forehead as his gaze turned serious, swiftly scanning the soldiers in front of him before suddenly smiling at the innocent-looking Alan and the others. Saying, then, Governor, I suggest we prioritize distributing this supply of equipment to the new recruits from Salzburg. What do you think? You are doing splendidly, my lord. The warriors from the Salzburg Mountains are renowned for their achievements in several battles. They are indeed a commendable lot. Barn readily agreed. Showering praise. Barnes' commendation illuminated the faces of Alan and his comrades, who had seen little of the world. Even the usually timid Gibson straightened his back, swelling with pride. After all, Itai's father, Uncle Maine, was a respected veteran in the Brooklyn district, known for having taken countless enemy heads. Hey, what do you three think? Brooks smiled. Thank you, my lord. We, the Salzburg people, will not disappoint you. Alan exclaimed with fervor in unison. Very well, then you may leave. Your appointments will be issued shortly. Brooks glanced at Barn with satisfaction before waving his hand. Yes. The three saluted in unison before striding away. Once outside the tent, Gibson exclaimed excitedly, Hey, guys, our rise to prominence begins now. Yes, from now on, we must bravely slay the enemy, taking down more Slovenians. Who knows, one day I might become a captain myself. Perhaps I could even receive a noble title from His Majesty, Itai replied. His face filled with anticipation. Only Alan remained silent. Although he was just as excited as the other two, the vague words he had overheard in the tent raised a flicker of doubt about the impending battle. However, the code of conduct for the Aragon warriors prevented him from indulging in further speculation. Hey, young man, wait a moment. Oh, for heaven's sake, this dreadful weather is unbearably hot. Unexpectedly, Barn emerged from the tent, his bulk swaying as he moved, as if it might come undone at any moment. Oh, my lord, what a robust young fellow you are, Barn remarked, giving a few appreciative pats on Atai's muscular chest before continuing. You didn't hear anything just now? Did you? That was important military intelligence, and you must remember not to disclose it. If those despicable scoundrels were to learn of it, we would be in grave danger, understand? Atai and Gibson were utterly bewildered, while a surge of pride and trust washed over Alan at being regarded by a nobleman. The earlier doubt vanished, and he puffed out his chest, responding loudly, Understood, my lord. Rest assured, even if I perish in battle, I shall not divulge a word. Well said. That is the spirit of an Aragon soldier. At some point, Brooks had also stepped out, commending him. Sir, may I now select a longsword? Alan timidly broached this request, knowing Atai had long desired a sword of his own. Of course, soldier. Oh no, I should now address you as squad leader. Haha, you absolutely have the right to prioritize your weapon selection over the other soldiers. Smith, Brooks called out. Yes, sir, the aide swiftly replied, rushing out from the tent. Smith, you damned rascal, what have you been dawdling about inside? Quickly, take them to select their weapons and armor. Remember, the young man from Salz must be equipped with the finest gear. Understood? We cannot allow these valiant warriors to face the Slovenians empty-handed. Do you comprehend? Brooks admonished. Understood, sir, Smith replied, hastily adjusting his sword. And you, go distribute the armaments immediately. Get those well-fed rascals trained. Damn it, I don't want to support a bunch of idle maggots. This is a time of war, and any slacker can expect severe consequences. The aide nodded and led Alan and the others to the armory. As they watched the four disappear into the distance. Barn, the Duke's trusted steward, chuckled. Aha, the lads from the mountains are truly easy to manage. Hearing this, Brooks shrugged helplessly and sighed. Alas, there is nothing we can do. If only your excellency could provide us with more mages or priests for our contingent. It might alleviate the dire shortage of equipment. Oh dear, please don't put me in a difficult position. This supply was allocated from the tight provisions due to the late Lord Jack's unwavering loyalty to the Duke. Sigh. Brooks knew it would be challenging to extract more supplies from Barn at this point and couldn't help but let out a heavy breath. Chapter 14. Defeat in battle in a matter of half a day, the Saul's people, under Alan's guidance, had received some necessary war supplies. With this equipment, the new recruits displayed significantly more vigor during training than they had previously, and even some nobles disregarded the mud beneath them, training just as earnestly as the other soldiers. Alan, given the current scarcity of equipment, do you think we can win this battle? Gibson, having discerned the situation from Alan's words and the equipment status of other squads, inquired anxiously, glancing at Attai, who was engrossed in his heavy sword. Alan shook his head. I don't know. We shouldn't lose, I suppose. According to Uncle Maine, our empire has always emerged victorious in our previous wars against the Slovenians. Well, that's true. But Gibson expressed his concerns with a troubled demeanor. I know what you're trying to say, don't worry, mate. Besides, we are the reserve troops. We won't be on the front line just yet. Understand? Attai reassured him while caressing the sword he cherished. But Attai, I don't believe the Duke summoned us at such great expense just to have us sit back and watch. This morning, I gathered intelligence from the aide, and the Duke's elite Oak Legion has already marched to Ironblood Fortress. Our contingent stationed in Osebia will soon be dispatched to the front lines, Gibson said, his voice tinged with despair and his eyes devoid of hope. Indeed, the thought of engaging in close combat with those merciless devils was terrifying for someone who merely wished to live a quiet life as a chef. Upon hearing this, Alan paused momentarily. Attai shook his head, saying, It seems we won't have to wait long before we are sent to the front lines. Are you all prepared, comrades? Alan, however, appeared quite exhilarated, declaring, What does it matter? Did we not enlist to achieve greatness? Think about it. We toil diligently in Saul's, and at the end of the year, we barely earn a single aureus. If we can take down a few scoundrels on the battlefield and survive, our later lives will be worry-free. For free men like them, the notion of smallholder mentality had long been ingrained. Naturally, Alan's words quickly garnered a response from Attai. As for Gibson, his concerns lay more with the notion that having wealth requires life to spend it. He would rather not have that money than face the Slovenians in battle. However, as fate would have it, fortune and misfortune are often intertwined. Youth is never lacking in fervor, and even timid Gibson was no exception. Soon, the three young men fervently discussed ways to train their respective soldiers, enhancing their squad's chances of survival on the battlefield. They were now the leaders of squads comprising dozens of men. The training assembly call rang out, prompting Alan and his companions to dash out of the tent, rallying their squads before hastily making their way to the training ground. Meanwhile, the Duke's elite, Paul's pride, the Oak Legion, approached Ironblood Fortress with great majesty. Accompanying the Oak Legion were two other private armies. Though their combat prowess did not match that of the Oak Legion, their role as a protective and reserve force flanking the Oak Legion was nonetheless significant. Behind the Grand Battalion, hundreds of couriers scurried between the Legion and Oak Castle, swiftly and accurately relaying the latest military intelligence to Duke Paul, enabling him to stay abreast of battlefield developments and issue the most appropriate commands. Of course, past experiences had also informed the Duke that this war would undoubtedly bring him greater glory and wealth. For the Slovenians could not escape the curse of the gods. Their waged war was destined for failure. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye, yet for Alan and his companions, these past 2 weeks felt like an eternity. Their grueling training had worn their skin thin, and they could hardly estimate how much sweat and blood had been shed. Nevertheless, the new recruits marched and shouted with a newfound vigor and bravado. Clearly, this month of rigorous training had transformed them completely. The Aragon Empire's military prowess was indeed exceptional. However, the atmosphere at Oak Castle was far from the flourishing climate present here. The Oak Legion dispatched by the Duke had not returned any messages for nearly 7 days, and even the 2 private armies flanking the Legion seemed to have vanished without a trace. An ominous premonition began to fill the Duke's mind, and unsettling rumors began to circulate among the higher echelons of power. On the 8th day, at Oak Castle, the thunderous sound of hooves shattered the long-sustained oppressive atmosphere in front of the Duke's residence. Galloping at an alarming speed toward the mansion's entrance, the powerful hooves pounded against the cobblestone ground in a frenzied and disordered rhythm, causing quite a stir among those within. The commotion soon captured the attention of Duke Paul, who was pacing anxiously in the mansion, preoccupied with the Iron-Blood fortress. The guards stationed at the entrance, noticing the approaching figure showing no signs of slowing down, quickly readied themselves, drawing their weapons and shouting, "Who goes there? Halt!" As the guards issued their command, the Duke and several key officials, accompanied by dozens of guards, made their way to the entrance. However, before the visitor could reach the door of the Duke's residence, he collapsed, seemingly injured. "My lord, it appears to bear the emblem of the Oak Legion," one nearby individual observed and promptly alerted the Duke. "Quickly, help him up, for heaven's sake." The long-awaited news had finally arrived, and the Duke scolded the guards while hurrying to the fallen man. Surrounded by his entourage, seemed the knight, barely able to open his eyes, caught a glimpse of the Duke and summoned all his strength to convey his message. My lord, there are traitors within the Oak Legion, colluding with the enemy. The entire Oak Legion has been annihilated. Now, the Slovenians are preparing to cross the Bagan River, advancing toward Osebia, But before he could finish, a torrent of blood surged forth, choking his throat, and he fell unconscious, his condition dire. Damn it, how could this happen? How could someone betray the Empire, betray the Lord? Upon hearing the dreadful news, the Duke was consumed by rage and despair, unable to bear the weight of it all, and he fainted. My lord, the crowd shouted in alarm, hastily assisting the Duke back to his residence. Meanwhile, the cavalryman who bore the tidings, having neglected to rest during his arduous journey and even disregarding his own injuries, ultimately succumbed to his wounds. However, the Duke's tribulations were far from over. 2 days later, word arrived from Osebia that the new commander of the 3rd Brigade, Brooks, had instigated a rebellion among several high-ranking officers. With collusion on both sides, the Osebian forces, numbering 400,000, were utterly routed and fled. At that moment, the Duke could no longer underestimate the Slovenians. Upon receiving the news, he hastily gathered his treasures and, under the protection of 30,000 private troops, fled his own territory of Aquitania under the cover of night. The oppressive heat bore down upon the land, parched and lifeless under the relentless sun. A solitary leaf drifted down from the branches above, landing upon Alan's face. He gripped his once cold sword, now dulled in several places, and that tangible feeling provided him a momentary sense of relief. It had been 5 days since the fall of Osebia in the chaos of battle. Alan had become separated from 80 and others, with only Gibson and nearly 100 soldiers from Salts remaining by his side. Alas! Alan, do you think 80 is still alive? Gibson's pallid visage and vacant eyes spoke volumes. Though he surprisingly lacked a quivering tone, it was evident that the harrowing days of escape had matured him considerably. The others were expressions of despair, some even scheming to sneak back home to Salts. Although such an act would invite scorn and condemnation from the populace, as well as severe repercussions from the imperial military, it would surely be preferable to facing death in their current plight. Alan did not respond to Gibson's query. His thoughts were equally occupied with 80, yet he was engulfed in a matter of life and death concerning the lives of nearly 100 men. Leaving him no time to ponder such things, gazing into the distance, a faint black line began to undulate on the horizon. Have they caught up to us? A wry smile crept across Alan's lips, and with a firm grip on his dulled sword, he rose to his feet. The relentless battles had swiftly transformed him from an innocent boy into a cold-blooded butcher. In recent days, he had slain no fewer than 20 Slovenians, many of whom were traitors and cowards that had followed Brooks in betraying the Empire. It was only now that he truly understood. The praise and flattery of others are not to be trusted. The influence of Brooks had been profoundly detrimental. Even those soldiers who once called him brother during their training and bled and sweat alongside him had betrayed the empire in the face of death. The leader of the invaders, the Marquis Hughes, upon receiving orders from the capital, wasted no time and pressed onward, swiftly expanding their conquests to seize more territory from the Aragon Empire and plunder greater resources. As a renegade, Brooks was dispatched by Hughes to the forefront of his legion, tasked with clearing the obstacles that hindered the army's advance. Chapter 15. The flight as the black line in the wilderness thickened and darkened. A long, resonant horn sounded from the small hill ahead, its echo reminiscent of another realm yet starkly real in the present moment. Silence fell upon the hill, the relentless heat and days of flight having left every individual in a state of heightened tension. Alan could almost envision old Gibson and Mr. Hakim in the tavern, indulging in rich wine. Turning his gaze, he settled upon young Gibson, a man in the throes of growth. His sword had shattered in the previous day's battle, and now he clutched a sharpened wooden spear, his mud-caked hands trembling slightly. Alan placed a reassuring hand on Gibson's shoulder and said calmly, "My dear brother, do not fear. The light of our Lord continues to shine upon us, as does the Empire." Alan's gaze fell upon the blue eagle banner, where a lone rider stood proudly, his former superior, Brooks. Damnable traitor! Coward! Shameless betrayer! As Brooks emerged beneath the eagle flag of the Slovenians, a chorus of curses erupted from the hill. Alongside Brooks were several other traitors of the Aragon Empire, including Osebian renegades and high-ranking officers from the Oak Legion. Their troops were predominantly Aragonese. A bitter irony for an empire that prided itself on loyalty, courage, and strength. "Brooks, those deserters on the hill ahead must belong to your brigade, correct?" jested a knight clad in silver-gray chainmail and a Gallic helmet. "Indeed. They should be, Commander," Brooks replied with an impassive expression. His act of betrayal was truly born out of necessity. Even now, elevated to the rank of deputy commander of the renegade forces by the Slovenians Count Hughes, he was plagued by an incessant internal struggle, wrestling with guilt and humiliation over his cowardly actions. It appeared to be a position of responsibility, yet in truth, it placed him and his fellow traitors at the forefront, ready to absorb the Empire's wrath. Their only fate would be a grave without a body, a fate of eternal damnation for himself and his fellow traitors, the highest commander of the renegades. The former deputy commander of the Oak Legion, Vallejo, was instead filled with a sense of vigor, having long contemplated defection due to the Empire's unrelenting wars that had brought it to the brink of collapse. Vallejo noted the significant decline in taxes and provisions from Aquitania, one of the Empire's crucial granaries. The situation in other provinces was even more dire. Conversely, the Slovenians had experienced a steady rise in power since the ascension of their new king. And with improved diplomatic relations with the Kingdom of Mordo, the contrasting situations of the beleaguered Aragon Empire and the ascending Slovenians were stark. If he could capture ample territory for his new master, with his status as a golden warrior, he could surely secure a fiefdom for himself. Vallejo's exuberance stemmed from this ambition. After mocking Brooks, he raised his sword high and galloped forward, thousands of knights following closely behind. Their formation surged forth like a dark tide, bearing with it a disdainful fury that crashed against the hill's target. The earth trembled under the thunderous pounding of hooves, leaving only the echo of their furious charge. No, it was not merely the sound of hooves. It was the manifestation of Vallejo's insatiable desire, a burning crimson rage igniting within his breast, even as flames flickered in his eyes. "Kill!" Vallejo bellowed, mercilessly swinging his sword down upon his former brethren in the face of the weak. These traitors exhibited no trace of shame, responding to their commander's command with a thunderous roar, as countless iron hooves stirred up a cloud of dust, swiftly engulfing all that lay before them. "Hey, Alan, do you think we will die?" The mounting sense of oppression rendered Gibson's fortitude, which he had built over the days, utterly dissipated in the face of such overwhelming might. "Perhaps. But certainly not now. Quick, everyone, run with me." Alan knew that even with the advantage of terrain, they stood no chance against these warriors, whose prowess far surpassed theirs, especially given their overwhelming numbers. Behind the hill lay a small stretch of wilderness. And further ahead loomed the largest mountain range in the Ode Plains, the Ode Mountain Range. Only by reaching the mountains and utilizing the treacherous terrain and dense forests could they hope to evade their pursuers. In truth, Alan and the others had overestimated their own abilities. While the renegades indeed sought to eliminate them, it was merely a matter of convenience. Their primary objective was to seize as much land as possible before the imperial army arrived. In the future, with the aid of Slovenians' dark sorcerers and fortified cities, they would find it relatively easy to hold their ground. Of course, they would not mind crushing the occasional ant that crossed their path. As the renegades raised their swords high, the cold glint of steel dimmed the sweltering heat, casting a shadow over the clear blue sky as the Aragonese troops began to stir. After Alan's shout, the others began to retreat and then sprint away. The sparse trees and scattered boulders on the hill offered little in the way of defense, yet they could slightly hinder the enemy's pursuit. Alan and his companions frantically swung their arms, sprinting as though cursing their very legs for not being swifter. However, 2 legs could never outrun 4. As Alan and his group dashed down the hill into the wilderness. Aiming for a target several hundred meters ahead, the figures of the traitors emerged from behind the fleeing crowd. The only solace was that while Alan's explosive power was lacking, his endurance was evidently the best among the refugees. After a frenzied dash down the mountain and across the open plains, Alan, who had initially lagged at the rear, astonishingly found himself at the forefront of the group, maintaining a nearly 50-meter lead over the second runner. As for the stout Gibson, despite the brutal military training he endured recently which caused him to shed a significant amount of weight, he was still evidently far bulkier compared to Alan's Alexander-like physique. Alan was acutely aware that he could not alter the dire circumstances of this battle. No, this slaughter. He recognized Gibson's struggle to keep up, yet felt powerless to assist. Indeed, he had once been fiercely loyal. Even if Gibson were beset by a dozen thugs from Saul's, he would charge in recklessly to defend him. However, that was in the past. The foes behind him were not mere thugs from Saul's, but cold-blooded knights wielding sharp blades, traitors willing to betray the Empire and the great Lord of War. Loyalty, for Alan, who had rapidly experienced deception, brutality, bloodshed, and death, was becoming a distant memory. Those lofty nobles, along with the high-ranking warriors and powerful mages, could easily bring about death with a mere thought, sending a cascade of severed heads splattering into the air. Everything underscored the harsh truth. In chaotic times, only the strong hold sway. Theo becomes strong. One must resort to any means necessary, even at the expense of humanity, brothers, kin, benefactors. What did it matter, if he could not safeguard his own life? How could he seek vengeance for those he cherished? Stronger, stronger. I must become the mightiest of all. Suddenly, as he ran, Alan felt a chilling voice resonate from the depths of his soul, rendering the sweltering summer heat irrelevant. Kakik, good. Good, good. The spirit of the Stewart family is on the verge of awakening. The voice seemed to echo beside him, yet felt as if it came from a distant realm. Who are you? Alan stammered, his panic driving him to flee, his speed unwavering. Yet, the voice seemed to vanish as if it had never been there, disappearing without a trace. Damn it, I must have been too frantic to hear things. No, I cannot allow myself to be distracted. The singing mountains, just 100 meters more. Alan focused his mind, suppressing the cries of the dying behind him, propelling himself forward with all his might. The treacherous traitors descended upon the weary, demoralized fleeing soldiers like wolves among sheep, ruthlessly plunging into the panicked crowd, their sharp blades slicing through fleeing bodies as the bloody massacre commenced. As the cacophony of screams behind Alan began to fade, he drew ever nearer to the singing mountains. 100 meters, 70 meters, 60 meters. The distance rapidly diminished under his frantic sprint, yet the terrifying sound of iron hooves behind him grew increasingly louder. Only one feeble little brat left. Cairns, it's your turn now, heh. Brooks chuckled at a burly man beside him, whose face bore a long scar that stretched from forehead to neck. Kakik, leave it to me, Commander. I'll make that little brat enjoy himself before I go find. The scarred knight had intended to mention the Lord of War, but abruptly recalled his betrayal of the powerful deity by joining the fallen ranks, and promptly fell silent. He had no desire to desecrate the deity for a nameless wretch. Chapter 16. Transformation. The thunderous hoofbeats behind him prompted Alan to glance back with the limited peripheral vision he could muster, just in time to see a glint of cold steel aimed at his neck. Huh! Alan grunted as he thrust his sword to parry the blow. The two swords clashed with a jarring sound, and the immense recoil sent Alan spewing a spray of blood, his weary body hurtling backward like a kite caught in a tempest, tumbling to the ground. Hiss! Huh! Hiss! Huh! Alan felt as though his entire chest was being crushed by the force of the impact, struggling to breathe in the arid air devoid of moisture. What tremendous power! Is this what it means to be strong? Alan gasped for breath, yearning to rise and continue his flight. The mountains, the forests, the thickets, these were obstacles that could impede the traitor's iron hooves, and all that he needed to survive lay just ahead. Even a brief moment of respite would allow him to reach that haven. Why did it now seem so distant? The scarred knight had not utilized his fighting spirit in that last strike, as he deemed the boy before him, clearly no older than 16 or 17, unworthy of such effort. However, he was taken aback by Alan's audacity to stand against him. Even though he had intentionally lessened the impact of his steed's charge, to withstand such a blow at all was truly remarkable. Yet, the knight's astonishment quickly dissipated in the wake of the whistles and jeers that echoed from 200 meters behind him. With a slight exertion, his warhorse let out a long neigh, rearing up before it came crashing down toward the grounded Alan. As he rolled over, a massive shadow loomed above him, and upon closer inspection, Alan was nearly paralyzed with fear, his soul nearly escaping him. Heaven help me, if that hoof lands on me, I will surely be reduced to a pulp. He narrowly evaded the fatal strike with a swift roll. But before he could rise, he heard a hissing sound that pierced the air, the glint of cold steel flashing before him. Alan, having endured numerous violent encounters, instinctively knew what was coming. He kicked off with all his might, sliding half a meter forward, only to feel a sudden chill at his groin. Looking down, his heart raced and cold sweat broke out. The scarred knight's sword had barely grazed his trousers, missing his most precious parts by mere inches. The exertion of dodging had evidently drained Alan of nearly all his energy. Every inch of his body felt as if it were infused with lead, rendered utterly immobile. The scarred knight, perceiving Alan's precarious state, dismounted his horse and approached at a leisurely pace, raising his blood-stained sword once more. The merciless blade glimmered chillingly under the blazing sun, and the act of slaughtering the weak seemed to invigorate these shameless cowards. Just as the sword was about to cleave Alan's head from his body, the knight's inexplicable excitement shifted away from Alan, for he knew the boy was as good as dead in that critical moment. Alan's eyes blazed with a crimson light, which soon erupted from his nostrils, mouth, and ears, flooding the surroundings with a torrent of blood mist, enveloping both him and the scarred knight. No, more accurately, it engulfed the entire desolate wilderness. An unparalleled chaos consumed everything, a darkness that devoured all. Two utterly disparate forces melded together in a seamless union. Amidst the turmoil, flashes of red and white light flickered, in the shadows, slaughter, blood, and wails intertwined. Descendants of the Stuart family, servants of the blood sovereign, savage and unrestrained souls, bloodthirsty, awaken. Ancient inscriptions splattered with blood, glaring crimson imprints. The sanguine radiance burst forth, dimming the stars. Souls were torn asunder, ultimately dissolving into the void, in the fleeting moment before losing consciousness. Alan vaguely glimpsed a pair of blood-soaked hands, rigid yet trembling slightly. When Alan's awareness returned, he was shocked to find himself surrounded by severed limbs and a landscape soaked in blood. Heavens, what has happened? What on earth transpired? Who killed these people? Who saved me? Can anyone tell me what has happened? Alan felt as if his head might split open, something within him thrumming restlessly, expanding, threatening to burst his skull. A mournful cry escaped him. And once more, he sank into darkness, as the blinding sunlight pierced through his heavy eyelids, casting a dark red shadow. Alan gradually regained consciousness from his deep slumber. When he finally opened his weary eyes, he beheld a sky of brilliant blue. A gentle breeze caressed his cheek, carrying the pungent scent of blood. He could even hear the occasional hoarse caw of crows in the distance. Where is this? Heaven or hell? Am I still alive? After a prolonged period of disorientation and slumber, Alan's consciousness remained hazy and blurred. Dozens of vultures circled at low altitude, gazing hungrily at the bountiful feast below. One particularly bold vulture, unable to restrain its ravenous appetite, cautiously descended near Alan, excited yet wary, navigating between the heaps of flesh. The plentiful lunch left this daring scavenger wavering, uncertain of which morsel of foul-smelling meat to devour first. Perhaps Alan, being a larger target than the other dismembered remains, attracted the greedy vulture, which waddled over toward him. Its iron-hooked talons dug into Alan's back, the sharp claws effortlessly tearing through the skin. Waves of intense pain surged through Alan's nervous system, jolting him awake. "Ah!" Alan gasped softly, flipping over with all the speed he could muster. The impetuous and avaricious vulture was utterly unprepared for the unexpected presence of life amidst the gruesome pile of corpses. In horror, it flapped its wings and leapt aside, swiftly propelling itself into the air with a powerful kick against a severed limb. Its startled companions likewise ascended in unison, taken aback by the sudden fright. After a considerable time, once Alan had regained some strength and propped himself up with his hands, he was struck by the harrowing scene that assaulted his vision. He realized he was engulfed in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The desolate wilderness was eerily silent. Apart from the circling vultures above and the crows hopping among the bodies, there was not a trace of life. To Alan's astonishment, he found himself devoid of any fear or nausea at the sight before him. Only bewilderment and confusion remained. War is a brutal and bloody affair, where compassion and warmth are utterly absent. 10 days later, a figure with purposeful strides appeared before Oak Fortress. "Halt! Who goes there?" a sentinel at the castle gate barked, drawing his sword and pointing it at Alan. Other guards also took on vigilant expressions, weapons drawn, for Alan occasionally radiated an unsettling aura, and the 3 severed heads hanging from his shoulder, exuding a putrid stench, only heightened the chilling atmosphere. With a few dull thuds, Alan casually tossed the heads at the feet of the gate guards and coldly declared, "Officer Alan Everson of the 7th Squad, 3rd Division, under the Duke's 3rd Legion." He then motioned towards the rotting heads on the ground and indifferently stated, "Traitors!" After a hurried whisper among the captain and several guards, they swiftly grabbed the heads and retreated into the castle. Other guards remained on high alert, though their tone softened as they said, "Very well, we will inform our superiors. Please wait a moment." Alan did not respond, nor did he force his way into the castle, instead standing proudly like a statue before the imposing Oak Fortress. During the 10 days of Alan's journey to the fortress, one of Aragon's elite forces, the Silver Fox Legion, had already arrived in Aquitania province and commenced the reclamation of lost territories. With the subsequent arrival of 2 additional battalions, the Imperial Army, driven by the Silver Fox Legion, swept through the main forces of the Slovenians with overwhelming force, decapitating 60,000 and burying nearly 100,000 traitors alive. Count Hughes fled in panic to the Ironblood Bastion, quickly establishing 3 fortified towns that formed a defensive triangle, dispatching scattered cavalry to rally the fleeing soldiers for a desperate defense and their haste. The zealous Aragon Avenger found themselves unable to breach the stronghold. The formidable city, painstakingly constructed over 3 generations by the imperial dynasty, had now become the greatest bastion for those scoundrels, a bitter irony indeed. Moreover, with the empire embroiled in continuous warfare, its control over the mountainous regions far from the imperial capital had gradually weakened, even to the point of vanishing. The hastily reclaimed territories often saw refugees rise in rebellion, ambushing passing merchants. Other elite forces of the empire were engaged in various campaigns to restore order, leaving the Silver Fox Legion with no choice but to retreat to Oak Fortress after several fruitless days besieging the city, consolidating their forces in Osibia to stabilize the region north of it. Before long, the captain returned, calling out, "Please follow me, Commander. The Duke and the Legion commander wish to see you personally." As Alan entered the fortress, he quietly observed its grandeur. The walls boasted an impressive thickness of 4 to 5 meters, and the gates were crafted from ancient timber over a century old, which Alan surmised would be difficult to ignite even with fire. Inside the fortress, a series of temporary wooden and stone barricades crowded together, with fully armed soldiers frequently moving in and out. It was evident that this once garden-like castle, meticulously restored by Duke Paul, was now being transformed into a military stronghold after its harrowing experiences. Once regarded by the citizens of the empire as a protective barrier against the Slovenians, the Ironblood bastion was now willingly surrendered to invaders. With Osibia rendered defenseless, the conversion of Oak Fortress into a military stronghold was clearly an inevitable plan. Chapter 17. Narnia Oak Fortress, while not large, was certainly not small either. With ongoing renovations to the roads and buildings within the castle, construction materials lay strewn about, causing the pace of movement to be quite sluggish. As Alan entered the inner ring of the fortress, the oppressive heat began to wane with the setting sun. The lingering rays of twilight adorned the majestic fortress and the surrounding mountains with a resplendent golden hue. The undulating mountains to the north grew increasingly dark and distant. Flocks of weary birds occasionally soared overhead, their powerful wings beating against the air as they streaked beneath eaves, atop stone columns, and around large statues. Orderly patrols of guards wielding long spears traversed the streets, maintaining peace and order, according to the captain leading Alan. Since the Silver Fox Legion had taken up residence in Oak Fortress, the security within had notably improved, with incidents of theft and brawls being rare, and even the occasional bandit groups lurking outside the city had vanished. It seems this Legion commander possesses some skills in maintaining order, Alan mused. His sense of national or ethnic identity had waned significantly compared to earlier times. Thus, he no longer felt the previous reverence and admiration towards the high-ranking Legion commander. Since that peculiar massacre, his soul seemed influenced by some unknown force. Now, he pursued only the path of the strong, viewing the wars between empires as a tedious game. In the haze of that slaughter, he had caught a glimpse of a being wielding world-destroying power, capable of unleashing catastrophic force. A power referred to as the LAWIT was only such strength that he sought. The mundane power of the world paled in comparison to this level. Before long, Alan entered the Duke's residence, which also served as the temporary command center for the Silver Fox Legion. The estate was expansive, with a broad vista. Among a crowd of individuals ahead, one man exuded a palpable iron-blooded aura with every gesture, instantly capturing Alan's attention. His facial features were sharply defined, clad in civilian attire, his feet adorned with silver-trimmed short boots, and a silver fox insignia embroidered on his breastplate. He appeared to be in his 50s. As Alan studied him, the man scrutinized Alan in turn. Could this be the Legion commander of the Silver Fox Legion? Alan pondered. Is this the lad who decapitated those mid-level warriors? No, that can't be. Despite his somewhat peculiar aura, he appeared to be merely a novice. How could that be? Legion Commander Tony regarded Alan with suspicion as he repeatedly assessed him. All right, you may proceed. The two ahead are the Duke and the Legion Commander, the captain whispered, then turned to leave. I, Alan, captain of the 7th Squad under the late Lord Jack of the 3rd Division, report to the Duke and the Legion Commander. Alan knelt on one knee, chest out, and proclaimed loudly, Yes. Rise, my lord. The Duke's voice, though weak, carried a hint of excitement. The invaders still occupied his territory, and any other lord would undoubtedly be anxious and distraught. However, Alan, this loyal soldier, had executed several traitors, which evidently lifted the Duke's spirits somewhat, while also leaving a favorable impression of this seemingly peculiar soldier upon their first encounter. Though the severed heads had begun to decay and were barely recognizable, the insignia that denoted their identities and power remained unmistakably authentic. Once standing, Alan shifted his gaze to the Duke. Of medium height. The Duke bore a sparse, dark red beard and had a pale complexion, almost delicate, with his light yellow hair turning gradually gray. His attire unmistakably signified his noble status, a wool vest over a high-necked dark red garment adorned with gilded buttons, and trousers of purple fabric that extended several inches above his ankles. Behind the Duke and the Legion commander stood a group of aides and military officers. Soldier, you have proven yourself worthy. Here, I must first apologize. Our delays allowed the Slovenian scheme to succeed, resulting in the sacrifice of your brothers and comrades in this war. On behalf of the imperial military, I extend my deepest and sincerest apologies to you and to all the valiant warriors who have fallen in this conflict. Upon concluding his statement, Legion Commander Tony unexpectedly bowed deeply to Alan. Following his lead, all the officers and aides behind him mirrored the gesture. This left Alan momentarily at a loss. He never anticipated that such a high-ranking official would apologize to a mere soldier. Moreover, The rebellion was not solely due to the Silver Fox Legion's delayed response. He felt there was no reason for such an apology. Was this a reflection of his character, or perhaps something more sinister? At this moment, the Duke stepped forward, raising his arm with determination as he proclaimed, "Enough of these disheartening matters. We shall teach those audacious fools who dare to offend the Empire a severe lesson." After a brief pause, as if to catch his breath, he turned to Alan and continued, "Soldier, as a reward for your bravery and loyalty, you shall become the highest commander of the first squad of my Oak Legion. However, before that, you must undergo training in Lord Tony's Legion. Only upon being promoted to a high-ranking warrior may you return to report to me." "Indeed, soldier. The reason our legion has ascended to become one of the 4 elite legions of the Empire is primarily due to our possession of Narnia." "Ha ha," a senior officer beside Tony proclaimed proudly. "Narnia?" Alan inquired softly, perplexed. Indeed.it is a place dedicated to the rigorous training of advanced warriors. Many geniuses and high-ranking fighters enter Narnia, yet few emerge alive. However, those who do will immediately receive honors and titles from the Emperor, the officer explained. "Narnia? It seems to be a remarkable place." Chuckle. Alan pondered rapidly, responding, "Understood. Narnia can be perceived as both a training system and a region. It is located in the vast and boundless alpine mountains of the Northern Empire. Although the Empire boasts numerous majestic mountains and rivers, only a select few serve as optimal venues for warriors or mages to enhance their powers. Influenced by the military system of the Empire, each legion, whether a regular army directly governed by the central authority or private armies of various lords, largely relies on its own strength to gain the attention of the military department. It is not that the military department prioritizes you and lavishly infuses you with high-level power and war supplies to make you elite. The systems of war plunder, meritocracy, and inter-legion martial competitions may well be the reasons the Aragon Empire stands as the most formidable armed force on the continent. Even the powerful Radiant Empire and the omnipresent Radiant Church must tread carefully regarding diplomatic matters related to Aragon, on the continent, whether mages or warriors, before reaching that unimaginable holy domain. The hierarchy of power largely depends on the absorption of chaotic essence, complemented by one's grasp and understanding of power to break through existing ranks and ascend to higher levels. Both the dark and light factions can absorb and assimilate chaotic essence, as it is a neutral force that lies between black and white. For an empire to grow strong, and for a deity to gather numerous followers, it must occupy the regions abundant in chaotic essence. With a larger fist, what is there that one cannot possess? Consequently, apart from the 4 great empires, countless smaller principalities and independent towns engage in constant struggles for dwindling resources. Upon arriving in Narnia, Alan realized that while Nabia claimed to belong to the Silver Fox Legion, it was actually composed of various independent armed forces. Many years ago, several formidable armed forces that opposed the Empire were pacified and granted the title of independent regiments, meaning they were recognized as legitimate armed forces of the government, yet remained outside the jurisdiction of the Empire's military department. Thus, during the reign of the current emperor, several powerful independent regiments gradually integrated into the Empire's legion structure while maintaining an unspoken autonomy among various armed factions. The strongest in Narnia is the current commander of the Silver Fox Legion. Besides the Silver Fox Legion, Narnia is also home to other capable mercenary groups that are affiliated with various armed factions within the Legion, allowing them to cultivate their personnel and enhance the strength of the mercenary groups. It can be said that Narnia is an exceptionally perilous place, where the struggles between factions are both overt and covert. Brutal and bloody in the competition for resources, the weak are routinely obliterated by higher-level warriors and mages. Alan, lacking any notable background and exuding a somewhat gloomy and unappealing aura, was assigned to a mercenary group rather than a direct factional armed force. Although this mercenary group is not weak, it appears rather feeble compared to other forces within Narnia. Like other relatively weak mercenary groups in Narnia, the Cedar mercenary group must annually pay tribute in the form of magical equipment, alchemical materials, and chaotic essence stones to their respective factions' leading armed forces to maintain their qualification for establishing training points in Narnia. Moreover, the mercenary groups are also required to undertake various tasks assigned by the Silver Fox Legion, such as combat and intelligence operations, all without compensation. Generally, each armed force boasts 1 or 2 warriors or archmages of the Golden Tier, alongside dozens of individuals who have entered the high-tier realm. However, the Cedar mercenary group, perhaps due to insufficient financial resources or weak connections with influential figures in various factions, only has its leader, Patterson, who recently broke through to the 9th level and entered the initial stage of the 10th level Golden Realm, while the 4 core higher-ups in the group are merely at the initial stage of the high tier. The remaining mercenaries predominantly occupy the beginner to intermediate tiers. Compared to other mercenary groups or the direct forces of the Silver Fox Legion, their strength is indeed negligible. Like other mercenary groups, only those with talent or noteworthy potential, whose own strength still has room for breakthrough, are sent to Narnia for cultivation, and of course, this carries significant risks. It is not uncommon for a gifted individual to perish in the wilderness before they can even enhance their strength. As a result, no armed force would recklessly send all their new recruits to Narnia. Chapter 18. The first training. The base of the Cedar mercenary group is situated at the northern edge of Narnia, covering an area of over 100 acres. Although its financial and military prowess cannot compare to other forces in Narnia, it is still regarded as a notable mercenary group within the Empire. Possessing considerable financial resources, upon being assigned here, Alan was surprisingly granted his own quarters. The base houses around 200 personnel, yet the expansive space makes it seem somewhat sparse and desolate, as he walked through. Whether among mages or warrior mercenaries, Alan encountered only a few scattered individuals and did not witness the anticipated scenes of soldiers marching in formation and shouting commands, under the guidance of the black-robed mage who had received him from the Silver Fox Legion. Alan soon met the higher-up, Austin. He had a gaunt visage, with murky eyes deeply set in their sockets, resembling a decrepit elder. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a glimmer of cunning malice within those murky pupils. After listening to the black-robed mage's account, Austin coldly addressed Alan. "Soldier, although you are a man of Duke Paul, here in Narnia, you belong to my mercenary group until you depart or perish, understand?" His voice was shrill and grating, akin to the wail of an owl. "Understood," Alan replied calmly. "Then, could you tell me how you managed to slay a high-tier knight and 2 mid-tier knights? Or perhaps you merely picked up the badge from a pile of corpses?" Heh. Austin expressed profound skepticism regarding Alan's feat. No, he was absolutely doubtful. Ultimately, he confirmed his suspicions when Alan admitted that both the badge and the head were indeed taken from the dead. This lad is not dull. It is truly a promising path to advancement. Once Austin's doubts were assuaged, he became somewhat intrigued by the young man before him, who emanated an air of menace. "Here, take these chaotic essence stones. Rot, you are to take him under your wing and cultivate him well." In Austin's hand appeared several palm-sized brown crystals that, while resembling ordinary stones, exuded a remarkable translucence and seemed to emanate a faint glow. "Certainly, my lord," the black-robed mage replied before leading Alan back to his quarters. After inquiring about Alan's previous training under the Duke, Rot said little else. He directly taught him how to absorb the power within the chaotic essence stones and convert it into a method he could wield. Thereafter, Rot ceased to elaborate further, as he believed this young man would not last long in Narnia. Even if he managed to meet the Silver Fox Legion's requirement for high-tier strength, this boy would soon leave the mercenary group to return to the Aquitania province. Therefore, he deemed it unnecessary to invest any effort in cultivating him, especially since he lacked the capital to do so. Of the 3 essence stones given by Austin, Rot discreetly withheld 2, leaving only a low-grade light brown stone to Alan. Under the roof, one must bow their head. With his strength merely at the initial 2nd level, it was not worth it to clash with the black-robed mage over a few stones. Who knows? He might require assistance from him on the path to becoming a stronger individual in the future. After bidding farewell to his so-called mentor, Alan wandered around the base to familiarize himself with the environment. He soon discovered a structure that towered above most of the other buildings and halls, a grand edifice that stood out. A large sign emblazoned with 3 bold black characters read, "Archives." Good heavens! It resembles a small tree growing from a crevice in a cliff. I was once much like that, wasn't I? Alan's gaze quickly shifted from the imposing structure to a figure standing at the entrance. The person appeared emaciated, as though they hadn't had a proper meal in years, with a sallow face and sparse hair, their large eyes casting a timid glance toward Alan. However, they soon closed their eyes, showing no inclination to acknowledge the unfamiliar visitor. "Hi there, brother. Is this the archives?" Alan, with limited literacy, approached with a smile. "Excuse me, brother?" Alan quickly fell silent, realizing that the wraith-like figure remained motionless, seemingly oblivious to his inquiry. "Damn it!" Alan cursed inwardly, dismissing the individual and proceeding straight inside. After rifling through the contents, it was evident that the archives housed records on how warriors and mages could elevate their power levels and combat techniques. In addition, there are tasks assigned to the Purple Cedar Mercenary Corps by the Silver Fox Legion, which specify the conditions for success or failure, as well as notes on what to pay attention to and study during the mission. In the past, due to various factors such as identity and financial constraints, Alan had no opportunity to learn reading and writing with the priests, having only sporadically studied the basics of the continental script with Ite's father, Meon. Now, as he peruses these books and references, he encounters numerous unfamiliar characters, yet through contemplation and inference, he finds that he can grasp their meanings without significant deviation. Currently, Alan resembles a leech affixed to a bleeding wound, ravenously consuming and absorbing information and knowledge. Whether useful or not, a fortnight has elapsed without anyone disturbing him at the archives. Not even his nominal teacher has shown any sign of seeking him out. During these days, he has ventured out of the archives merely 3 times. Each time, he would visit the tavern to procure several long cream bread rolls and a few jars of fresh water, before hastily returning to the archives. His immersion in the archives has elevated Alan's perspective to a new plane. He is no longer the boy solely focused on gaining wealth and status, nor merely a child who fished and foraged for mushrooms. The deeds of the major nations across the continent and various formidable figures, even the undead, magical beasts and elves, of which he had previously been unaware, are gradually taking shape in his mind. After skimming through the books he could comprehend, Alan quietly returned to his abode. His residence is situated far from where Austin and Roth reside, in an area of rocky terrain typically inhabited by practitioners. The dwellings of practitioners are distanced from one another, rendering Alan's location particularly desolate and remote. Upon returning, he seated himself upon a wooden stool, reflecting on all that had transpired. Whether it was the visions he experienced or the brief explanations provided by Austin and Roth, he realized that the path of the strong does not merely emphasize the combat techniques typical of an army, but rather the understanding and mastery of power. When power reaches a certain level, technique becomes trivial. To grasp the essence of power and transcend one's tier, one must seek a place abundant in true essence to absorb it, converting it into fighting spirit or magical energy, supplemented by contemplation and understanding. Thus, high-ranking warriors and mages often practice in solitude, eschewing crowds. They only emerge to serve the Empire when summoned. The blood essence of souls that has merged within me now seems to be the highly condensed power described in the texts. Yet, the name Blood Sovereign and the Stuart family appear to elude any documented reference, hinting at a profound connection to the mystery of my lineage. Alas, it seems I must wait for a future opportunity to seek out clues. Alan shook his head in resignation. Titles such as the Captain of the Oak Legion and high-ranking knights faded from his mind. Nobility, merit, official titles, and wealth are as ephemeral as clouds. Only the laws of power, sought after by even the mightiest of beings, said to be wielded solely by those omnipotent deities, capture Alan's fascination, becoming his singular aspiration. Strength, whether in the mundane world or among those legendary deities and demons, is surely the ultimate pursuit for all. This is also the greatest leverage for his survival in this world. According to the memories left by the vanished blood essence, both warriors and mages ultimately converge on the same path. Indistinguishable from one another, during that incident beneath the Ode Mountains, when he was under the thrall of a certain force, he descended into a frenzied slaughter of all pursuers in the wilderness. That enigmatic power controlling him might very well be linked to the mysterious man in his visions. If that is the case, could the man possibly be the Blood Sovereign, a powerful deity from the abyss? The blood essence seems to have merged into his body, yet it is sealed for some reason. However, the seal evidently has some flaws, as a faint yet surging power leaks through the cracks. After days of understanding and experimenting with this mysterious force, Alan gradually learned how to harness it for his own use. Given its relatively weak intensity, he was able to guide the flow of this crimson energy, ultimately cultivating his fighting spirit. Now, he distinctly perceives subtle changes within himself, particularly in the transformation of his internal organs. With each cycle of fighting spirit within him, he feels his organs becoming increasingly resilient. the vitality coursing through his veins growing ever more vigorous and potent. This profound sensation is beyond the reach of mere words. Alan now understands the distinction between the strong and the ordinary. At the very least, his six senses have become markedly sharper than before. This transformation elates him beyond measure. He realizes he has entered the realm of fourth-tier power, the initial stage of mid-tier strength, yet he remains unaware that for others, the journey from the peak of the initial stage to the initial stage of mid-tier typically requires at least 3 to 4 years. Even a prodigy with focus training would need a year. And as power continues to ascend, the speed of breakthroughs would only become increasingly arduous. When he finally opened his eyes again, it was already the dawn of a new day. The gentle sunlight filtered through the windows and crevices, casting a mosaic of light upon the floor. Inhaling the fresh air deeply invigorated him. He noticed that the plant pores several meters away appeared exceptionally distinct, undoubtedly a result of his power advancement. Now, he no longer felt the astonishment he had experienced the previous day regarding his transformation. The strong must possess attributes far superior to those of ordinary individuals. Having tasted the sweetness of progress, Alan understands that although the archives may not contain profound cultivation secrets or astonishing first-hand accounts, they document experiences and foundational practices that are difficult for the average person to imagine, perfectly suited for a novice like him. Chapter 19. The blood power. When he arrived once more at the archives, he found the gaunt guard had mysteriously disappeared. No matter, Alan entered directly, rummaging through the shelves in search of comprehensible texts. Deep in thought, today, he resolved to try the method Mr. Roth had mentioned, to absorb true essence from the chaotic crystal and then convert it into fighting spirit and magical energy he could control. Alan meticulously followed Roth's instructions and, indeed, his soul clearly sensed a gentle tremor emanating from the crystal. A wave of joy surged within him as he concentrated, channeling his fighting spirit to draw forth the essence radiating from the crystal. Soon, a chaotic substance devoid of any evil or righteous essence began to flow from the crystal into his palm and subsequently into his body. It seemed that his fighting spirit gradually burgeoned with the infusion of this external power. Overwhelmed with delight, Alan immersed himself fully in this extraordinary experience. After an indeterminate period, he suddenly sensed a subtle pulsation from the seal containing that mysterious power within him, yet it did not escape the attention of Alan, whose spirit, body, and soul had become fully integrated. Gradually, waves of heat emanated from the seal, scorching and surging, reminiscent of floodwaters relentlessly battering against the banks. Eager to pursue the path of strength, Alan felt no fear of the challenge. He boldly summoned his fighting spirit to suppress the power within him, which was now significantly more potent than before. The three forces collided with a tangible force, intertwining and countering one another. Even the neutral power introduced from the crystal, which he believed had already merged with his fighting spirit, began to retaliate against both his fighting spirit and the blood essence seeping from the seal. Fortunately, after days of physical enhancement, his resistance had also strengthened. The pain arising from the entanglement of the three forces had yet to reach unbearable levels. As time wore on, Alan's body trembled increasingly, and the blood essence leaking from the seal grew frenzied after prolonged stalemate, unleashing waves of ferocious power that crashed against his fighting spirit and the chaotic energy, sending violent pangs coursing through his nerves and body. In the end, Alan felt as though every cell within him was being pierced by 1,000 needles. Sweat had thoroughly soaked his garments, and time seemed to stretch infinitely, amplifying and prolonging his agony. His azure pupils gradually became blurred and dilated, and as the agony intensified, nearing the limits of his endurance, his pupils began to take on a faint red hue, deepening into a rich crimson tea. That moment, unable to withstand the heart-wrenching pain, as if being gnawed by countless venomous serpents, he let out a thunderous cry. A phenomenon occurred. The formidable blood essence, unable to simultaneously resist the combined assault of two opposing forces, ceased its chaotic thrashing. It swiftly converged, directing its energy to devour the two disparate powers. As time progressed, the blood essence completely overshadowed the combined force, becoming the most dominant energy within him. It seemed that before long, the remaining two forces would be entirely consumed. Consequently, Alan felt his body gradually returning to normal, the pain subsiding. No, to be precise, The energy coursing through him was no longer ordinary fighting spirit. Stimulated by the neutral chaotic energy, the essence of the sealed power had awakened, regaining the formidable ability bestowed upon it by the blood sovereign, Devour. The sanguine power had just irrevocably transformed the nature of the energy within Alan, completely converting it into the malevolent force of the dark faction. Alan now felt that this newfound, vibrant sanguine energy was entirely under his control, with each cycle of its operation contributing to a palpable enhancement of his strength. However, Alan had forgotten that he was situated in the Aragon Empire of the Light faction. Any existence of dark, malevolent power would be immediately subjected to purification upon detection, a thorough and absolute cleansing. Nevertheless, Alan was no longer an entirely ignorant individual. The readings he had encountered in the archives swiftly reminded him of the greatest threat he currently faced. Fortunately, to discern the hierarchy of an opponent's power, one must possess a level 5 ranks higher, and to perceive the essence of that power, whether it is light or dark, one must at the very least attain the mid-tier of the Golden Realm. Otherwise, it would merely be conjecture. The ability to devour power was originally an innate trait of the vampire clan. However, millions of years ago, within the dark faction's Stuart family, an event occurred that brought shame and humiliation to the clan. The 36th generation Quasi-Lord, Augustus, took his kin on a hunting expedition and inexplicably fell in love with his prey, ultimately uniting with it to bear a hybrid offspring. The woman mysteriously vanished days after giving birth, and Augustus was executed by the clan's leaders for his egregious crimes. It is well known that the vampire clan places the utmost importance on the purity of bloodlines, allowing no taint. Even if the union was with a deity, the infant born on the night of the clan's execution was also mysteriously lost. A century later, a formidable entity emerged from the abyss, possessing the ability to consume vampiric power, yet capable of completely neutralizing and transforming any inherent nature of energy. The demons of the abyss spoke of it in hushed tones, referring to it as the Blood Monarch. Before long, the Blood Monarch single-handedly entered the undead realm and repelled the two great sovereigns of the vampire clan on the continent of Oblivion, mercilessly slaughtering nearly 1 million vampires. Ultimately, it was gravely injured and retreated to the abyss after being besieged by 3 attendants sent by one of the 13 deities of the underworld, known as the Lord of Fury, and from that point on, it vanished without a trace. The devouring power that Alan now possessed was directly inherited from the Blood Monarch, born of vampires, yet surpassing them. Although he could not inherit these ancient memories, Alan immediately recognized the terrifying implications of his newfound strength. After a period of recuperation, Alan ceased his contemplation and exploration of the essence of his power. The plethora of information he had absorbed in the archive over the past few days was far too vast to digest given his current state. He now perceived a bright and promising path ahead on his journey to becoming a formidable warrior. With flourishing opportunities in abundance, as long as he remained cautious and leveraged the devouring nature of the sanguine power, the Golden Realm would be within his grasp, and perhaps even the coveted sanctuary, which all aspire to attain, was not beyond possibility. Upon returning to his dwelling and hastily consuming a morsel, Alan resumed his training and refining. Under the transformation of the sanguine power, his physique steadily evolved towards that of a warrior, while his mind gravitated towards an entirely contrasting extreme. After nearly half a month of meditation and honing through the sanguine power, the energy sealed within began to dissipate significantly. Apart from the portion utilized for solidifying his spiritual and physical foundation, the remaining fragments were completely absorbed and integrated by Alan. He now possessed a renewed understanding of the devouring aspect of the sanguine power. While it could consume and transform energies from the dark, neutral, and light factions, it placed exceedingly high demands on the strength of the devourer's physique. Should the physical strength prove inadequate, one might perish before fully absorbing the energy of others. Consequently, the cultivation of the body was of paramount importance in the early stages, even more so than the mental aspect. Having gained experience from his previous encounter with the crystal, Alan was now able to make a rough estimation regarding the devouring of the sanguine power. The Blood Monarch's unparalleled might stemmed not only from the inherited, mutated devouring ability of his parents, but also from an evolutionary advancement of this ability to a certain extent. The total absorption from the last crystal was merely a fraction of the chaotic power it contained. Yet its purity was so concentrated that it was immediately discernible to Alan. The sensation was akin to having the dross and impurities of chaotic energy filtered away, leaving behind a small quantity of essence that was then refined for personal use. The only point of dissatisfaction for Alan was that during the digestion of the concentrated chaotic essence, he found himself unable to mobilize the sanguine power for offensive or defensive maneuvers. Despite this flaw, it was undeniable that the Blood Monarch was a prodigy of unparalleled talent, and his innate devouring ability coupled with relentless effort naturally rendered him a formidable being. Recognizing the formidable nature of the sanguine power, Alan was resolute not to remain idle, waiting for fate to unfold. As he stepped out of his dwelling, he nearly bumped his head against the lofty doorframe, his well-defined muscles exuding an explosive aesthetic. Devoid of any semblance of bulkiness, he embodied the essence of Alexander. A low rumble emanated from his belly, prompting Alan to pat his stomach and muse, "Heh, feeling hungry, are we, mate? Just wait. Today I shall treat you to a delectable feast like never before." For Alan, who was on the verge of breaking through to the 4th level and entering the mid-tier, the various game meats he once could only dream of during his time in Salts or after joining the army were now within his reach. Before long, a young wild boar, still lacking fully developed tusks, was skewered over the campfire. As the skin darkened to a crisp and the rendered fat dripped into the flames, an irresistible aroma wafted through the air. TSK, TSK. It should be nearly done. Oh, that damned scent is simply too tempting. Alan rotated the thick skewer impaling the boar, his gaze fixated on the shrinking morsel before him, salivating profusely. "Oh, forgive me, but I simply cannot resist." With a filthy right hand, Alan tore off a piece of the exquisitely tender meat, juices dripping and exuding a fragrant aroma. The heat radiating from the meat was no longer intolerable to him. Heavens, this is delectable, I swear. Not even the roasted duck from Mr. Hakim's tavern can compare. As he devoured the wild boar meat, Alan reminisced about his days in Salts, filled with nostalgia. Little Gibson. Are they still alive? If they perished, would they, as described in the books, become a specter or a skeleton, or some other undead being? Just as he was lost in thought, hurried footsteps approached from outside. The nearest dwelling was a good 200 to 300 meters away, and with the scattered rocks and drought-resistant flora interspersed, few people typically traversed between them. Judging by the footfalls, the visitor was likely headed towards him, since being casually discarded by the Silver Fox Legion into this Purple U mercenary group. Alan had only encountered a high-ranking figure named Austin and the so-called teacher, Roth, along with the guards of the archives, no one else. Who could possibly be seeking him? Could it be Roth? What business could he have? Was it possible that he had come to impart knowledge regarding power advancement? Or could it be that my power attributes have been sensed and someone is coming to eliminate me? Just as Alan's suspicions grew, the footsteps halted at the door, and it was evident that more than one person had arrived. With a loud thud, the door was kicked open. "Ha ha, which bastard is roasting wild game in our base?" Sizzle. "It smells damned good." Bright light flooded in, and before Alan could discern the intruders, a voice rang out. 3 young men, appearing to be in their 20s, strode in, exuding an air of arrogance. The leader, tall and slender, had a fair complexion, full lips, and fierce eyes that shone beneath cascading blue hair. Undeniably, he was a strikingly handsome man, though the venomous gaze made others feel uncomfortable. Behind him stood 2 young men clad in silk, one tall and one short, with the taller one bearing a sinister expression and penetrating gaze, his thin lips suggesting a lack of fortune. "Kid, do you not know that private fires are forbidden here?" the shorter, stockier youth provocatively barked. "Sir, I was recently commanded by the Duke of Aquitania to enter Narnia for training, seeking to return to the province to strike down the Slovenians. My time here has been brief, and I am still unfamiliar with the rules of the group. I kindly ask for your understanding." Alan replied with poise. "Oh, so you are the one who recently arrived, claiming to have—" the long-haired beauty began. "The officer who killed 3 mid-tier knights." "Ha ha," the stocky youth interjected promptly. "Oh right. Are you trying to invoke the Duke's name to intimidate us? Let me make it clear, you are now part of the mercenary group, and we are not under the Empire's jurisdiction," the long-haired youth retorted menacingly. Surprisingly. Level 5. Alan suddenly realized he could vaguely perceive the approximate cultivation level of his visitors, leading him to a new understanding of the sanguine power, in the tavern of the base. While collecting food, Alan had learned from some mercenaries training here about the three troublemakers known for stirring conflict. The long-haired handsome man is named Chris, the sole grandson of the high-ranking Austin within the mercenary group. The tall and slender youth is called Bill, while the short and stout one is Walker. Both of them are fresh recruits discovered by the group, trained under Chris's father, the swordsman Gregor. Being Austin's beloved grandson, Chris enjoys lavish gifts from his grandfather, who often bestows upon him precious chaos crystals and various magical equipment. Coupled with having a father who is a 7th-level advanced swordsman, it is no surprise that the young Chris has emerged as a prominent mercenary. Excelling alongside others who have entered Narnia for training in his early 20s, Chris has already attained mid-level strength, a feat that many mercenaries who joined 7 or 8 years before him have yet to accomplish. The label of a privileged third-generation heir fits him perfectly, as he exhibits a brash and contentious demeanor. If not for Gregor keeping a close watch on his treasured son, Chris would likely have ventured out of the mercenary group space to provoke other mercenary bands. Recently, the three of them overheard Austin mention a new mercenary joining the group, but due to Austin's lack of details, they only knew that this newcomer had slain 3 formidable knights and was a trusted confidant of the Duke of Aquitania, the southern granary of the empire. Concerns about these revelations had prevented them from making an approach. However, not seeking an audience does not imply that these 3 ruffians were unaware of Alan. After observing the newcomer for about a month, they found that aside from visiting the tavern for food, he merely traversed between the archives and his residence, revealing nothing particularly noteworthy today, while aimlessly wandering their base out of boredom. They noticed smoke and the enticing aroma of meat rising from the rocky geological area. Intrigued, they followed the mouth-watering scent, quickly realizing it emanated from the officers' quarters of the newcomer. Additionally, Chris had gleaned from earlier conversations with his father and grandfather that this newcomer might be a confidant of the Duke, but possessed no remarkable strength. Having acquired the knightly insignias from the slain bodies, with this information at hand, Chris felt compelled to teach the rookie a lesson today, ensuring he would think twice before crossing paths with him in the future. Having deduced from the mercenaries' descriptions that the 3 ruffians were indeed the trio before him, a flicker of contempt crossed Chris's face. Since childhood, Alan had held disdain for such individuals, having endured too many punches and spittle from nobles. He saw no difference between these 3 and those tyrannical aristocrats. Not to mention, Chris' attire, subtly imbued with magical energy, and the comparable prowess of the 2 swordsmen beside him posed a significant challenge to Alan. Master Chris, isn't he just a confidant of a southern lord? Why bother being polite? Heh. The stout swordsman Walker added fuel to the fire. Indeed, Walker. Why don't you teach this newcomer a lesson on behalf of Uncle Rot? Chris replied, his face betraying a hint of excitement. Though he had often troubled mercenaries, he had never dared to provoke a duke's confidant in this era. Might makes right. The invasion of the Slovakian forces into the Aragon Empire was a pressing concern. It was rumored that Duke Paul had fled in disarray back to the imperial capital seeking aid, only managing to return to his territory due to the presence of the Silver Fox Legion. Clearly, this duke lacked substantial power, and Alan pondered how he managed to govern his territory, sitting atop the empire's southern granary, truly a prodigal. Alan calculated quickly. While it was unlikely that the 3 would resort to lethal means against him, he could not escape the pain of their blows, having undergone a transformation with the blood-colored essence. Alan's worldview had shifted dramatically, and he would not submit to their tyranny. So, are the 3 of you planning to offer some instruction? He inquired coldly. Exactly, kid. Walker replied as he lunged forward like a gust of wind. Despite his stout frame, Walker's speed was unimpeded, and his heated fist approached rapidly. The air crackled with the sound of his fist slicing through the air. Before the punch made contact, Alan summoned his blood-colored power. Swiftly dodging to the left, Walker's momentum faltered. A glint of cold light flashed in Alan's eyes, and he pivoted, delivering a powerful kick to Walker's lumbar region. With a dull thud, Walker grunted in pain. Yet Alan was far from finished. In a swift motion, he closed the distance, landing another strike to the same spot on Walker's spine. Even for someone as robust as Walker, being hit multiple times in succession in the same area by an equally ranked opponent was unbearable. Upon hitting the ground, blood seeped from the corners of Walker's mouth, his eyes filled with astonishment and malice as he glared at the advancing Alan. With the first strike thrown, Alan felt no hesitation. He was driven by the will of his soul as he approached Walker. Just as he prepared to deliver a decisive blow to this overbearing bully, a sudden rush of air behind him signaled an imminent attack from someone eager to rescue the fallen stout man. Alan smirked coldly, maintaining the ferocity of his right leg, determined to inflict serious injury on Walker even at the risk of taking a hit himself. If the three were to gang up on him shamelessly, he would have no choice but to fight back. Although Walker managed to block Alan's powerful kick with both hands, the damage inflicted by the blood-colored power exacerbated his injuries. Simultaneously, Alan felt a heavy punch strike his back. Despite having undergone rigorous training with the blood-colored essence, he could not suppress the shockwave reverberating through his chest, forcing him to cough up blood. After staggering a few steps to regain his balance, Alan turned to confront his assailant, only to find it was the tall, lean warrior Bill. At that moment, Bill's expression was menacing, exuding an eerie aura. Truly impressive, my lord. It seems one who can single-handedly slay 3 knights possesses some skill, Bill remarked ominously. Casting a quick glance at the fallen Walker, his anger mounting. With a sinister grin, Bill advanced, his speed surpassing that of Walker. Though he was at a 4th-level rank, the infusion of blood-colored power lent him an edge. Yet he was still somewhat lacking compared to Alan, who had just injured Walker by taking advantage of surprise. Now that Bill was aware of his own strength, he would not be so easily taken advantage of. As expected, Bill's combat experience began to outshine Alan's, who had only recently entered Narnia, and after several rounds of confrontation, Alan found himself on the defensive, barely holding on thanks to his formidable resilience. The group had established a firm rule against using weapons in sparring sessions, which meant that Alan had only sustained minor injuries. Otherwise, he would have been knocked down long ago. With a resounding thud, another heavy punch landed squarely on Alan's chest, and fatigued from evasion, he found himself at his limit. Bill's onslaught forced Alan to retreat, the wooden floor beneath him cracking under the pressure of Bill's unleashed energy. Before he could regain his footing, a wave of immense magical power surged from behind, immobilizing him and sending sharp pain coursing through his body. Humph! What a useless waste! Chris spat, his ire directed either at Alan or at Bill and Walker. Frustrated by his inability to break through, Bill pressed on until Alan finally retaliated. Although both were of mid-level strength, Bill held a slight edge, bolstered by the guidance of his father and grandfather since childhood, affording him superior control over his power, comprehension, and combat experience. Upon the invasion of magical energy into his body, it spread like wildfire, causing excruciating pain and itching. A spray of blood erupted from Alan's throat as he fell to one knee, desperately wiping the blood from his lips while gasping for air. He contemplated that if Chris were to act again, he would ensure that he took someone down with him, for he was merely a lowly commoner, unafraid of the consequences. Fortunately, Chris, perhaps wary of the group's regulations or overly confident in his own abilities, refrained from attacking Alan again. Instead, he regarded Alan with a glimmer of cold light in his eyes and proclaimed, "Well done, boy. You possess some skill to remain conscious after my strike. If you show us proper respect from now on, I might let you off the hook today. What do you say?" Alan remained silent. Not out of fear, but to conserve his strength in case Chris changed his mind and attempted to flee. "Hey, Master Chris, I think this kid is scared stiff of you. He can't even speak." The tall, lean Bill remarked, supporting Walker as he attempted to ingratiate himself. "Humph, it seems you have some sense. Let us go." Bored with the situation, Chris turned to leave, satisfied that they had accomplished their goal of reprimanding the newcomer. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside, "Stop!" The next moment, a figure appeared in the room, and a chilling voice echoed, "Chris, do you think you can simply walk away after attacking my student, Rot, without reason?" Uncle Rot. You've misunderstood. We were drawn here by the aroma of roasted wild boar, but this fellow insulted us and injured Walker. "Look, Uncle Rot, see for yourself," Chris replied, maintaining a composed demeanor as he pointed to the pale-faced Walker. However, Alan immediately detected a hint of fear in his voice. After Roth cast a glance at the vacant-eyed Walker, Chris seized the opportunity to interject, "Uncle Roth, I speak the truth, don't I? This fellow is quite ruthless." "Enough, Chris. Do you think this is our first encounter?" "Humph. I won't delve into how you and my student came to blows, but your strength surpasses his by a whole tier, and you are outnumbering him. I have been entrusted by Lord Commander Tony to bring him back for training. If anything were to happen to him, how would you expect me to explain it to Lord Tony? The consequences of offending Lord Tony would be severe, and I dare say even your grandfather would not escape unscathed, Roth admonished coldly, his deep-set eyes glinting like venomous serpents lurking in the shadows. Indeed, should Lord Tony lay blame on this young man, even Captain Patterson would find it difficult to bear, let alone his grandfather, Austin. It seemed that the matter had reached a critical juncture, Chris swiftly calculated in his mind. Under the penetrating gaze of Roth, a chill surged from the depths of Chris's heart, leaving him feeling cold and numb all over. Roth had joined the mercenary group 4 years ago, and even his grandfather Austin had only a vague understanding of his background. Chris had only learned from Austin that Roth was a cousin of another high-ranking member in the group, the early-stage archer, Ronnie, though he was unaware of how Roth had become a necromancer and subsequently joined the mercenary group after aiding them during an ambush. Aside from the Empire of Light, other nations and independent towns on the continent held a neutral stance toward necromancers within the mercenary group, as long as they did not violate local laws. They generally turned a blind eye. Warriors and mages joining the mercenary group typically had a tenuous grasp of legalities, pursuing nothing more than wealth and power, with many aspiring to the pinnacle of strength. The significance of necromancers to the mercenary group was acutely felt by every mercenary during battle. Especially now, as the influence of the Church of Light spread widely across the continent, outside of the Slovakian Empire. Its followers were nearly ubiquitous. Recruiting a necromancer into the mercenary group was no small feat thus. While Roth's strength was not particularly high within the group, the commander placed considerable trust in him. Chris, who had long been accustomed to acting with impunity due to his grandfather Austin's influence, was not overly concerned about Roth's potential retaliation. However, he was acutely aware that he had lost face in front of the newcomer this time. Well, it seems I too have erred in some respects. Uncle Roth, I have a medium-grade chaos crystal here. Let me present it to Brother Alan as a token of apology. What do you think? Roth's expression shifted between shadows and light. And for a moment, he did not respond. Under normal circumstances, he would never risk offending Austin for the sake of this newcomer, as Austin was the strongest after Commander Patterson. Even his cousin Ronnie paled in comparison. Although Roth was highly regarded by the commander as the only necromancer in the group, should he provoke Austin, even his cousin at the early stage would find it difficult to support him. Of course, if his cousin were willing to forsake the lucrative position within the mercenary group, the combination of an archer cousin and his own necromantic arts could potentially contend with a high-tier mage. But such a scenario was clearly unrealistic. Roth's decision to intervene was indeed a spur-of-the-moment one. While Alan and Walker were engaged in combat, Roth had been passing through the rocky area. He had suddenly sensed a surge of formidable power colliding nearby, which piqued his curiosity. Although the group boasted a number of mid-tier mercenaries, the rocky area was primarily occupied by new low-tier recruits. Why was there a flurry of intense combat sounds upon stealthily approaching Alan's dwelling? Roth was astonished to discover that the combat energy employed by this newcomer was not of any attribute belonging to the Light faction. Rather, it bore a dark and malevolent aura akin to his own, laced with a hint of the essence characteristic of abyssal creatures. Years prior, while on a mission, Roth had fortuitously acquired a tome on necromancy, which contained a section detailing how to subdue abyssal demons and transform them into loyal servants. Though the power of such summoned servants would be diminished, they retained their combat intelligence, making them significantly more formidable than the ordinary undead creatures typically summoned. What thrilled Roth the most was the potential to absorb 30% of the servant's power through the necromantic formations described in the tome. Should the caster wish to do so, if he could locate more abyssal beings, his strength would undoubtedly soar. Although the abyssal realm was even more enigmatic than the realm of the undead, and news of demons appearing in the main continent was rare, it was undoubtedly a shortcut, which is why Roth had kept a watchful eye and ultimately joined the mercenary group after all. The mercenary group was known for its keen information network, especially regarding those of significant renown across the continent, such as you. Now, Alan represented a veritable treasure to him. On a smaller scale, he could forge the young man into a loyal servant and absorb his power. On a grander scale, it was possible that he could unearth further insights into demons from this boy. While powerful demons did not require any nefarious intentions, The prospect of discovering more mid-tier demons like him could potentially elevate Roth to a position of great power. Now, with Chris taking such drastic measures against his treasure, it was only natural for Roth to feel a surge of anger. However, since Chris had recognized his mistake and offered a means of retreat, Roth resolved not to push too hard, lest he end up suffering the consequences himself. In that case, I shall not hold it against you. Quickly take that young man to receive treatment. Roth waved his hand dismissively, feigning magnanimity. Yes, Chris replied gratefully, placing the chaos crystal on the wooden table within the room before turning to leave with his two lackeys, their tails between their legs. Ha ha, well done, young lad, to have single-handedly wounded one of your opponents. Splendid work, Roth exclaimed, as he pocketed the medium-grade crystal from the table, as if it had always belonged to him. Simultaneously, he attributed the reason for Alan's ability to injure one of his foes to the power of the demons within him. After a brief moment of rest, Alan had now regained his footing and expressed his gratitude to the dark-robed mage, who was his nominal teacher. Boldly spoken, from whence do you hail? To have deceived Lord Tony's keen eye and infiltrated our Aragon Empire. Damn demon! Roth's tone suddenly shifted, his previously deep-set eyes growing even more hollow. The contours of his face were obscured beneath the black robe, resembling a vast black void. This is bad. Alan's heart tightened. He had not anticipated that the recent skirmish had been observed from the shadows. It seemed that his secrets had been laid bare before Roth. What should I do? Is he going to kill me? No, that is unlikely. If my power's dark nature were the issue, he could have easily joined forces with those three to eliminate me without such convoluted maneuvers to send them away. Could it be that he harbors other intentions toward me? Chapter 22. A misfortunate encounter. Drops of cold sweat trickled down Alan's cheeks as he responded, Esteemed teacher, what are you saying? Please forgive my ignorance. I do not fully grasp your meaning. Is that so? Roth's chilling voice echoed once more. His gaze fixated on Alan's eyes for a prolonged moment before bursting into laughter. Ha ha, I was merely jesting, my dear student. Damned be it. You managed to take on 3 foes alone. Does that not qualify you as a devil? Ha ha. Roth was not fooled by Alan's feigned ignorance. He had a long way to go to deceive him. From the first moment he laid eyes on this boy through Commander Tony, Roth had sensed an inexplicable aura emanating from him. He had never encountered a lowly officer exuding even a hint of savage bloodlust. Finding himself unable to extract valuable information from Alan and realizing that he could not implement his plans while the boy was still injured, Roth decided to bide his time until Alan's wounds had healed. After instructing Alan to tend to his injuries and to seek him out at his secluded abode in the mountains once he had recovered, Roth departed. The impression Roth left on Alan was one of malevolence and an eerie demeanor. Coupled with his disjointed speech, Alan naturally found it difficult to believe that Roth bore any goodwill towards him. He must have ulterior motives. Alan remained vigilant in his thoughts. However, the most pressing matter was to recuperate swiftly. Otherwise, should any unforeseen events transpire, he would be left utterly defenseless. In truth, his injuries had already been stabilized, and with a few days of rest, he would likely recover fully. Yet, Alan refrained from voicing his confusion regarding Roth's sudden appearance, striving to present himself as physically and mentally fatigued in his presence. In the morning, dew glistened upon the branches of the verdant trees outside, sparkling like countless translucent pearls under the rising sun, casting a sacred radiance. A gentle morning breeze rustled the leaves, causing them to dance as if in competition for supremacy. After 2 days of recuperation, Alan's injuries had healed significantly without the aid of medicinal substances, relying solely on the power of blood magic. He found himself manipulating this power with increasing ease. Clearly, the continuous battles and struggles had greatly enhanced his mastery and comprehension of strength. Recalling the words spoken to him by Roth 2 days prior, Alan felt it prudent to pay a visit. For nominally, he was not only Roth's student but also a mercenary within the guild, thereby naturally becoming his subordinate. However, despite the necessity of this visit, Alan delayed for 4 days before finally making the journey. He was reluctant to be recognized by Roth as one possessing extraordinary powers, even if he had jested about it. The wisdom of "a common man bears no guilt for his treasures" resonated with Alan, who had gained a broader perspective through experience. Upon entering the room and greeting Roth, Alan inquired, "Teacher, may I ask what prompted your summons?" "Ah, It appears your health has improved significantly. Rot suddenly recalled something, quickly altering his statement. Ha ha, splendid. The reason I called you here is to present you with this. With a resounding thud, several volumes bound in fine sheepskin appeared upon the grand table before Alan. Rot continued, since you entered our base, I have been observing you and noted your considerable talent. These tomes contain the insights and focal points of power as understood by formidable beings in the realm of gold. At various stages of their mastery, you may take them and study them diligently. They will undoubtedly aid in your enhancement of strength. Ah, thank you, teacher. I have recently encountered certain bottlenecks, and these texts are most timely for me, Alan exclaimed in delight. Yet, amidst his overwhelming joy, he remained vigilant, suddenly noticing a fleeting glimmer of satisfaction cross Rot's face. This revelation deepened Alan's suspicions regarding Rot's intentions. It seemed imperative for him to investigate this teacher, lest an unsettling tension persist within his heart. Moreover, there is something I must caution you about, my dear student Alan, Rot interjected suddenly. Oh, please, teacher, do enlighten me. Christ's grandfather, Austin, the very sorcerer you met on your first day, harbors a deep-seated animosity towards you and appears to harbor doubts regarding your attributes of power. Rot stated with a pronounced seriousness. Ah, what should I do? Should I leave Narnia and return to Aquitania province? Alan inquired, tucking the sheepskin scrolls into his cloak. No, no, no. You cannot leave just yet, Rot exclaimed, realizing his lapse in composure and regaining his demeanor. You must remain in Narnia. Why? Am I to remain here as a target for others? The Silver Fox Legion has entrusted our mercenary guild with the task of turning you into a high-tier warrior, but as you should now comprehend, this endeavor will take considerable time, perhaps a decade or more. Narnia is vast and teeming with hidden opportunities for you to enhance your prowess. Perhaps you should embark on journeys for a few years to avoid entanglements with Christ and his ilk, thereby not delaying the mission bestowed upon you by the Duke. Rot explained with a sense of authority. That sounds reasonable. I shall prepare to depart at once, Alan nodded in agreement. Wait. Yes? Here are a few high-quality chaos crystals. You may absorb them to augment your strength. If you thoroughly comprehend the contents of those sheepskin scrolls with your aptitude, it is only a matter of time before you become a high-tier warrior or mage. Ha. Rot produced 2 crystals, their luster and clarity significantly superior to those Alan had previously encountered. They seemed to be of at least mid-tier quality. After expressing his gratitude, Alan departed without hesitation. He perceived that while the outside world was fraught with danger, it would greatly broaden his horizons. Coupled with the devouring trait inherited from the bloodline of a monarch, it was only outside that he could fully unleash its potential. After all, there were far too many inconveniences within these confines. The moment Alan crossed the threshold, an almost imperceptible wisp appeared in the void, landing upon him before vanishing swiftly. Simultaneously, he felt a subtle tremor deep within his soul, but it was so fleeting that he dismissed it as he left Rot's residence in the mountains. Hey, boy, do you think you can simply walk away after benefiting from me? As long as you remain in these Narnian mountains, you will never escape my grasp. A soul link, a common spell employed by necromancers, allows for communication between souls, albeit unidirectionally. However, due to Rot's own limitations, he could only ascertain Alan's general location within a certain range. After departing from the Cedar Mercenary Guild, Alan spent months lurking near Narnia. On one hand, he sought to solidify his current rank, while on the other, he discovered the perilous nature of Narnia, where treachery and murder frequently unfolded in secluded areas. Given his current strength, he was unlikely to attract attention. Yet there was always the risk of encountering a violent act. The tomes Rot had given him mainly contained insights from high-tier and gold-level practitioners, which were somewhat premature for Alan's current capabilities. While there were some annotations regarding mid-tier insights, they were merely mentioned in passing without any systematic organization. Clearly, this was too challenging for Alan, whose cultural literacy still required development. Alan had often contemplated the prospect of ambushing severely injured warriors or mages during conflicts to devour their powers. Yet fate had thwarted his attempts. Months passed without success. Those who were gravely injured were either in groups or far too formidable for a mere mid-tier level 4 to approach. One day, while aimlessly wandering through the mountain ravines, Alan arrived at the edge of a lake. Just as he intended to sit and dip his feet into the cool waters, a ripple emerged on the surface, and a young maiden suddenly surfaced from the depths. With a resounding splash, Alan felt as if his soul had been struck by an unseen force, plunging him into a momentary daze. Her alabaster complexion, framed by angular features, exuded an air of icy pride. Her deep, dark eyes shimmered with enchanting hues. As she tossed her long hair, an elegant and noble aura enveloped her, leaving Alan captivated and feeling unworthy to gaze upon her. Yet, her piercing gaze held an irresistible allure, ensnaring his very spirit. What a bewitching scene of a beauty emerging from the water! Alan felt a wave of impulsive heat surge within him, instinctively yearning to swim closer. Suddenly, he remembered he was in Narnia, where any practitioner could potentially be someone far more powerful than himself. To his shock, he realized that even with the blood-colored power, he could not discern her level of strength. Alarmed, Alan's mind raced with the implications of his indiscretion. Sitting by the lake, unabashedly observing a naked woman from mere meters away could lead to dire consequences. Flee. This was the swiftest thought that flashed through Alan's mind. Just as he intended to make a discreet escape before the mysterious woman noticed him, a sharp voice rang out from behind. Humph! Pervert, seeking death. With a flick of her will, a dazzling beam of white light shot forth towards Alan. Although chastised, her voice resonated sweetly in his ears, akin to a divine melody. From the energy radiating from the approaching light, Alan realized he had encountered the most formidable adversary since leaving the base. And astonishingly, she was a woman. Chapter 23. The proud daughter of the heavens clearly, attempting to flee was no longer an option. With a surge of will, blood-colored power erupted forth, swiftly forming a crimson shield before Alan. The two forces collided with a tremendous impact. Upon contact, Alan was immediately overwhelmed by a colossal wave of force that seemed to burn with fiery intensity, sending him hurtling backward. Landing on the ground, Alan found himself in a disheveled state, and upon introspection, he realized he had sustained considerable injuries. Had it not been for his robust physique, he might have even coughed up blood. Alan understood he was no match for this woman. The power he sensed from her was far beyond his own. Thus, he lay still by the lakeshore, feigning death, hoping the female sorceress would spare him. Before long, a fragrant breeze wafted into his nostrils, signaling that the woman had approached him. Knowing he could not afford to move, he remained rigid in the mud. Humph! Do you think feigning death will absolve you? Since you take such pleasure in spying, I shall pluck out your eyes and cast them among those fallen souls for your viewing pleasure, the woman declared coldly. Cursed be the heavens! One day, I shall ride you and behold the sights to my heart's content. Alan cursed inwardly, realizing that pretending to be dead was futile. Without waiting for her to act, he launched a sudden counterattack. The blood-colored power surged forth unexpectedly, aimed directly at the woman's face. Alan had already strategized. If he succeeded with this strike, he would immediately flee. This audacious move took the woman by surprise for a moment. Ah! For a level 4 mid-tier, you can actually retaliate after enduring my strike? Humph! You've piqued my interest, she remarked, regaining her composure, a smirk playing on her lips. Without any sign of defense, the blood-colored power rebounded upon contacting her white tunic, repelled by a faint layer of white radiance. Cursed be this formidable foe! Alan let out a helpless sigh, a sudden wave of intense powerlessness surging within him. Faced with an opponent whose strength surpassed his own, adorned in exquisite, magically enhanced gear, what recourse did he truly have? Yet, despite his sense of futility, Alan's will to survive propelled him forward, unyielding. Channeling all his sanguine energy, he felt as though time itself had momentarily halted. Within his veins and against his eardrums, he could only hear the resounding roar of the blood monarch's power, as if it had taken on a life of its own, imparting a singular message to him. Slaughter, as the sanguine energy erupted forth. An overwhelming aura of carnage surged into the heavens. The woman's previously serene countenance finally betrayed a flicker of panic, but by then, it was far too late for her to evade. A series of hissing sounds echoed, reminiscent of silk tearing, accompanied by the woman's piercing scream. Then, the sanguine energy collided with an unseen barrier, producing a dull thud. A more tremendous recoil than before coursed through Alan's hands, leaving him dizzy. And he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vision gradually fading into a haze of gray and darkness. Perhaps the woman had suffered injury from that previous clash as well, but it took her a considerable time to draw near again. This time, however, she appeared exceedingly cautious, lingering 4 or 5 meters away, observing him, too wary to approach. Given the immense force they had just exchanged, she was acutely aware that this shameless man, who had been spying on her, was undoubtedly unconscious. Yet her previous experience of feigning death to counterattack, which had resulted in her own injury, made her hesitant to draw closer. After a lengthy observation, she finally confirmed that the young man was indeed in a state of unconsciousness. "You shameless little thief. You think death will come so easily? Once I return you to the group, I shall ensure you experience a taste of true suffering," she hissed, her teeth clenched in indignation. Amidst her curses, Alan, who had been lost to unconsciousness, gradually regained his senses. Though his eyelids remained stubbornly shut, his consciousness returned first. Upon hearing the woman's vitriol, he felt not anger, but rather a surge of inner satisfaction. As long as he drew breath, there would always be a glimmer of hope for escape. He intended to counter her accusations, insisting that he had not spied intentionally, but found his chest constricted, his breath labored, and thus he could only submit to her grasp as she hoisted him away. "You, boy, I see your power is not of the light attribute. You wouldn't he happen to be one of those necromancers, would you? Humph, if that is the case, you shall soon be reduced to ash. However, before that, I will gouge out your eyes as a lesson." As she sped away, it was evident that the woman had realized Alan was awake. Her fury rekindled. Alas, it seemed that his fate was grim, and he needed to prepare himself accordingly. Alan pondered. Moments turned into an eternity as the woman abruptly flung him onto a rocky expanse. At that moment, he finally had the opportunity to survey his surroundings. Before him stood a grand manor, resplendent in shades of blue, proudly perched at the foot of the mountain. Surrounding the estate, subtle waves of energy rippled outward, akin to gentle ripples on a pond. Ah, this must be the magical array described in the texts. He sensed an invisible force enveloping the manor. Alan gazed in astonishment at the estate ensconced within the magical array, contemplating the origins of this woman. Under her prodding, Alan was ushered into the expansive house beneath the vast sky, where he encountered 2 elderly figures and a woman in her 30s. However, observing their deference towards the woman who had brought him here, he surmised they were likely servants or caretakers. Yet soon, he dismissed this notion, for the powerful aura emanating from them far surpassed that of the woman beside him, causing a pang of despair to rise within him. Having suffered severe injury from her initial ambush, the presence of these 3 others extinguished any hope he had of seizing an opportunity to flee. Like a discarded dog, Alan was unceremoniously cast onto the gravelly ground, entirely overlooked by the 4 within the house. Not a single one deigned to glance in his direction, as though he were merely an inconsequential wisp of air. "Why has the young lady returned so soon? And with a stranger in tow? It seems he is merely of mid-tier capability," remarked a stout, muscular elder in confusion. "Mr. Gerald, you have misjudged. This little thief may exhibit only mid-tier strength, yet he was able to injure me in a direct confrontation, and his power exudes an air of enigma, which piques my curiosity," the woman replied. "This little brat dares to harm Miss Deliris. What audacity! If the Lord were to discover that we failed in our protection of her, he would undoubtedly lay blame upon us," the stout elder exclaimed in anger, and as he spoke, he prepared to unleash his wrath upon Alan. "Alas, I am doomed. Yet I wonder, in my current state, can I still garner the favor and summons of the warlord?" Alan lamented, collapsing to the ground, offering no resistance. For against these 4, any struggle would be futile. Better to devote his thoughts to reminiscing about the cherished moments spent in Salts, a truly beautiful time in his life. "Gerald, hold your hand. Stop." The simultaneous exclamations from 3 voices rendered both Gerald and Alan momentarily dazed, unsure of what had transpired. "You, dear lady, this little rascal is utterly detestable. Why not allow me to?" Gerald queried in astonishment. The elderly woman beside him cast a glance at Deliris before hastily interjecting. "Lord Gerald, you have served as steward for many years under Lord Tony. Why can you not temper that fiery temperament of yours from the military days? Well, Gerald's raised hand gradually lowered, though his gaze remained fiercely directed at Alan. To him, Deliris was akin to a granddaughter he had watched grow, and he could not abide her being wronged. Lord Tony? Could it be that he was the commander he had met briefly at Oak Fortress? Alan's heart leaped at the mention of Lord Tony, filled with joy. The more he contemplated, the more he believed that the Tony referred to by the woman was indeed the commander of the Silver Fox Legion. Narnia, a place where the Empire had granted the Silver Fox Legion to train elite warriors, made it highly plausible. Mr. Gerald, please spare this boy's life. His identity is shrouded in mystery, and to slay him now may lead to unforeseen consequences, Deliris proclaimed. Miss Deliris, you are astute and prudent. I find myself lacking in comparison, the elderly woman beside her remarked with admiration, before continuing, however, upon closer inspection, I detected a trace of chaotic, malevolent energy emanating from the abyssal plane within this boy. He is likely not of good origins. Yet, speak plainly, grandmother, Deliris, slightly taken aback, urged her. However, I have never heard of a human lineage from the abyssal plane, save for those who have willingly fallen from grace. Yet this boy exhibits unmistakable human traits and aura. My knowledge is limited, and I simply cannot fathom the reason behind it. It appears this boy harbors quite the secret, Deliris mused, then turned her gaze sharply toward Alan, admonishing him. Wretch, though I may spare your life for now, rest assured I will not refrain from tormenting you, to repay that, as she trailed off. Her voice gradually diminished to a mere whisper. Deliris's unusual behavior soon caught the attention of the elderly woman, but after a moment of contemplation, she chose to remain silent. Deliris, Lord Tony? Ah, could she be the daughter of Lord Tony, commander of the Silver Fox Legion? Chapter 24. Glory during his time with the Purple Cedar Mercenary Corps. Alan had heard this name in the tavern, and it seemed many young mercenaries were enamored with her, though most were filled with trepidation. Alan, perplexed by this at the time, discreetly inquired with a more amiable thief and learned that although Deliris possessed an angelic visage and a devilish form, she was a figure not to be trifled with. Many suitors had ventured forth to profess their affections, only to meet with disastrous ends. As the sole daughter of Narnia's highest ruler, Deliris naturally became an object of admiration and envy. With her mother having passed away, she was doted upon to an extreme degree, almost to the point of being allowed to act with impunity. As a golden knight of the 12th Peak Realm and commander of the Empire's 4 elite legions, the Silver Fox Legion, she was showered with rare treasures beneficial to her combat prowess. Coupled with her remarkable intellect, she ascended to the early stages of high-tier strength under the stringent supervision of the retired Knight Gerald, achieving a formidable reputation among Narnia's youth. With her exquisite beauty, overwhelming power, illustrious lineage, and boundless wealth, it was no wonder that many found themselves captivated, their thoughts consumed by her. Just as Alan lamented his misfortune, he suddenly heard a shout from above. Damn it! We have uninvited guests! Guards! Damn it! Protect the lady! Gerald bellowed in fury. At once, my lord. The guards, well aware of the irascible steward's temperament, dutifully heeded his command. Alan, having surmised the origins of Deliris and her companions, felt a twinge of surprise. Who would dare provoke such formidable individuals? In response to Gerald's warning, Deliris and her companions' expressions shifted, while the elderly woman hastened toward the exit. Gerald called out to Deliris, My dear, upon your return, were you followed? This place is exceedingly remote, and the magical array offers protection. Since its establishment 3 years ago, no outsiders have ever ventured here. Humph, it must be that little rascal who summoned them. Gerard glared fiercely at the captive, sprawled on the ground. Delisa's expression also shifted, and she hurriedly inquired, What shall we do now? After a moment of contemplation, Gerard, his demeanor unusually grave, spoke. There are 5 of them. Judging by their mental fluctuations, they are undoubtedly formidable beings of the high-tier pinnacle and high-gold realms. In this Narnia, aside from our 1st battalion, only the 2nd battalion possesses such strength. Ah, could it be? Delise exclaimed in shock. No, from their aura, they do not resemble the forces of the 2nd battalion. Their presence is imbued with a divine essence, indicating they are outsiders. Gerard resolutely dismissed Delice's conjecture. Meanwhile, outside, the sound of the magic array was accompanied by a series of thunderous booms, clearly indicating that these unwelcome guests were not mere chance visitors. Within a mysterious, expansive cellar of the manor, an oppressive darkness enveloped the space. The sunlight streaming down the staircase seemed to be devoured by the shadows. A small magic array defied gravity, floating in the void of darkness, gently oscillating up and down. Countless chilling mists shrouded the entire array, revealing a hidden realm within, as if one had stepped into an alternate dimension. The sky was veiled in ominous clouds, a frigid wind howled, and the lifeless ground offered no signs of vitality. It was akin to a world of the dead. Yet, an old crone appeared here, surrounded by nearly 100 robed sorcerers. Under her command, hundreds of mages spread out around a colossal magic crystal, chanting an eerie and mystical incantation. An extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. Around the magic array, the previously pitch-black space suddenly became clear, revealing the manor's exterior, including the sight of those powerful beings relentlessly assaulting the magical protective barrier. As the chanting grew increasingly fervent, the magical energy of all the mages was gradually siphoned by the massive crystal, converging within it. Subsequently, the magical energy linked through the crystal and the magical medium of the array was directed into the large magic array outside the manor. Once every node crystal of the array was connected by magical energy, countless brilliant and formidable death energies swiftly coalesced, forming a robust and powerful seal. It was evident that the mages within the small magic array were necromancers. However, why would Lord Tony, a high-ranking official of the imperial military, be associated with these necromancers who were condemned and hunted by the forces of light? Considering the safety of his beloved daughter's residence, Tony had long contemplated potential threats from the very inception of the manor. When faced with powerful intruders harboring ulterior motives, ordinary soldiers and lesser-ranked knights or mages could not provide Delice with adequate protection. Therefore, aside from deploying his loyal servant Gerard, who had accompanied him for over 30 years, and the Zahn family to safeguard Delice, he also meticulously arranged magical seals both inside and outside the manor to thwart unforeseen dangers. Yet, it was evident that Gerard still had not detected the true strength of the invaders. After several rounds of probing attacks from those powerful beings, hundreds of griffins descended from the sky, each bearing a griffin knight. They loomed ominously over the manor, and behind those 5 strong figures stood over 300 knights, proudly standing their ground. Damn it! They are from the Empire of Light. How did they suddenly arrive here? What are those fools guarding the imperial borders doing? Gerard, now leading a group of knights out of the house, surveyed the manor with fury, cursing under his breath. It was well known that during his service in the Legion, he had taught those smugglers and invaders a lesson countless times. He never expected that after his retirement, the imperial forces would allow individuals from the Empire of Light to infiltrate this place. Tarnishing the honor of the Aragon warriors, on the high walls of the manor, fewer than 200 stood resolutely, coldly gazing at the encroaching forces from the Empire of Light, with not a single one displaying panic, though their expressions bore a touch of solemnity. "Heretics, come forth and meet your demise." A divine voice echoed from the void. "Impudent wretches, who dares intrude upon the territory of my Silver Fox Legion in Narnia?" Gerard retorted vehemently. "Lord Gerard, that individual seems to be the Archbishop of the Holy See in our northern region," someone suddenly interjected. Ah! Upon hearing mention of the church, even the hot-headed Gerard felt a momentary weakness. One must not offend the church lightly. Being branded as a heretic was no trivial matter. "I am the Archbishop Celtic of the northern region of the Empire. Your Silver Fox Legion's clandestine harboring of necromancers has come to the attention of my lord. However, considering your contributions to the Empire and the Church over the centuries, should you surrender the heretical elements within the manor, I can present your merits to the Church and grant you amnesty." The Archbishop spoke in a steady, measured tone, his words clear and distinct even from 300 meters away. "Gerard, it is you. What, do you intend to defy the will of the Lord?" Beside the Archbishop, a knight clad in shining silver armor recognized Gerard. "Oh, it is you, Fordland. What, does the Empire of Light wish to involve itself in this matter?" Gerard retorted. Having also recognized his adversary, the Holy See and the Empire of Light did not operate under the same hierarchy. The Holy See was an institution established by the supreme light god on the main continent, with the Pope serving as the divine emissary. The Empire of Light was not subject to the Church's governance, existing independently like other nations, albeit primarily worshipping the light god. Eradicating heretical forces is the mission and duty of every believer on the continent. Gerard, in light of our past friendship, I advise you to refrain from stubborn resistance. Though you may disregard me, you must consider the consequences of defying the Lord's will. Do not let your decision jeopardize the entire Silver Fox Legion. Or even your Aragon Empire, Fordland cautioned with a slight smirk. The situation before Gerard plunged him into a dilemma. Indeed, Fordland spoke the truth. The Church was not something he could casually offend. However, having followed Lord Tony for decades, Gerard could surmise his thoughts. The clandestine gathering of necromancers was intended to counterbalance the Empire's other elite forces. Internal competition within the imperial military was exceedingly fierce. The weaker factions faced hidden daggers and treachery. Should they lose their foundational strength, Narnia would be relinquished to others. The consequences of losing Narnia were apparent to anyone with sense. The former glory would fade, and the Silver Fox Legion, formed by various powers, would descend into infighting, ultimately disintegrating into the annals of history. What significance would a legion devoid of honor hold? As if having made a profound decision, Gerard's pupils abruptly constricted, and a surge of fighting spirit coursed through him, evidently resolved to protect the necromancer group that Lord Tony had painstakingly assembled. Perhaps it was a mutual understanding, or perhaps a bond of the soul. The old crone below the manor tightened her eyes simultaneously, as the death energy within the colossal crystal rapidly transmitted to the large magic array outside the manor. Without a sound, a thick veil of black mist, the shroud of the dead, suddenly enveloped the surroundings of the manor. From the earth, skeletons and zombies began to rise. The resentment of the dead within dozens of miles around surged forth, flooding the air with an overwhelming stench of death, and these recently resurrected undead creatures experienced a significant surge in power. Meanwhile, the Griffin Knights and the Light Knights on the ground appeared to be cursed by the immense resentment of the undead, their strength inexplicably diminished. Chapter 25. Devour when words fail to resonate. Further discourse is futile. Since the opposing party had openly declared their intention to defy the Church's edict, any additional dialogue would be redundant. Without a moment's hesitation, a chorus of blessings and prayers erupted from the woods behind the 300 knights, and a rain of holy light descended upon every Light Knight and Griffin Knight. This blessed light not only dispelled the curses cast under the shroud of the dead, but also bestowed upon them formidable power derived from their faith. Charge! Infantry! At Fordland's commanding shout, the infantry, bathed in the ever-increasing holy light, surged forward toward the manor. At that moment, from within the black mist emerged a multitude of skeleton warriors and zombie warriors upon the towering walls of the manor. Countless skeletal archers suddenly took their positions, alongside even powerful undead beings like zombie mages. Faced with the sudden appearance of these undead beings, the soldiers of the Silver Fox Legion felt a wave of revulsion and a drop in morale. The general troops were unaware of the clandestine preparations for the necromancer group, as the information had been tightly sealed. Consequently, the soldiers, who had fervently worshipped the deities of the light, quickly began to resist the defensive attack orders issued by Gerard. However, true to his reputation as a battle-hardened warrior, Gerard acted decisively. Having spent decades on the battlefield, he had developed a character marked by swift resolution, in comparison to the lives of soldiers. The honor of the Legion held greater weight, and without hesitation, Gerard ordered the execution of those soldiers who exhibited resistance and disdain. Subsequently, under the intent of the necromancers within the small magic array, the undead beings charged fiercely into the oncoming ranks of Light Knights and infantry. The heavy swords imbued with a faint divine power effortlessly shattered the fragile bones of the skeleton warriors. Yet, as 3 or 4 skeleton warriors were cleaved apart by the holy force, a pale bone dagger would inevitably strike against the knight's armor, soon followed by a flurry of additional bone daggers. In the eyes of Fordland, the 1st Infantry Regiment was merely a test unit, serving as cannon fodder, while the true assault forces lay in the heavy infantry and the aerial Griffin Knights that followed. Nevertheless, even so, the heavy infantry found themselves struggling against the seemingly infinite sea of skeletons. Although they were unafraid of the bone blades and arrows of the skeletons, they held a certain trepidation towards the zombie mages perched atop the manor's high walls. The deathly fog occasionally unleashed by these mages caused their muscles to wither rapidly, their blood to evaporate, and their vitality to dwindle away. The battle raged fiercely around the manor, its secluded location and the formidable reputation of the 1st Division rendering it largely overlooked. Save for the stunningly beautiful Delice. Inside the manor, Alan lay quietly in the grand hall, completely unattended. Perhaps everyone believed that, given his severe injuries, he could not escape, and besides, outside the manor lay the forces of the Holy Empire and the Church, leaving a mid-tier individual such as himself with nowhere to flee. The conflict outside unfolded with fervor, as the heavy infantry relied upon their sturdy defensive equipment to carve a path through the skeletal tide. At this moment, the infantry regiment was less than 100 meters from the manor's walls. However, with each step deeper into the fray, the swordsmen felt their progress becoming increasingly arduous, gradually succumbing to the encirclement of skeletal warriors. Blood, bones, and corpses accumulated rapidly, intertwining amidst the chaos. The shroud of the undead thickened ominously. The enormous crystal within the necromantic magic circle had been discovered by Tony, the commander of the Silver Fox Legion. During the 10th year after being granted the title of Narnia by the late emperor, when he unexpectedly stumbled upon it through a mysterious spatial rift. The magical power contained within the crystal was nearly limitless, theoretically. As long as there was sufficient magical energy to fuel it, it could operate indefinitely. However, Tony had not anticipated that the Church would discover this place, and thus the number and quality of mages he had at his disposal were insufficient to fully unleash the immense power of the giant crystal. Under the onslaught of the holy priests and their acolytes, the magical array conjured by hundreds of necromancers began to contract gradually. God said, "Where there is light, darkness, filth, and evil shall not remain." Bishop Selt intoned softly, his demeanor grave and sacred as his words fell. The sky, obscured by the undead shroud, was suddenly pierced by several beams of holy light that fell upon the battlefield. Divine radiance. The beams seemed to carry an intense heat, and any undead creature enveloped in this divine light was instantly obscured by the searing temperatures, gradually turning to ashes and vanishing. Simultaneously, the manor's large magic circle flared brightly, followed by waves infused with a strong aura of death radiating outward from the manor's center. Soldiers of the Holy Empire, regardless of whether they were ordinary swordsmen or heavily armored infantry wielding sword and shield, fell like leaves in autumn, succumbing to the deathly waves. Only those of mid-tier peak strength could barely survive, relying on their formidable aura shields for protection. However, all swordsmen still standing on the battlefield were generally afflicted with varying degrees of aging and weakness. Perhaps the number and quality of the necromancers were insufficient to cast a second wave of death, for the holy priests quickly seized the rare opportunity to dispel the negative magic afflicting them. The infantry regiment's commander, Fordland, swung his great sword, and the Griffin Knights hovering above joined the fray. Launching their fiercest attacks from the skies in an instant, the skeletal archers and warriors summoned by the necromancers, having expended relatively little magical energy, fell in droves. The innate divine hammer ability of the Griffins proved inherently effective against undead beings, often allowing a single aura attack from a Griffin Knight to shatter 4 or 5 skeletons. Yet, it seemed Fordland had forgotten that the necromancers excelled in overwhelming numbers. Through the enormous magic crystal, the necromancers needed only to expend 30 less magical energy than usual to summon a quantity of low-tier undead that would typically require a far greater investment. Hardly had this area of skeletal foes been cleared when another wave appeared in an instant. The multitude of skeletal archers, in conjunction with a few zombie mages, inflicted substantial casualties on the aerial Griffin Knights over time. Led by Zana, the necromancer cohort proved to be a thorn in the side of the Griffin Knights. And her husband, Gerard, was not to be outdone. Although the majority of the manor's guards had been slain by the undead, a handful of swordsmen remained, willing to follow Gerard and Lord Tony in pursuit of honor. Yet this did not diminish Gerard's flamboyant display. As the illustrious commander of the Empire's elite Silver Fox Legion, the fact that his beloved resided in a manor teeming with uninvited undead mages called into question the presence of formidable war priests and mages. Within the walls, the zombie mages and the 1st Division sorcerers waved their staves, unleashing torrents of various magical projectiles and clouds of death that engulfed the space hundreds of meters outside the manor, severing the connection between the infantry regiment and the Griffin Knights. Though these were low-tier spells, their minimal magical cost and extremely short casting time allowed for rapid-fire attacks, causing numerous griffins to plummet from the sky. On the ground, the skeletal army surged forward, brandishing their ghastly bone blades, overwhelming the weakened and weary swordsmen, or the fallen griffins and their riders with a relentless onslaught. Damn the Silver Fox Legion! How could a mere manor conceal so many mages? Esteemed Bishop Selt, it appears we shall not capture anything this time. What do you suggest? Fordland hastened to Selt's side, his voice laced with fury. Selt's expression was grave as he slowly reached into his robe, seemingly caressing something within. After a long pause, he appeared to make a difficult decision, withdrawing his hand with a bitter smile. Then, Lord Fordland, please issue the order to retreat. Seems we must return another day to cleanse this vile and filthy existence. Fordland's expression softened, and he replied, As you wish, my lord. He turned and shouted, Retreat! A day had passed since the ambush by the Church and the Holy Empire. Alan now found himself imprisoned within a magical cage in the manor's underground, alongside a light mage. During this day, Delice and Gerard had only visited him once upon his arrival, and had not returned since. After a day of rest, Alan's injuries had significantly improved under the miraculous healing of the blood-colored power, restoring him to about 80 of his former capacity, as for the unfortunate light mage. Ever since being captured and thrown into the cage by Gerard, he had remained in a daze, his condition worsening rather than improving. Why not take this opportunity to absorb the magical energy from this mage? Observing him in his pitiful, languid state, both physically and mentally weakened, Alan could hardly contain his excitement at the prospect of experiencing the absorption of another's power for the first time, which would undoubtedly enhance his own strength. Suppressing his exhilaration, Alan approached the mage to scrutinize him closely. In his 40s. The mage sported a neatly trimmed mustache, and his noble yet simple attire appeared somewhat wrinkled and soiled from battle. So these are the powerful mages, he mused, reflecting on how this was the first time he had observed them from such close proximity. After curiously touching the mage's collar, Alan coldly remarked, Esteemed and powerful mage. Who would have thought you would fall to a nameless wretch like me, Alan? As if sensing Alan's mockery, the mage shuddered involuntarily, and with great effort, managed to pry open his eyelids to utter something. However, the next moment, sheer terror rendered him speechless. Alan's face twisted into a sinister grin as he seized the mage's head with his right hand, the surging blood-colored power swiftly activating at his command. A faint blood mist gradually enveloping both him and the mage, rich and sacred magical energy flowed into him through his outstretched hand, only to be devoured by the blood-colored force. As the magical energy continued to pour in, the blood-colored power grew ever stronger. No wonder he was a high-tier initial level 7 mage. The purity and magnitude of his magical energy were beyond what Alan, a mere level 4 individual, could compare to. The process of absorption continued for half a day. Being his first experience, Alan was cautious, relying on the memories of absorption passed down in his mind. Additionally, the mage's magical energy was so vast that even after half a day, Alan still sensed that some remained. During the absorption, Alan noticed that his injuries had completely healed. Looking at the mage before him, the once robust physique now appeared emaciated, with pronounced cheekbones, though he had not yet reached the state of a mere husk. It seems the mysteries of absorption are indeed profound, Alan exclaimed with delight. But then he pondered. Given that the mage still had some residual magical energy, what if someone were to interrupt? This thought caused Alan a moment of concern, yet he quickly dismissed it. The risk of being interrupted was negligible compared to the certainty of death if he did not hasten to absorb and transform the power he had taken. Regardless, the time required for devouring should not be brief. Thus, it would be prudent to entirely consume the residual magical energy within the mage's body. Although the crimson power within has yet to fully absorb the devoured magic, it is evidently much stronger than before. Having already experienced a prior consumption, Alan now felt the explosive surge of the crimson power, striving to drain the lingering magic in the shortest possible time. When he reopened his eyes, he felt invigorated, his mood as refreshing as a gentle spring breeze. Simultaneously, he sensed a sudden ascent in the power of his soul. With sheer intent, he could unleash the devastating crimson power without the need for any physical movement. This must be the strength of the mid-level intermediate stage. With the fortification of his soul and the elevation of his power, Alan now perceived a significant acceleration in his cultivation speed. And the crimson power within him surged with even greater purity and vigor. At this moment, the once radiant mage had become nothing more than a desiccated husk, a sight most dreadful within the manor. Lady Zana, Gerard's wife, suddenly opened her eyes, a look of astonishment crossing her features as she exclaimed, That's odd. Grandma Zana, what is it? Has the church sent their people again? Delice inquired anxiously. The last time. The church had not anticipated such a formidable defensive force lurking within a mere manor in Narnia. Should they return, they would undoubtedly be armed with unwavering confidence and strength. No, my dear lady. Despite being a necromancer, Zana's countenance softened into a rare smile upon facing the girl she had watched grow up. A girl who was the daughter of the esteemed commander she and her husband had followed for many years. Is it? Delice asked, intrigued. My dear, is it related to the underground prison? Gerard also sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Indeed. My dear, Zana confirmed with a nod, then turned to Delice, saying, The other day, the prison that held a certain Alan experienced a surge of violent power that broke through its magical restraints. What is so strange about that? You've mentioned that the boy's origins are likely from the realm of the undead or some abyssal plane, Delice remarked, beginning to feel relieved. It was not the church that she had feared, especially since her father was still far away in the southern province of Aquitania, defending against the treacherous Slovakian invaders. Given the current turmoil and external threats within the empire, had it not been for such circumstances, the Slovakian Empire would not have dared to encroach upon the realm. The dark forces they revered were already resisted and exterminated across the continent, compounded by their own inferiority to the Aragon Empire. However, since the ascension of Emperor Orpheus, who had diligently worked to strengthen the empire, the current might of the Slovakian Empire was no longer what it once was. Ahem, my dear. My surprise does not stem from that, Zana smiled, her demeanor still warm yet tinged with seriousness. Though the necromantic prison is not a high-level magical restraint, given that mage's frail body and spirit, he should not possess sufficient strength to break free from its confines. Moreover, this power is imbued with a fierce and brutal essence that is remarkably consistent with the aura emanating from that boy's body. Yet, even with his level 4 strength, it's still... then. Delice's surprise rekindled as she exchanged a glance with Gerard, rendered speechless. Within the prison, Alan was attempting to utilize the now potent crimson power to dismantle the magical restraints binding him. Although the prison's barriers had suffered some damage from the relentless assaults of the raging crimson energy, and appeared somewhat weakened, fully breaking free from the confines remained a formidable challenge. Just as Alan was consumed by his frustrations, the wooden planks of the basement staircase were suddenly pushed open, and several unmistakable footsteps echoed from below. Before he could voice any protest, a shrill voice pierced through the air. You damned scoundrel. So it was you causing trouble here. It seems you are tired of living. As the words fell, a wave of deathly energy shattered the prison's restraints. Alan's eyes brightened. In the dim chamber, Delice stood with her hands on her hips, glaring fiercely at him. Before he could adjust to the abrupt illumination, a chilling voice interjected, boy, from which plane do you hail? In just a day or two, not only have your wounds healed, but the aura of power emanating from you has clearly ascended to a new level. Speak. If you choose to remain silent or attempt to deceive me, do not blame me for turning you into a rotting, foul-smelling zombie. Oh, heavens! The inevitable has come. Cold sweat trickled down Alan's back. With Zana's proclamation, both Gerard and Delice's gazes locked onto Alan, their expressions tightening as if attempting to peer through him. Despite his newfound strength, he was far from being powerful, if his secret were to be unveiled. There was no telling if a formidable mage or alchemist might seize control over him and unlock the mysterious devouring power within. Nevertheless, he had to respond, navigating this immediate predicament. Perhaps I should refer to you as the master of the undead, Alan retorted, catching Zana momentarily off guard. She neither confirmed nor denied, her lifeless eyes fixed intently upon him, as though seeking to pierce through his very soul. I am merely a free citizen from a small town called Salts in the south, summoned by the esteemed monarch alongside many of my childhood companions due to the Slovakian invasion. Subsequently, under the orders of Lord Tony and the Duke, I came to Narnia for training and cultivation. As for the rest, Alan cast a calm glance at the nearby corpse. This mage, seeing my grievous injuries and sharing confinement within this prison, took pity on me and aided my healing, while also imparting his wisdom regarding the advancement of my power. Allowing me to break through my bottleneck, ultimately, he succumbed to the onslaught of death energy, resulting in his current state. Alas! A long sigh escaped him, imbued with an ineffable sorrow that rendered Zana and the others speechless. Though they had their suspicions, they lacked concrete evidence, thus refraining from further inquiries. Yet, their belief in his words remained tenuous, and the notion of disposing of him was momentarily set aside. After all, Alan was shrouded in too many uncertainties. And these uncertainties were substantial. Perhaps through him, they could uncover connections to that plane. As he found himself in the company of the malevolent necromancer, Alan's impression of the Silver Fox Legion began to shift. Previously, he had viewed them through the lens of a grand, virtuous facade. However, not long ago, they had engaged in open conflict with the formidable and sanctified church, suffering significant losses. This compelled Alan to re-evaluate their intentions. Since none were truly virtuous, he felt no need to maintain an air of innocence before them. The aura of dark power no longer concealed, he allowed it to radiate freely as they sensed the malevolent energy emanating from him. Zana and the others exchanged subtle glances, though none spoke. "Boy, until we unravel your true origins, you must remain in our company. Otherwise, bear the consequences." Gerard feigned ferocity, eliciting an inward chuckle from Delice. "Very well. Uncle Gerard." Alan waved his hands in a gesture of reluctant acceptance. In truth, he had no choice. Given his current strength, he could not contend with any one of the three. Escaping was out of the question, as Zana's hawk-like gaze seemed to warn him of dire repercussions should he attempt to flee. "Very well then. You may move about freely, but remember not to stray too far," Zana commanded before turning to leave. With Gerard following suit out of the cellar. "Boy, do not let it go to your head. Humph. If you provoke me in the days to come, you might want to keep an eye on those precious eyes of yours." Delice, about to depart, halted when she caught Alan's gaze wandering over her chest and certain private areas, prompting her to turn back and scold him vehemently. Merely eager to see these three insufferable nuisances exit her sight. Alan, caught off guard by her fierce reprimand, reluctantly diverted his gaze, though he inwardly vowed, "Damn it! One day, Alan, will make you aware of my prowess." Observing Alan's lack of retort seemed to bore Delice, who muttered a few more curses before exiting the cellar. Soon after, Alan emerged from the cellar, greeted by a warm and harmonious shaft of sunlight filtering gently through the manor's ceiling. The weather seemed to herald the promise of good news awaiting him in the moments to come. Chapter 27. The Palau Islands, an ambush. After enduring half a month of covert surveillance and confinement, Alan finally gleaned what appeared to be promising news from Delice. The Palau Islands, situated in the northwestern waters of Narnia, they were nominally a territory of Aragon. However, over the past century, the indigenous merfolk tribe had gradually reclaimed control of the region from the Aragon Empire. Coupled with their distance from the myriad factions of the Singing Continent and the merfolk's own strengthening, they had effectively claimed dominion over much of the northwestern seas. Thus, a plethora of rare treasures, formidable beasts, and countless precious stones from the depths of the sea have been unearthed and placed for sale on the Palau Islands. Merchants from various nations on the continent, along with a number of adventurers, are drawn to this distant land to procure goods that they can transport back to the mainland for substantial profit. After an arduous journey of over 80 days filled with scenic exploration, Alan, accompanied by the relatively courteous Delice and others, finally arrived near the waters of the Palau Islands. Along the way, Gerard displayed another facet of his temperament, his warmth and straightforwardness. From him, Alan learned that the term Palau Islands is a collective designation, encompassing countless islands of varying sizes, inhabited by numerous merfolk factions. It was evident that the Silver Fox Legion had established a stronghold here, as over 20 knights awaited them at the dock upon disembarking from the ship. In the midst of the knights' company, Alan and Delice ascended two noble yet unostentatious carriages, shattering the tranquility of the island's forest as they headed northward. Alan shared a carriage with Gerard, while Delice traveled alone. For Alan, he would rather endure the company of the brooding Zana or the volatile Gerard than be confined in such a cramped space with Delice. The purpose of their journey was to procure supplies in this realm of merfolk. Though the specifics of these supplies remained a mystery, even to the boisterous Gerard, who had not divulged any hints for speculation. "Hey, my lord, the knights of your Silver Fox Legion are quite different from those I encountered in Aquitania. Just look at their spirited demeanor. Tell me, my lord, are you not afraid of an attack from those merfolk? They appear rather fearsome," Alan remarked with a nonchalant expression as he gazed at the knights outside the carriage window, who marched forward at a leisurely pace. "Ha, young lad, I found you to be quite amusing, far more so than your exterior suggests. Speaking of the merfolk, they are indeed valiant warriors." At this point, a rare glimmer of admiration appeared on Gerard's face, only to be followed by, "But relax, lad, we Aragonese are equally respected warriors. We admire them, but we shall never fear them. Moreover, the leaders of the merfolk signed a peace treaty with our empire during the reign of our late king, which stipulates that all merfolk tribes in the Palau Islands must bow in submission to our nation." A peace treaty? Bow in submission? Upon hearing these terms, an unsettling image of the Slovenian invaders' hidden fangs beneath their smiles surfaced in Alan's mind. Casting a shadow over his feelings about this expedition, noticing Alan's apparent despondency, Gerard chuckled and reassured him. "No need to worry, lad. Come, lean back and take a nap. By the time you awaken, we shall be nearing the tribe. After you have interacted with the merfolk for a while, you will find them just as endearing as your little friends back in Salzburg, huh?" Gerard laughed heartily. A ninth-level warrior. Gerard seemed to lower his guard around this young lad, his demeanor markedly different from before. Since their last direct confrontation with the church, Gerard had promptly informed Tony, who resided far to the south, about the situation involving Alan, until they could ascertain the young man's origins. Tony had instructed Gerard and his companions to maintain a cautious distance, fearing Alan might engage in unexpected actions. Additionally, this journey to the Merfolk Islands was at Tony's behest. The sea breeze carried a pungent, briny odor that weighed heavily upon Alan's chest. "My lord, why are there so many scattered bones here?" Alan inquired, pressing his forehead against the carriage window as he observed the occasional bones along the route. "Young lad, they were once valiant and loyal soldiers of the Empire, just like you. Though they perished on the isolated islands of the northern seas, their souls have returned to the embrace of the great Lord of War. Even if their divine songs remain here," Gerard spoke with a hint of reverence, his tone solemn. "Before the ink dried on that treaty, the father of the current monarch, the late King Louis II, was renowned for his indomitable bravery, having ventured into the sacred domain and reached the pinnacle of power in this realm, driven by boundless ambition and desire. He relentlessly propelled the empire's massive war machine to engage in frequent acts of aggression abroad. In numerous great battles, he emerged victorious, seizing vast tracts of land, countless lives, and immense wealth from powerful yet defeated nations. However, while the entire empire fell into a state of blind optimism, believing it could conquer all, Louis set forth across the ocean, leading his war chariot, blessed by both the Lord of War and the supreme God of Light, to subjugate the merfolk tribes that had encroached upon his realm. The glory of Louis and the greatness of the Aragon Empire came to a halt at this juncture, as the war against the merfolk raged on for decades, depleting the empire's strength in the relentless conflict. Gerard could recount the protracted and brutal war, dubbed the blood and tears of Louis and Angela, by both the Aragonese and the merfolk, with remarkable clarity. At that time, he had been but a fledgling soldier, not much older than Alan was now. This conflict has become one of the most renowned wars in the annals of Aragon's history, forever inscribed in the Empire's chronicles. "Esteemed lord, may I pose a question?" Alan suddenly turned to Gerard and inquired. You openly clash with the church. Do you not fear the consequences?" Gerard looked at Alan in astonishment, seemingly taken aback by the question. After a prolonged silence, he replied gravely, "For an Aragon warrior, loyalty and honor are principles we must uphold at all times. However, if one must choose between the two, I believe the majority within the Silver Fox Legion would opt for honor. Remember this, lad. A man without honor is akin to a walking corpse." A man without honor is akin to a walking corpse. Alan echoed in disbelief, astonished that Gerard, who had always proclaimed himself a loyal soldier of the Empire and the most faithful servant of King Louis, would utter such words. Indeed, Gerard affirmed with a firm nod, a glimmer of resolve and valor evident in his eyes. Then, in essence, you are no different from those mercenaries? As long as you possess honor, you could even sell your soul? Alan pressed, his gaze revealing an inscrutable intensity. Gerard closed his eyes, refusing to respond. Just as Alan was about to pursue the topic further, a sudden shout rang out from outside. "Watch out! Something's amiss!" The convoy gradually came to a halt, with 20 knights forming a protective line alongside the carriages, while several others spurred their horses to the front of the formation. Moments later, a knight drew back the carriage's curtain and reported, "My lord, there seems to be a large number of riders in the thicket ahead. Their allegiance is currently unclear." Gerard pulled aside the curtain to peer ahead. Indeed, amidst the dense underbrush on the right, numerous figures were sporadically shifting, the irregularly swaying foliage indicating that there were individuals concealed within. "Who goes there? This is the convoy of the Aragon Empire's Phantom Legion. Please vacate the area immediately," shouted a knight at the forefront. Yet, the voice seemed to vanish into the void, as no response emerged from the thicket, only the rustling of the grass intensified. The name Silver Fox Legion alone could likely intimidate most hostile forces, however, this time. The knight's warning bore little effect. "Silver Fox Legion? Excellent, we've been waiting for you. Silver Fox Legion, huh?" Amidst the laughter, 3 to 4 dozen figures emerged from the waist-high grass, brandishing long swords and wielding staves. The waves of power and magic emanating from them surging forth as they stood. "Belafin!" Gerard gasped softly upon observing the scene from within the carriage. The powerful adversaries he had faced throughout his decades of combat were indelibly etched in his mind. Belafin, a 10th-level Golden Domain dark sorcerer, capable of summoning abyssal demons as minions to fight. Once a high priest of one of Slovenia's temples, he was said to have been expelled from the Empire after a significant ideological rift with several other powerful dark priests. Huh. So it is the esteemed Lord Gerard. After decades apart, your vigor remains undiminished. Though Gerard's exclamation was quiet, it did not escape Belafin's notice. Recognizing him, Gerard, though wary, stepped down from the carriage and called out cheerfully, "Mighty dark sorcerer, I come at the behest of the Legion commander to procure supplies from the tribe. Might you grant us passage?" Having engaged Belafin in battle on numerous occasions, Gerard understood the difficulty of the man, whose strength surpassed his own. Moreover, the warriors surrounding Belafin were equally formidable, leading Gerard to adopt a more imposing demeanor in hopes of passing through unhindered. "Ha! The Honorable Lord Gerard, when did the ever-loyal you learn to weave lies? There exists a being within your carriage that bears the blood of demons and bloodlines. Do you dare deny it?" Belafin replied with a slight smile, his tone devoid of anger or the typical arrogance expected from a powerful individual. Gerard remained silent in response to his inquiries, yet his mind raced with thoughts on how to confront the seemingly inevitable battle. Chapter 28, Captured. How dare you intercept our Legion's convoy? Who are you? Doris, who had been holding her tongue, could no longer restrain herself and angrily questioned Belafin while pulling back the carriage curtain. Belafin, seemingly unperturbed by the girl's inquiry, continued, "My Lord Gerard, I only desire that individual. I harbor no intention of offending your esteemed Legion or your authority. What say you? Grandfather Gerard, you must not hand that wretched scoundrel over to these fiends. Father has expressly commanded us to capture him," Doris exclaimed urgently. Setting aside her father's orders, the mere fact that the detestable little thief had spied on her while she bathed was enough reason to ensure he faced justice. "Forgive me, my old friend, but I cannot surrender that lad to you, if you—" Gerard was about to phrase his response more tactfully when Belafin interjected with a disdainful snort. The confrontation appeared unavoidable. Gerard's primary concern was to safeguard Doris's life and, if feasible, protect the boy Alan as well. Listening to Belafin, it seemed that his wife's suspicions had been correct. Alan indeed hailed from the abyss, yet Gerard had not anticipated that half of his bloodline belonged to the bloodkin. The concept of an undead bloodkin breeding with demons from the chaotic abyss was something Gerard had never encountered, as the realms of the abyss and the undead were not meant to intertwine. Gerard quickly signaled the captain of the guards while simultaneously drawing his sword and shouting, "Honor! Loyalty! Fearlessness! Honor! Loyalty! Fearlessness!" The knights echoed in unison, their passive defensive magic bolstering their ranks. Balafin and his associates, consisting of mages, swordsmen, and archers, posed a significant threat, yet if the knights could close the distance, they might diminish the enemy's numerical advantage and ranged capabilities. Under the captain's rallying cry, dozens of mid-tier knights unleashed their auras. And even though the charge was insufficient to constitute a full-on assault, the weight of their armor and the impact of their steeds were not to be dismissed lightly. Though Gerard believed that this charge would not result in significant casualties among their foes, it could disrupt their formation, dividing the swordsmen, archers, and mages for a more effective counterattack. However, as the knights advanced within 30 meters, the once even terrain suddenly sprouted thorny vines that ensnared the horses' hooves, transforming the ground into a treacherous landscape. Arrows, infused with potent energy, rained down upon the knights, and several weaker warriors found themselves pierced and thrown from their mounts. Infuriatingly, these arrows were imbued with dark magic, aging, and weakness. Thorny Jungle. Even Doris knew this was an earth-based spell. In large-scale battles, Thorny Jungle was one of the most commonly utilized spells, aside from blessings and other supportive magics, effectively hindering the enemy's movement based on the caster's magical strength. "My old friend, hand over that boy, and I shall not trouble you." Balafin's tone had shifted from its prior gentleness, now imbued with an unyielding authority that brooked no dissent. He was issuing Gerard an ultimatum. A flash of purple light glimmered in Balafin's eyes as a mental storm was unleashed, striking the knights, including Alan and Doris, with a devastating blow to their very souls, leaving them dizzy and disoriented. Among the first to charge, two weaker knights fell from their steeds, trampled by those following behind. Under Balafin's formidable mental suppression, Gerard stood resolute, his body radiating a faint yellow-green aura as he resisted the onslaught of Balafin's psychic force. Although decades had passed since he left the battlefield, the hardened warrior forged through years of military service would not easily submit to oppression. A palpable aura of menace emanated from Gerard as he met Balafin's icy gaze. Articulating each word with conviction, "Sir, do you wish to oppose my Silver Fox Legion, or even the Empire itself?" In that moment, the Legion's knights were no more than 20 meters from Balafin's group. Though still ensnared by the thorny jungle, the remaining knights were all high-tier warriors. Once engaged in close combat, the ensuing clash would likely inflict considerable losses on the mid-tier archers, swordsmen, and mages. Balafin, disinterested in incurring unnecessary losses, coldly replied, "My old friend, it is not the undead who wish to oppose you, but rather you who must contend with me, Balafin," as his ominous voice echoed through the air. A swirling black vortex appeared before him, a writhing mass of dark energy encircled by serpentine bolts of purple lightning. As the charging knights gazed in astonishment, a flame-wreathed werewolf burst forth from the void, brandishing a spiked wooden club that it swung viciously towards the oncoming knights. The malevolent aura emanating from the spiked club caused the knight's expression to shift dramatically, just as he prepared to raise his sword in defense. Yet the fiery werewolf offered no opportunity for reprisal. A surge of flame erupted from the club, altering its trajectory to sweep horizontally. With a thunderous crash, the massive club struck the knight's armor, the overwhelming force rendering the flesh beneath into a gruesome pulp. Unrelenting, the flame-wreathed werewolf leapt once more towards the next knight. Winds howled with ferocity. That knight found himself with no avenue of escape. Just as a booming voice rang out, "Honor stands with us." Gerard had suddenly charged forward, his aura flaring bright, and though he was on foot, his speed rivaled that of a galloping steed. His massive sword, slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh, bore down upon the werewolf's club. The clash was deafening. Though the werewolf had once been an orc in its former life, it was no match for Gerard's unleashed might. With a resounding crack, the sword deflected the club, reducing its momentum significantly, yet it still struck the demon's soft armor with tremendous force. In an instant, the armor was cleaved open, sending the fiery werewolf hurtling backward, crashing into a tree with a cacophony as it broke several branches before collapsing into the underbrush. Lifeless, Balafin's expression revealed no surprise at the werewolf's demise. It seemed he had anticipated such an outcome. He merely muttered an incantation in a tongue unknown to Gerard, and the black vortex opened once more, unleashing a pack of three-headed hellhounds and a devil wielding a long whip, exuding a palpable aura of malevolence. Hellhounds! Damn it, Balafin can summon demons now, Gerard gasped in horror. The demons, born of the abyss's endless wrath and fury, were powerful creatures with a penchant for pack hunting, besieged by the thorny jungle and various debilitating magics. The knightly orders suffered heavy casualties under the hellhounds' relentless assault, their charge grinding to a halt as they struggled to hold their ground. For them, death was merely a matter of time. The demons charged straight for Gerard. Sensing the dire situation, Gerard's first instinct was to turn and shout to Doris, "Miss, you must flee." Even as he spoke, he turned to confront the demons. "Damn it, we need to get out of here," Alan shouted at Doris. "Coward! If you wish to flee, go ahead, but I shall not abandon my post. The Silver Fox Legion harbors no cowards." Doris's eyes blazed red, her voice strained with emotion. "You fool! Do you think your presence here is of any use?" Alan retorted angrily. Frankly, he cared little for whether she lived or died. His foremost concern was his own survival. Yet even if they were to escape, leaving the Palau Islands would require Doris and the others' company. Otherwise, he would be trapped and unable to flee from the oncoming malevolence. "Get lost, get out," Doris shouted, pointing accusingly at Alan. "Damn it!" Frustrated with diplomacy, Alan attempted to physically carry Doris away, but realizing he lacked the strength to overpower her, he felt an urge to smash his head against a nearby rock. Boom! Crash! Following a series of disparate sounds, Gerard and the remaining knights fell helplessly, their lives extinguished. "Ah, dear Doris, I am well acquainted with your father. Lord Tony, you should consider me your uncle. Fear not. I shall not trouble you. Why only aim this time is him." Balafin stepped forth from the underbrush, addressing Doris and Alan. "Wretch, you will pay for this," Doris cried, summoning her aura to strike at Balafin with her sword. However, having already entered the Golden Realm, Balafin was hardly susceptible to harm from a mere Doris. A surge of psychic energy struck deep within her soul, rendering her unconscious. "Those who remain alive are of no concern. Let them return to the singing continent to proclaim my might. Balafin, take this boy," Balafin commanded coldly. The same carriage, adorned with the unique insignia of the Silver Fox Legion, bore different passengers and an altered escort. Alan sat expressionless in a corner of the vehicle, unreservedly scrutinizing the figure before him, Balafin. The scrutiny was mutual. Both regarded each other without pretense. Alan felt an overwhelming sense of inevitability, convinced that he could not escape the grasp of this formidable mage. With a mere flick of Balafin's fingers, his fate could be sealed. Thus, what was there to fear beneath the dark robe? His grizzled hair failed to conceal the furrows upon his forehead. His visage was marred by deep wrinkles, and his eyes lacked any glimmer of vitality. Occasionally, he would raise his bony right hand to stroke his saliva-drenched beard. A sight that struck Alan with disbelief. It was hard to imagine that such a frail hand could summon powerful demons. Chapter 29. Anomaly. 3 months later, on a desolate and remote island within the Palau archipelago. Within the expansive coniferous forest, a mysterious and powerful aura enveloped Alan entirely. This presence was elusive, almost ethereal, barely perceptible to the naked eye, yet exerting an immense pressure on his consciousness, one that was formidable and insurmountable. As if compelled by this overwhelming force, the crimson energy within him surged defiantly. It resisted. Under the oppressive weight that threatened to shatter his sanity, the crimson energy completely eluded Alan's control, swirling wildly within him. Driven by some enigmatic force, it flowed in chaotic cycles, unfazed by the encroaching threat. Intruders often felt vexed and perturbed by resistance to their power, and this colossal, mysterious aura was no exception in response to the defiance of the crimson energy. It intensified, bearing down upon Alan with renewed vigor. Under this unmatched pressure, the meager crimson energy he possessed seemed utterly feeble, incapable of withstanding the assault, as if his chest were being compressed to a paper-thin state. Yet, the crimson energy appeared resolute in its refusal to succumb to this oppressive presence. continuing its resistance with alarming speed, seemingly disregarding Alan's fate. Thus, as the weight of the mysterious aura grew heavier, the crimson energy's pace quickened in tandem. In this clash of opposing forces, Alan's blood surged, his once darkened skin taking on a hue reminiscent of bruised fruit. Am I to perish? Breathing became increasingly arduous, and just as Alan was on the verge of believing his body would be obliterated by the two conflicting energies, a sudden warmth enveloped his soul, a powerful tide flowing into him from where the seal had once resided. The crimson energy, fierce and untamed, was rendered insignificant in the presence of this warm current. Merging seamlessly without a ripple, although the essence absorbed was not the full might of the Blood Monarch's divine powers, it was far beyond the reach of any ordinary mortal. Initially, after the last encounter in Narnia, Alan had believed that the power sealed within him had been nearly exhausted, that the essence had vanished along with the seal. Little did he know, it lay dormant within, its potency unfathomably vast and pure. Given Alan's current strength, even 2 decades hence, he might not have been able to fully unlock the power of the essence. Yet, fate had other plans. Under the overwhelming aura of the dark sorcerer Bellerophon, the crimson energy was stirred into awakening. The force emanating from the essence was not only purer but also more expansive than even the crimson energy that flowed from the Blood Monarch. Its essence was akin to a vast ocean. Turbulent as a tempest, as the two forces intertwined, the crimson energy underwent a transformation, giving rise to a mysterious power beyond comprehension, destruction blood energy. Once the destruction blood energy emerged, it seamlessly integrated into the flow of the crimson energy, allowing Alan to gradually reclaim control over this burgeoning, tumultuous force. Like a fly drawn to excrement, the crimson energy, upon nearing the trajectory of the destruction blood energy, surged forth with a frenzy, merging as if it were a school of piranhas scenting prey. Time and again, the crimson energy and the destruction blood energy cycled through their dance until their pace began to wane, and the powerful destruction blood energy gradually fused into the crimson energy. As this amalgamation solidified, the crimson energy began to undergo a qualitative change, its purity aligning more closely with that of the destruction blood energy. With a thunderous roar, the moment the crimson energy was fully assimilated by the destruction blood energy, Alan's soul felt as if it were a blank canvas, both empty and vibrant like a grand bonfire celebration on the prairie, filled with wondrous sensations. A sudden clarity dawned upon him. Sitting cross-legged, he found that Bellerophon's mental pressure could no longer affect him in the slightest. A few meters ahead, Bellerophon was struck with astonishment, his gaze fixated on Alan as if beholding a legendary treasure. Over the past 3 months, their initial wariness had evolved into a tentative rapport, and Bellerophon was now almost certain that this being, infused with human blood, yet radiating a chaotic and malevolent aura, was intrinsically linked to another realm. In this probing moment, the mysterious aura that had assailed Alan was, in truth, Bellerophon's own unrestrained mental force. After being cast out by the temple priests of the Slovak Empire, Bellerophon had also been forsaken by the Lord of the Underworld, his powers significantly diminished. Former foes and enemies sought to eliminate him, and after several narrow escapes from death, he made a pivotal decision: to betray the Lord of the Underworld and, through various connections, align himself with a powerful deity from the abyss, thereby receiving the mantle of apostle. His role was to propagate the deity's doctrines on the mainland, garnering followers. Thus, Bellerophon's strength not only restored him to the level of a 10th-tier mage, but also granted him the ability to invoke divine will, making it exceedingly difficult for those who had not attained the sanctified realm to challenge him. Therefore, when Alan's crimson energy surged defiantly against the oppression, the divine force within Bellerophon reacted with greater ferocity. Driven by curiosity, Bellerophon soon discovered that ever since a powerful and fearsome force had emerged within Alan, his own mental energy seemed completely obstructed by an invisible barrier, unable to penetrate even a fraction. Astounded by this sudden emergence of power, Bellerophon noted that such pure and fervent energy had even dispelled the faint traces of divine law entwined within his mental force. Could it be the power of the war god? No, that was impossible. This mysterious energy was brutal and sinister, utterly unlike the essence of the war god. Could it be that he, too, was an apostle or servant of some abyssal deity? To dispel the divine law-infused mental energy so effortlessly, and with his own capabilities far inferior, The only explanation was that the entity he served was incomparably more powerful and deeply entrenched than his own patron. Perhaps, as a thought sparked within Belafin, a plan began to take shape. When he was still a dark mage within the Slovak Empire, Belafin held a position of moderate influence in the Temple of the Lord of the Underworld. Yet he was the Archbishop of the northern plains bordering the Aragon Empire, wielding considerable power. His long-standing conflicts with Aragon's forces had earned him significant prestige among his followers, and he was a leading candidate for the papacy. However, as Belafin's power grew, it caught the attention and suspicion of the Church of Light. After the Dark Elves were purged by the combined forces of the Elven race and the Church of Light, Belafin fled to the Slovak Empire, where a political campaign orchestrated by the Church of Light unfolded silently. Ultimately, he and his supporters did not perish on the battlefield, but fell victim to the blades of their own countrymen. Consumed by suspicion and resentment, in a desperate bid for survival, Belafin took to the shadows, infiltrating the northern mountains of the Aragon Empire, Narnia, where he fortuitously discovered a spatial rift leading to the abyss. With his devout nature and understanding of the realm of the undead, he garnered the favor of a deity, becoming an apostle. Yet, the mainland had long been carved up by powerful deities, and the challenge of securing followers for his master was daunting. Fortunately, the mainland was vast and teeming with undiscovered races and regions. Over several decades, Belafin traversed far and wide, establishing a foothold in the distant islands and Mediterranean lands, far removed from the mainland's songs of glory. The desolate island where Alan now found himself was Belafin's stronghold, remote, yet surrounded by 2 or 3 dozen smaller islands scattered like stars, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to mount an attack without losing themselves amid the treacherous reefs and whirlpools. Most importantly, this island harbored a natural spatial rift leading directly to the abyss, mirroring the one in Narnia. At this moment, Alan remained seated in meditation, untouched by the chaos outside. Through continuous understanding and introspection, the crimson energy circulated and refined within him, gradually releasing wisps of blood mist that enveloped him in a shroud. Belafin gazed intently at Alan, contemplating in his heart, judging by his aura. There seems to be a formidable presence behind him, highly likely a being of godly stature. This young man's future is undoubtedly boundless. Indeed, embellishments are trivial, while providing help in times of need is the true strategy. Perhaps I should offer him my assistance before he rises to prominence. This way, I, Belafin, will also have a safeguard in this continent. 2 days later, Alan, lost in a state of transcendence, remained utterly still. Yet the environment around him had transformed into an entirely different scene. Verdant grass and trees, with little fish occasionally leaping in the brook, and crawling creatures writhing in the muddy ground. Life had receded from all of this. The trees and weeds withered and drooped. The fish and insects dried and turned pale. The harmonious sunlight was completely obscured by a blood-red mist, under which all signs of life had vanished entirely. The power emanating from this young man seemed to possess a certain attribute of devouring and destruction. Belafin cast a glance at the edge of the blood mist, where several desiccated corpses writhed in anguished agony. Suddenly, a name flashed through his mind like lightning: Blood King. This great existence was something Belafin had heard of during a report to the deities. The aura and power radiating from this young man bore striking resemblance to what he had heard. Could it be? If that were indeed the case, then as long as he continuously nourished and cultivated him before he grew sufficiently powerful, it would be the best form of assistance, wouldn't it? Chapter 30. A graceful departure 7 days later, the immersed Alan still showed no signs of movement, yet a material teleportation magic circle, constructed from thousands of top-tier chaotic crystals, hovered above the vast expanse of blood mist. An endless stream of deathly energy, blood energy, and malevolent aura emanated from the magic circle, various distinct essences gradually coalescing around Alan as the core. Even some wandering vengeful spirits, skeletons, and zombies in the vicinity of the island were drawn closer. The viscous death energy, akin to pitch, was precisely what the undead favored. Within the blood mist, the undead suddenly discovered Alan. Seated in meditation, the sight of this substantial mass of flesh amidst the sanguine backdrop prompted them to howl and rush forward, jaws agape, eager to rip and swallow Alan whole. Suddenly, an extremely pure stream of blood energy surged forth. Enveloping the undead within the blood mist, violently extracting wisps of gas from their mouths, noses, eyes, and other orifices. Countless dark, chilling vapors were rapidly drawn into Alan's body, where they were devoured and refined, in stark contrast. The skeletons and zombies appeared to soften and dissolve in the scorching blood mist, as if being boiled in steam of an unimaginable temperature, ultimately disappearing. All of this transpired unwittingly at Alan's behest. As the blood-red power autonomously tugged at all consumable matter around him under the guidance of the annihilating blood energy, in his trance, Alan seemed to once again glimpse the mysterious powerhouse he had previously perceived. Known as the Blood King, however, this time, the area surrounding the Blood King was shrouded in a swirling, murky blood mist for a radius of 100 miles. The heavens and earth were enveloped in a heavy gloom. An endless torrent of malevolent energy raging fiercely, while roiling dark clouds flickered with flashes of purple lightning, in the blood mist guided by blood chains. It seemed as if all energies in the world were being rapidly siphoned into the realm of the king. Alan faintly sensed that perhaps this represented the apex of devouring. Under the relentless pull of the utterly pure, annihilating blood energy, within the unique realm of the Blood King, boundless chaotic power was frantically drawn into the king's divine body. And the heavy air seemed to burn silently, as if the very heavens and earth were to be incinerated by the king's searing strength. Time sped by, and the scene was engulfed in utter darkness and silence. A resounding command from his subconscious jolted Alan from his meditative state. His entire being trembled as he gradually emerged from the realm of oblivion into awareness. Almost simultaneously, the chaotic energies enveloping him seemingly found a vent through which to escape. Surging into Alan's form with a thunderous roar, Alan's eyes snapped open. In the distance, Bailey Fawn, who had been watching Alan intently, felt a stir in his heart, a smile gracing his lips as his figure suddenly vanished from thin air. Having gained experience from his previous breakthrough in Narnia, upon awakening, Alan was astonished not only by the surge of his power, but also by the transformation of his body, though he was not surprised by the other implications of this newfound strength. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Alan whirled around. His entire being on high alert, he found Bailey Fawn, aged and emaciated, standing behind him without him realizing when he had arrived. "Congratulations, little brother. I trust you have gained a deeper understanding of the powers derived from the Blood King. Your strength is no longer comparable to what it once was," Bailey Fawn said with a warm smile, though the excitement in his heart was barely contained. After 3 months of acquaintance, Alan had come to regard Bailey Fawn as a familiar figure. Since learning of his past, Alan's attitude towards Bailey Fawn had shifted from resistance to admiration. Although they belonged to rival nations, Bailey Fawn was truly deserving of being a devout believer and a spiritual leader of his legion. With formidable magical prowess and exceptional military talent, he would be a pivotal figure in any military group. It was a pity that suspicion and political intrigue had led to the quiet departure of such a loyal genius. In retrospect, the doctrine propagated by the church was utterly nonsensical. Even amidst evil, there exists truth, goodness, and beauty. Alan rose with a smile, saying, "It seems just as the Master has stated. I feel the power circulating within me is far more potent and refined than before. Boundless and life-giving." "Haha, well done, young lad." Bailey Fawn approached, giving a few light pats on his shoulder, his gaze towards Alan brimming with joy. "Come, let us walk and talk." Though Alan now understood the origin of the power coursing through him, he still regarded Bailey Fawn, a level 10 powerhouse, with considerable respect. After months of interaction, Alan had gleaned some insights into Bailey Fawn's background, and befriending an apostle of a deity was undeniably more advantageous than detrimental. Moreover, his current circumstances were entirely due to Bailey Fawn's assistance. Even though today's Alan had undergone a significant transformation, no longer the emotionally driven free man he once was, he felt compelled to find an opportunity to repay this debt of gratitude in the future. As the environment permitted, I, Bailey Fawn, hope to have a powerful ally in the continent of Ode. I, Alan, also require a formidable ally to provide me with comprehensive support. Fear not, my brother, the mighty Alan Iverson. In the name of the Lord, I vow to support you with all my might and in every way possible for the sake of our friendship. Thank you, my brother. Your friendship shall be etched in my memory. But why have you chosen me? Because you possess the power of that legendary great existence. 2 months later, Alan, adorned in splendid attire, embarked on his journey home. Your blood power is exceedingly pure, even surpassing the divine power I possess to some extent. Bailey Fawn's voice, filled with envy and longing, echoed in Alan's ears for a long time. Your insight determines your potential for power, and the level of divine power significantly influences your ultimate achievements. In the future, your accomplishments will surely far exceed mine, my brother Bailey Fawn. Perhaps you will someday become another blood sovereign. Through this period of concentration, the blood-red power had become extraordinarily pure and refined under the relentless tempering of the annihilating blood energy. Alan exhaled a wisp of blood-red power, and under the corrosive heat of the annihilation, a patch of flowers by the roadside withered instantly. Alan couldn't help but marvel inwardly, contemplating, what pure destructive power! Simultaneously, he felt an even greater confidence in his future path of strength. With a clear objective, anyone would strive with fervor and conviction. Accompanying Alan on his return journey was a scorpion lion with wings sprouting from its back. To demonstrate his sincerity, Bailey Fawn, after contacting his deity, received a 7th-tier abyssal beast scorpion lion as a gift for Alan, stating it was a token of friendship between Bailey Fawn and the great Blood King's apostle. The scorpion lion ranked among the top 3 high-level beasts in the abyss, renowned for its swift movements, robust physique, and thunderous roar, excelling in combat. Even in its ultimate form, a scorpion lion could hold its ground against peak Holy Realm powerhouses. Moreover, with its scorpion-like tail, it could inject venom into its foes in a matter of moments, causing paralysis and weakness, making it a formidable attacker. However, due to its immense strength and the fact that young scorpion lions are social creatures before maturity, few dared to provoke such a powerful beast. The scorpion lion beside Alan bore purple stripes, distinctly still a juvenile, yet generally, those without strength surpassing level 7 were no match for it. Even high-tier warriors of levels 7 or 8 would steer clear of this young scorpion lion. Unwilling to invite unnecessary trouble. As for how Bailey Fawn acquired this scorpion lion, he simply stated it was a sincere gift from the Bloodthirster, the apostle of the Blood King, bestowed by his deity. Whether Bailey Fawn's words were true or false, the presence of this scorpion lion indeed showcased Bailey Fawn's ample sincerity. The scorpion lion is a product born from the malice and bloodshed of an unfathomable abyss, characterized by its brutal temperament and ferocity, coupled with an arrogance that knows no bounds. Yet, once it acknowledges its master, it exhibits unparalleled loyalty, never to betray. After undergoing the of Balefang, Alan acquired the profound knowledge of implanting soul seeds within the souls of beasts or minions. This seed, far more enigmatic than a mere soul contract, once sown, not only begets a formidable servant or summoned creature, but also does not diminish the strength of the host in the slightest. The connection between the implanted and the sower is reciprocal, proving exceedingly advantageous in combat. Although Alan's scorpion lion is still in its juvenile phase, it is evident that carrying a human is no burden for a creature of the size of an adult male lion. With a few powerful flaps of its wings, Alan soared over a mountain, the rushing wind reverberating against his eardrums. For a mage of Balefang's divine stature, wealth and treasures are not deemed significant or rare. Since departing from the Palau Islands, Alan has undeniably transformed into a nouveau riche, and a distinguished one at that. His storage rings, magical necklaces, and enchanted sets are all brimming with valuables, his pockets stuffed with coins, dinars, and aureus. Presently, titles such as Duke Paul's high-ranking generals and salaries measured in aureus coins are matters Alan feels reluctant to glance back upon. The saying rings true, whether wealthy or not. One returns home for the new year. Moreover, Alan's current wealth in aureus undoubtedly rivals that of an ordinary viscount. The magical equipment alone, if exchanged for gold coins in the Grand City, would suffice to sustain Alan for a lifetime, even should he squander it recklessly. Of course, Alan has no intention of indulging in such vulgar pursuits, nor will he resort to self-destructive measures. The Blood King, the God of Light, the Lord of War, the King of the Underworld. Each of these illustrious names seems to embody eternal life. One day, I too shall join their ranks. Chapter 31. Returning in glory. Upon entering the skies above the continent of Oge, Alan established a connection with the spirit of the scorpion lion, descending gently to the ground before sending it back to the abyss. This was also to avoid drawing undue attention. Truth be told, riding upon the scorpion lion was rather uncomfortable, Although its robust frame and solid musculature were impressive, being a juvenile, it shared the playful temperament common among its kind, jostling Alan about to the point of nearly upsetting his stomach. Upon entering the small town, Alan exchanged his attire for splendid garments, hired a luxurious carriage and driver, and assembled a small battalion of mercenaries to march grandly towards his hometown of Sauls. With the splendor of a triumphant return, Alan's mood was markedly different from when he first departed, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Thus, under the protection of those mercenaries, who, despite being labeled as such, often engaged in less than reputable activities, Alan reclined within the swaying carriage, the rhythmic sound of hooves echoing in his ears, as this audacious rogue returned to Sauls. Sauls, being rather remote, seldom saw visiting nobles or wealthy merchants. Thus, the sudden appearance of an ostentatiously luxurious carriage, flanked by a cadre of dashing and distinguished mercenaries, instantly captured the attention of the town's idlers, who were all too eager to speculate as they entered the town. Alan directed the driver to slow down as they approached a specific destination. The mercenaries, under Alan's generous patronage, exchanged all their gear and received a handsome advance. They had believed themselves fortunate to encounter a wise benefactor. But now, surrounded by the envious and reverent gazes of the townsfolk, they stood tall and proud, exuding an air akin to noble knights. Goodness, which esteemed lord has graced our humble town? Indeed, I heard from the guards at the north gate that Duke Paul is due to arrive here for an inspection soon. Mr. Kane, I must respectfully disagree with your assertion. Look at these valiant knights. Their equipment is undoubtedly crafted by master artisans. Observe the elegance of their design precisely. I have visited Oak Fortress, and the Duke's knights are incomparable to these. The townspeople's murmurs reached Alan and the mercenaries' ears, each filled with their own reflections. The town was small, and soon the carriage came to a halt before a narrow, dilapidated alleyway. Wealth conferred privilege, and wealth combined with power conferred even greater authority. To these well-traveled mercenaries, Alan was akin to a long-lost parent. The mercenary captain dismounted with the poise of a seasoned knight, his gait imbued with the unmistakable grace of nobility, further solidifying the townsfolk's belief that within the carriage resided a high-ranking official, not some inconsequential merchant. The captain respectfully lifted the carriage curtain for the enigmatic employer, while the gathered townsfolk collectively held their breath, eyes wide with anticipation. First, a hand emerged to grasp the carriage's frame, followed by a left foot clad in a simple boot, and the head that followed was obscured by its downward gaze. In that moment, the air grew tense, and the previously boisterous atmosphere fell into silence. Alan descended from the carriage with a feigned elegance that appeared somewhat ludicrous. Nevertheless, to the unsophisticated townsfolk unaccustomed to such grandeur, his leap seemed the epitome of grace. How outrageous that even the noblemen exhibit such poise in their movements. This sentiment resonated among all present. The captain hurriedly stepped forward to assist Alan, his face adorned with a honeyed smile capable of easing any sorrow. Adorned with a sword at his waist, wielding a gnarled black staff, topped with a tall, ornate wizard's hat, and draped in a sky-blue robe embellished with a myriad of peculiar patterns and symbols. Alan radiated an almost blinding brilliance. His comical appearance, to the townsfolk, was perceived as remarkably noble and elegant. Did you see? A respectable and noble mage. Oh dear, do not block my view. I see him too. Look at that enormous pearl atop his hat. Isn't this the alley belonging to old Gibson? I believe his sons have enlisted in the army. Surely they've stirred up trouble indeed. Speaking of his sons, they seem utterly useless. Especially that little Alan mentioning that wretched little scoundrel reminds me of the barrels of fruit wine he pilfered. Oh, how could such a despicable thief exist in this world? The incessant chatter reached Alan's ears, and as the discussions grew increasingly unflattering, his expression darkened. Suddenly, he raised his voice, addressing the townsfolk. What are you saying? Oh wow, isn't that's Alan. The moment the townsfolk recognized the visage of the mysterious mage, they stood in shock, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground in an instant. As Alan's fury threatened to erupt, the crowd scattered like startled birds. Hey, did you know? The Alan who used to stir up trouble with Attai is back. And he seems to be doing remarkably well. What, are you jesting? You must mean the little brat adopted by old Gibson? Indeed, you are correct, my friend. Its that little scoundrel from the Gibson household. That detestable thief. News of Alan's return in splendor spread like wildfire through Sauls. The townspeople buzzed with speculation about his experiences since leaving for military service. Returning in glory is a desire and dream cherished by countless exiles. Even Alan, now on the path of the strong, is no exception. Upon entering the familiar alley, he felt an overwhelming sense of warmth. Navigating the labyrinthine passages with ease, he finally stood before a door that seemed to emanate a familiar scent. The wooden planks appeared even more dilapidated than before. The red paint he and young Gibson had mischievously applied now faded and cracked. Gazing at this familiar door, Alan's heart swirled with emotions. Nostalgia washing over him. The playmates of yesteryears were now lost to time, perhaps fallen in battle. Once, he longed to escape this wretched place, yet now it felt so inviting and warm. What could this mean? After much contemplation, Alan gently pushed open the decrepit wooden door, calling out calmly, "Uncle, I'm back." "Ah, my lord, it seems there is no one inside." The captain followed closely behind this rare patron. Without uttering a word, the current strength of Alan could be sensed even from outside the alley. However, lost in a tumult of emotions, he was oblivious to these sensations. Alan gestured for the captain and several towering mercenaries to wait at the door. While he ventured alone into the dim and dilapidated room, the wooden horse that young Gibson cherished so dearly. Alas, old Gibson would never see it again. Perhaps the only thing I can do is to provide him with some semblance of satisfaction regarding the material desires he pursued. Alan had grown indifferent to the past harshness of old Gibson, now only harboring feelings of guilt. The loss of young Gibson, along with the decades of care bestowed upon him, sufficed to overshadow the beatings and scoldings he had endured. As Alan touched one small object after another within the room, a loud shout suddenly pierced the air from outside. "Halt! Who are you?" The voice belonged to the mercenaries he had hired. I am." The person being addressed seemed startled into silence by the mercenary's shout. "Damn it! This fellow must be attempting to harm our esteemed Lord Alan. You fools, why are you still standing there? Capture this old man at once." The captain's voice rang out. No, it's not that. I am." The newcomer's voice trembled with panic and fear, followed by several cries of pain, clearly indicating he had been roughly subdued by the mercenaries. "Release him, you brutish thugs." Alan recognized old Gibson's voice, but approached the door with a calm demeanor. Devoid of any anger in his admonition, it seemed Alan intended for old Gibson to endure a bit of hardship, so that he might come to understand how to conduct himself in the future. "Very well, my lord," the captain responded with a respectful tone, and the mercenaries holding the old man promptly released their grip. Is it really you, my son Alan?" Old Gibson's eyes widened, brimming with overwhelming joy and excitement. He had just overheard townsfolk speaking of his adopted son Alan's remarkable achievements and triumphant return. Initially skeptical, old Gibson was now fully convinced of the good news he had heard. Chapter 32. Return to Narnia, yes? "My beloved father, it is I, Alan, your most cherished son," Alan replied nonchalantly. His sentiments towards old Gibson were now steeped more in sympathy and guilt for young Gibson's fate. "Oh, I give thanks to the great Lord of War, and to His esteemed Majesty, for my son has finally returned safely. You know, Alan, ever since you and young Gibson left, I have endured sleepless nights filled with pain and worry. Oh, heavens, you have returned. That is all that matters. As long as you are safe, nothing else is significant." Tears welled in old Gibson's eyes, his voice trembling with emotion, which momentarily startled Alan. Although Alan harbored doubts about the credibility of old Gibson's words, he felt an inexplicable surge of emotion deep within. "Rise, father. Let us sit inside and speak further." Alan stepped forward to assist the old man as they made their way inside. "Oh, by the way, where is young Gibson? Why hasn't he returned?" Old Gibson suddenly recalled his biological son and inquired absent-mindedly. He is quite busy. In less than 2 years, His esteemed Majesty will surely bestow upon him the title of Baron. And soon, you, father, shall be a noble." Alan hesitated for a moment before fabricating a kind-hearted lie, unwilling to burden old Gibson with the distressing news of young Gibson's disappearance, which likely meant death in battle. "Oh, is that true? Splendid. Thank the supreme deity. Thank the great Lord of War. Oh, my heavens. Both my boys have achieved greatness. How wonderful. Old Gibson was overwhelmed with joy, completely oblivious to the fleeting change in Alan's expression. Indeed. Father, you have raised 2 fine sons. Look, what is this? Alan pulled a handful of gold coins from his pouch and presented them before old Gibson. Ah, this is... Old Gibson's excitement visibly surged once more, his voice becoming hoarse with exhilaration. Hey, you lot, bring in the 2 chests from the wagon, Alan commanded, turning to the mercenaries. Yes, my lord. The mercenaries greedily eyed the coins in Alan's hand before promptly making their way to the wagon at the alley's entrance. Moments later, 4 mercenaries strenuously carried in 2 large chests, evidently filled with valuable goods. Old Gibson's attention shifted from the coins to the chests. Alan, what is this? He swallowed hard, struggling to contain his overwhelming emotions as he whispered. Hee. My esteemed father, why not open it and see for yourself? Alan chuckled. Driven by curiosity, old Gibson slowly lifted the lid of one of the chests. Ah, a blinding light burst forth from within, piercing old Gibson's eyes. As the lid fell with a thud, the dim room was illuminated as if basked in sunlight. This is, gazing upon the chest overflowing with gold coins, bars, and exquisitely shaped gemstones, old Gibson was nearly overwhelmed with elation. Do not be overly excited, my dearest father, for there is another chest here, a gift from my brother young Gibson to you. Alan helped old Gibson to his feet. The old man's rapidly rising and falling chest, along with his hurried breath and pale complexion, indicated that his condition was far from stable. Alan guided him to sit upon the bed and instructed the astonished mercenaries, still mesmerized by the treasure before them, to close the chests. The room returned to its former dimness. Yet the air was now alive with a palpable fervor. After some time, old Gibson finally regained his composure, his face flushed with excitement as he grasped Alan's hand and exclaimed, Oh dear, so much gold. Alan, you have truly achieved greatness. Old Gibson quickly surmised that the other chest likely contained similar treasures. Oh my God, how could you punish this humble sinner so? With so much gold, how am I to spend it? In the following days, Count Anthony of Salts and other noble officials visited to offer their congratulations, trampling the dilapidated wooden door and threshold of the Gibson household with their incessant arrivals. Old Gibson transformed from his former servile demeanor, now radiating joy, clad in resplendent garments and adorned with gold and jewels. Whatever was deemed most expensive, he wore without a second thought, dismissing any notions of coordination or matching as trivial. What a joke! Could it be that old Gibson could not afford the finest? With 2 sons of such remarkable achievement, he could crush your house with gold. Now, old Gibson regarded the minor nobles and wealthy merchants with the same disdain as the lowly freemen, only deigning to acknowledge the presence of Count Anthony and other high-ranking officials. His nose held high, he wore an air of superiority. However, to outsiders, this sudden shift in old Gibson's attitude was entirely expected. What noble does not behave thus? After some deliberation, the mercenary group hired by Alan disbanded, with old Gibson employing them as his guards. Naturally, the mercenaries welcomed the prospect of serving such a generous patron. Having long sought a benefactor willing to provide a comfortable life, Salts, distant from the mundanity of strife, offered them a chance to avoid the perilous tasks that plagued their days, while ensuring a steady and substantial reward. Rejecting such a marvelous opportunity would be tantamount to turning their backs on their entire mercenary band. Before departing, old Gibson also recruited 20 to 30 townsfolk with some fighting skills to serve as his guards, vacating the old residence he had inhabited for decades and relocating to the city center, where the nobles and wealthy merchants resided. Simultaneously, with Count Anthony's approval, old Gibson purchased a vast expanse of land outside the city to establish his own grand estate. Once everything was settled, Alan's guilt regarding young Gibson began to ease, and he decided against prolonging his stay in Salts. The current state of the empire was his primary concern. To glean such information, Oak Fortress was the best place to acquire news. However, reports from Oak Fortress indicated that the Slovenians still held steadfast in the Ironblood War fortress. And due to the small groups of knights patrolling the perimeter, Lord Tony stationed at Oak Fortress found himself under siege from various disturbances and supply attacks, necessitating a continued watch over the Iron Blood War fortress and the movements of the Slovenian Empire. It seemed that the decisive battle between the two nations would be postponed until the empire had quelled the rebellions in various regions. Alan resolved to use this time to enhance his own combat skills, positioning himself to achieve great feats when the time came. With this determination, Alan quietly made his way north along the Agate River, returning once more to the mountainous region of Narnia. Since the last encounter with the Bellefonte forces in the Palau Islands, Delice had been escorted home by the merfolk tribe allied with the Empire. One day, Delice meandered to the lake where she had previously caught Alan watching her bathe. That little thief. I wonder what has become of him. Surely he has been captured by that vile dark sorcerer. Humph. May he suffer 1,000 tortures. Delice was overcome with emotion at the sight before her. Yet her thoughts quickly turned to the infuriating little scoundrel who had dared to spy upon her form, prompting her to mutter a soft curse. Hey, how can you speak like that? You should be the one being subjected to 1,000 cuts. Suddenly, a vaguely familiar voice echoed from across the lake. Who? Delice exclaimed, her surprise evident as she called out sharply, Ha ha, it's me, the one you've been yearning for, the rascal. As the voice rang out, a figure emerged from the bamboo grove, revealing the long-absent Alan. You wretched thief. I can't believe you're still alive. How detestable. Who's been yearning for you? You shameless fool. Delice felt an inexplicable flush rise to her cheeks, her voice trailing off to a whisper. Ha ha, I didn't say anything of the sort. I merely meant that you were constantly wishing for my demise. Alan, in the midst of his banter, leaped high into the air, effortlessly clearing the lake and landing before Delice. Ah, I never expected this little rogue to survive such peril, and your strength has evidently increased significantly. Delice remarked in astonishment. Oh, lovely lady, how can you speak so? I, Alan, have shared trials alongside you, he replied, shrugging with a feigned look of disappointment. With his newfound power, his fear of Delice had markedly diminished. Humph, you coward. As for grandfather Gerald. The mention of Gerald ignited a wave of sorrow within Delice. Alan held a genuine respect for Gerald, but that was where it ended. Were he in Gerald's position, he would not have acted as Gerald did. Even ants struggle to survive, let alone humans. Once a person passes away, no matter how loyal they were in life or how adorned with accolades, they are reduced to mere dust. Only the eternal is worth pursuing. Noticing Alan's silence, Delice assumed he was overwhelmed with shame, which alleviated her annoyance somewhat. She paused before asking, What is your plan now that you've returned? To strengthen my abilities and serve the nation, Alan proclaimed shamelessly. Oh? Who would have thought this shameless thief would grasp such concepts? Delice retorted, harboring skepticism towards Alan's claims, though she did believe in his intent to grow stronger. Their previous encounters had painted Alan as selfish and self-serving in her eyes. Just as Alan was about to spout some grandiloquent rhetoric, a melodious male voice interrupted. Is this Miss Delice? Huh. Both Alan and Delice turned to see a tall, handsome young man approaching with grace. Indeed? It is you, Mississippi, after 2 years. I did not expect you to be so stunning. I am Wilson, and I hope my visit has not disturbed you. The young man spoke gently. Chapter 33. Crisis. Wilson hailed from the esteemed Nix Legion, one of the 4 elite divisions of the imperial military, and was the only son of Howell. He had grown up under meticulous care and the gaze of many admirers, dressed in pristine white attire that complemented his tall stature. His strikingly handsome features made him the epitome of charm, capable of captivating any lovesick maiden or sorrowful matron. However, upon first meeting Wilson, Alan felt a surge of distaste, perceiving an insincerity in his demeanor. Ah, it is Prince Wilson. Your words take me by surprise. Might I inquire if you have business here? Delice responded, her calm tone betraying no hint of excitement, before ascending to the position of commander of the Nix Legion. Howell was a king of a small kingdom. Though his authority extended only between 2 towns, his prowess as an 11th level mage allowed him to lead a band of loyal warriors to repel numerous imperial incursions. Thus, Delice's respectful address of Wilson as Your Highness was entirely appropriate, and he relished such titles. Indeed, I have come at my father's behest to relay a message to Lord Tony regarding, at this moment. Wilson noticed the imposing figure beside Delice. Realizing that others were engaged in confidential discussions, he considered departing, only to hear Dilasai say, "Your Highness need not worry. He is a soldier personally selected by my father from the Legion, known for his discretion. Your Highness's caution suggests this matter is of great importance, does it not?" Dilasai's unexpected words surprised Alan, who did not anticipate the ruthless heiress to speak in such a manner. Should he insist on leaving now, it would seem exceedingly inconsiderate. Thus, he opted to feign indifference, standing 10 meters away while secretly observing Wilson, who he felt had been casting venomous glances in his direction since their first meeting. This matter is indeed of great significance. And you may not be fully aware, Mississippi the Nix Legion is not the only force arriving in Narnia. Other legions and mercenary groups have also come, and I have heard that the church has dispatched envoys as well, Wilson stated with newfound seriousness. Clearly, this was no trivial matter. "Ah, could it be?" Dilasai gasped. Wilson nodded gravely. "Last time, your legion covertly summoned necromancers and openly opposed the church, infuriating His Majesty, who has ordered a thorough investigation. It seems a fierce battle is imminent for Narnia." Dilasai's brow furrowed deeply. Worry etched across her face. It appeared her father was aware of the military's recent maneuvers. However, with the prolonged conflict in the province of Aquitania, would he be able to return soon to take charge? Though the two exchanged only a few words, Alan gleaned enough to deduce that the church's arrival was likely backed by substantial preparations, especially after learning of the 10th-level dark mage Balafin's past. Alan harbored a profoundly negative impression of the church. Lord Tony could not possibly be the next victim of a Balafin-like tragedy, he mused. As he contemplated, Wilson continued discussing the representatives of various powerful factions coming to Narnia. Names that resonated like thunder in Alan's ears. Most of the attendees were the brightest young talents from their respective factions, boasting exceptional skill and experience. Their presence likely facilitated by their elders for the sake of broadening their horizons. The Silver Fox Legion's association with the vile necromancers positioned them in opposition to the formidable church, suggesting that the intentions behind these visitors could not be benevolent. Yet, Wilson's demeanor towards Dilasai implied that the Nix side appeared to align with the Silver Fox. What kind of enticing interests could compel them to confront the church so brazenly? What was their source of confidence? Alan could not help but feel that his journey was not in vain. Amidst the chaos of these factions and the church, he might seize an opportunity to acquire something valuable. However, upon reflection, despite his newfound strength, he was merely at the pinnacle of the mid-tier, level SIX. To extract benefits in such a realm would undoubtedly be challenging. Furthermore, he remained unaware of the number of powerful figures lurking within these factions. Just as Alan was lost in his thoughts, he overheard a conversation. "Ah, Lord Howell has actually dispatched Masters Valen and Carter. It appears the Nix Legion is determined to succeed. If we, the Silver Fox, can weather this storm, our entire legion will be immensely grateful." Dilasai's tone conveyed a hint of excitement. Determined to succeed? Cursed be it, he had become so engrossed in his own thoughts that he had failed to pay attention to their preceding dialogue. Alan mentally berated himself and quickly tuned in. Rest assured, Mississippi my father wishes to reach a consensus with the Marquis. Additionally, both the Portland and Milwaukee legions share my father's sentiments. Humph, our empire currently teeters on the brink of collapse. If we cannot unite, the glory of our empire may vanish, Wilson declared with solemnity. Does His Majesty share this view? Dilasai's beautiful eyes widened as she whispered her inquiry. Wilson remained noncommittal, his expression revealing nothing unusual. Very well. Then I shall express gratitude on behalf of the Legion. Afterward, let us share the spoils of glory and victory. Dilasai's concealed anxiety was tinged with a subtle thrill. Spoils? What could they be referring to? Surely, it was something that would persuade the other factions to decisively aid the Silver Fox Legion. If that is the case, my thoughts have been conveyed, and I must return to report. I shall not trouble you further. Miss, until next time. Wilson restored his previous air of elegance. Dilasai made no effort to retain him, simply stating that she would promptly relay this matter to her father. Before departing, Wilson seemed to cast an intentional glance at Alan. Alan felt a sudden chill as Wilson's gaze swept over him, yet he acted as though nothing had transpired, returning the look coldly. From that fleeting glance, Alan sensed a palpable intent to kill, prompting him to reassess the gravity of what he had just overheard. It appeared that this matter was of great consequence, and any disclosure could have far-reaching ramifications. In the aftermath, I insisted that Alan must assist the Silver Fox Legion before this matter concluded. Once resolved, not only could he secure a position of authority within the military, but he could also be introduced to several renowned masters to aid in advancing his strength. Alan found himself increasingly bewildered as strange occurrences unfolded one after another. Not only did his combat prowess scarcely differ from that of mere cannon fodder, but he also barely managed to hold his own against a formidable adversary, rendering his influence on the battlefield rather negligible. The expression on Alan's face fluctuated between gloom and brightness, yet he verbally acquiesced to Delice's request. After all, the opportunity to engage with those high-ranking individuals and expand his horizons could only serve to benefit his future endeavors. Moreover, should he successfully assist these powerful factions in overcoming their current predicament, he would undoubtedly achieve a notable status in the Empire and across the continent, however minor it might be. Very well. But I fail to comprehend how I might be of assistance to you. Allow me to make my position clear. Should you intend to use me as mere fodder, you must not blame me for my lack of loyalty. Alan cautioned. Rest assured, I would never allow a coward like you to become mere cannon fodder. However, since you are already aware of our situation, whether you wish to or not, you must contribute something to our cause. What do you say? Delice replied with a playful smile. Damn it, I am no coward. I simply refuse to make unnecessary sacrifices, Alan retorted, recalling the previous incident in the Palau Islands, and quickly added, enough of that. You must explain why I should risk being branded a heretic to aid you against the church. Alan sought to understand, convinced that there must be a substantial incentive for so many factions to align themselves with the Silver Fox. Haha, sharing this with you is no trouble at all. Listen carefully. The church and the imperial capital have dispatched individuals to conduct a meticulous investigation of our Silver Fox Legion. In truth, the church is searching for a pretext to suppress our legion, which would inevitably weaken the Empire's strength. Given the current state of the Empire, I trust you are well aware of the situation without me elaborating further. Thus, other legions will certainly not allow the church's scheme to succeed. Perhaps, esteemed Majesty is equally furious yet powerless in this matter. Delice stated earnestly. My dear, it seems you have yet to address the crux of the matter. Alan interjected, somewhat displeased. The representative from the church is none other than Bishop Selt, a grand sorcerer of remarkable power. More importantly, he carries with him a treasure, dragon's blood. Delice's eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of this coveted substance. It appeared that dragon's blood was indeed a prized possession and the primary reason for garnering support from other legions. Dragon's blood? Alan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp the implications. Indeed, it is dragon's blood. Legend has it that Bishop Selt acquired it during his involvement in the great battle between the Holy Church and the Dragonkin. It is said that those who have been anointed with dragon's blood will gain resilience and luster in their skin, significantly enhancing their physical defense and magical resistance. Any warrior or mage would be utterly enamored by the prospect of dragon's blood, Delice explained, her excitement evident as she casually draped an arm over Alan's shoulder. A rather unrefined gesture. Ah, Alan gasped, astonished by the extraordinary properties of dragon's blood, his mouth agape. However, if dragon's blood is indeed so miraculous and precious, why would Bishop Selt bring it here? Is he not concerned about attracting unwanted attention? Alan inquired, still perplexed. For heaven's sake, why are you so sharp-witted one moment and as dull as a pig the next? Delice chastised him. As a grand sorcerer, how many can truly rival Selt across the continent? Compared to the leaders of our empire's various legions, his strength is comparable. Moreover, he has certainly brought along capable individuals, so we must not underestimate them, she elucidated. Oh, it seems this time Narnia will surely be embroiled in a tumultuous storm. I wonder who will ultimately claim the dragon's blood, Alan remarked, a look of realization dawning upon him. Humph, although the Holy Church boasts many powerful figures, our Aragon Empire is not a mere lamb for slaughter. Perhaps the Majesty is already secretly mobilizing troops. Though we worship the war god, who is also part of the light camp, he remains a formidable presence, Delice stated gravely. Alan was largely indifferent to Delice's assertions. The fate of the Empire held no significance for him. And while dragon's blood was indeed a treasure, he harbored no excessive desires for it. After all, he had already inherited part of the Blood Monarch's legacy and had benefited greatly from it. Although dragon's blood was rare and wondrous, it was clearly a double-edged sword. Whoever obtained it would likely face dire consequences. If one's greed exceeded their capabilities, it could easily lead to their demise. Since the ascension of the new ruler in Slovakia, their power had surged, repeatedly launching invasions against the Aragon Empire, only to be met with resounding defeat, ultimately forced to agree to exorbitant war reparations. This served as a clear testament to the perils of excessive greed, a lesson Alan constantly reminded himself. The saying goes, a lean camel is larger than a horse, and the church's power was undeniable. Should Alan rashly reach out to seize something from such a formidable entity, it was clear that they would unceremoniously sever his filthy hand. Rather than pilfering from an overwhelmingly powerful force, it would be far more pragmatic to extract some benefits from these legions. With this newfound clarity, the invisible shackles that had bound Alan began to dissolve, and he felt a sense of relief wash over him. In that case, I shall take my leave. Before the investigation team from the church and the imperial capital arrives, I, Alan, shall certainly be there ahead of time, and I will not go back on my word. Just as he was about to turn away, Alan suddenly recalled something and halted his steps, turning back to in the Palau Islands. Alan's secret ally, the dark sorceress Belafin, had once mentioned to him that in the southeastern region of Narnia, at the concealed junction of forests and lakes, there existed a spatial rift that could lead directly to the abyssal plane. If Alan could cultivate in the abyss, his combat prowess would surely escalate rapidly. Do you have something further to discuss? Delice inquired as Alan paused once more. Indeed. There is a matter I wish to inquire about. Miss, I presume you are quite familiar with Narnia? Alan asked, testing the waters with a seemingly innocuous question. Is that even a question? I, Delice, have lived and trained in this vast expanse of Narnia since childhood. And I know every blade of grass and tree here like the back of my hand, she replied proudly. Impressive indeed. I would certainly struggle to remember it all. By the way, I am tasked by a friend to gather some materials in the southeastern part of Narnia, likely in the mountainous area near the junction of forests and lakes. Have you ever been there? Alan calmly inquired. You must be referring to Oklahoma, right? I have been there, though not extensively. The environment there is quite eerie, and magical beasts and malevolent creatures often roam that area. I would advise against going, Delice cautioned with unusual concern. Haha, thank you for your concern, miss, but I have already given my word to that friend. And it would not be good to go back on it, Alan replied, exuding an air of confidence that seemed entirely masculine. In that case, would you like me to send some soldiers to accompany you? Delice offered. I appreciate your kind offer, miss, but I do not wish to endanger innocent lives. Rest assured, I will return well before that time. Alan assured her with a smile. Very well, let me provide you with a general coordinate, Delice said, pulling a small magical scroll from her bosom and muttering a few incantations. Shortly thereafter, she handed the scroll to Alan, stating, it contains the approximate coordinates of Oklahoma and some vague routes. That is all I can assist you with. Thank you, Alan replied, offering his gratitude before bidding farewell to Delice and making his way towards Oklahoma in the Holy Empire. A magnificent cathedral stood proudly atop the mountains, suddenly echoing with the sound of hurried footsteps. The footsteps came to a halt before a grand set of doors, followed by the faint sound of the doors being slowly pushed open. Damn it, those detestable Aragonites dare to openly defy the church, a furious voice erupted. Especially that foolish Lewis, who remains indifferent to our inquiries and protests. How infuriating! Another voice chimed in. Within the hall, Pope Christian sat comfortably in a thickly fur-lined chair, engrossed in a somewhat yellowed parchment titled, The Origins of the Gods. Your Majesty, we have received the latest news from the Aragon diocese. The mundane Aragon Empire's Lewis has disregarded the divine decree, responding to your Majesty's intentions with mere platitudes, only agreeing to send investigators to accompany us to Aragon for an investigation. A cardinal in crimson robes exclaimed in anger. Understood. Calm down, Kinyong. Your impatience remains as ever. The supreme teachings of the light god instruct us to remain composed, devoid of desires or distractions. I am the realm governed by the light god. No force can instill panic within us. the Pope instructed with remarkable tranquility. Yes, Your Majesty. Christian's calm demeanor influenced Kenyong, quickly soothing his agitated emotions as he inquired softly, Kenyong is eager to absorb Your Majesty's sacred words. Go now, summon Bobby and Boone. The Pope closed his eyes, appearing to drift into a slumber. Once Kenyong's footsteps faded away, the Pope reopened his eyes, seemingly speaking to himself. After millennia of quelling the holy wars, they are finally upon us once more, O exalted light lord. The glory and splendor of the curtain shall rise for you once again. Days later, the grand cathedral at the pinnacle of the mountains became a gathering place for tens of thousands of devoted worshippers. Moreover, on that fateful night, the faithful from across the entire continent of Ode were summoned by the Lord, embarking on long journeys to the various temples and churches to partake in sacred pilgrimages. In that moment, the harmonious and divine prayers resonated throughout every temple and church across Ode. O great and exalted God, please open the windows of your heavenly realm and cast your gaze upon these earthly spirits. The Pope, standing upon the lofty balcony of the cathedral, suddenly raised his arms high, his aged yet sacred voice echoing through the mountains, drowning out the chants and prayers. All that is wicked shall be obliterated. All that is luminous shall endure forever. All glory and splendor belong to the magnificent Lord of Light. The resplendent symphony shall continue, extending into eternity. The cadence of the Pope's voice swelled, and the fervent worshippers bowed in devotion, which ultimately transformed into a frenzied gathering. The abyss, the dwelling place of demons, represents a realm where moral and ethical standards have been utterly obliterated, every inch saturated with an overwhelming, suffocating terror and sin. No one knows the true extent of the abyss, nor how many layers it possesses. It is a place that even the dead fear to tread. Oklahoma, from the very inception of the Ode continent, has been nurtured by the malevolence seeping through a spatial rift, simultaneously birthing countless brutal and wicked beings. Delirus had merely marked the outer edges of Oklahoma on the scroll provided to Allen, alongside a rough outline of its power distribution. Based on the information relayed by the scroll, Allen discerned that the ruler of Oklahoma is Manolos, a formidable lord of the abyss, a demon brimming with the desire for destruction, possessing an extraordinary fascination with hatred and slaughter. From the scroll, it was evident that Oklahoma sprawls extensively, nearly encompassing a quarter of the land of Narnia. Although Bellerophon did not specify the location of the spatial rift leading to the abyss, Allen surmised that as the ruler of this domain, Manolos must possess knowledge of it, possibly even harboring some clandestine connection with the entity behind Bellerophon. Otherwise, it would be implausible for Bellerophon, based solely on his strength, to delve into Oklahoma and uncover the existence of the rift. Before his arrival, Allen had already resolved that seeking out the rift beneath Manolos' very nose would be a feat more challenging than scaling the heavens. Furthermore, from the information Delirus had disclosed, he understood that Oklahoma spans a radius of over 1,000 miles, teeming with countless powerful entities lurking within, making it unwise for even the mightiest of the Holy Realm to venture forth recklessly. Therefore, Allen's current objective was set upon the fringes of Oklahoma, areas occupied by lower-tier undead and demons. Chapter 35. The Battle of the Ascendants. Near Oklahoma lies a mercenary base, where Allen replenished his supplies of food and fresh water while gathering information about the edges of Oklahoma in the mercenaries' tavern. Once all preparations were complete, Allen hired a mercenary to serve as his guide, setting his sights on the weakest targets. With a familiar local guide, Allen gained a deeper understanding of Oklahoma's situation. The outskirts of Oklahoma are primarily the territory of evil beings such as skeletons, zombies, gorgons, and hellhounds. Delving further in leads to the domain of demons, where formidable undead races also reside, albeit in smaller numbers. You really don't need to risk your life for a few materials by entering Oklahoma, the mercenary kindly advised. Fortune favors the bold. Without people like us, those mages and alchemists wouldn't be able to craft those exceptional pieces of equipment. Would they? Allen replied with a carefree smile. Alas, very well then, I'll give you one last piece of advice. You should focus on gathering materials in the territories of slower-moving evil beings. That way, you might just manage to escape. Although these low-tier creatures possess average strength, they tend to operate in groups, and there are often higher-level beings hidden among them, so be exceedingly cautious, the mercenary reiterated. Thank you, Allen responded, leaving a good impression on the earnest mercenary. After trekking for another day, the The mercenary halted, pointing towards a location several miles ahead. "There lies the edge of Oklahoma. I shall take my leave here." "All right, you may return. Here is your payment." Alan flicked his thumb, sending a golden coin arcing through the air to land perfectly in the mercenary's palm. The mercenary, clutching the coin, beamed with joy, bowing repeatedly and adding, "The weakest beings at the edges are the Gorgons from hell and the skeletons from the underworld. Yet they are also the most troublesome to deal with. I suggest you venture into the territory of the zombies. Perhaps you will gather materials and return alive." "Oh? The weakest are the most difficult. How so?" Alan inquired, puzzled. "While the skeletons' offense and defense are considerably inferior to that of the zombies, they possess agility and flexibility that zombies lack. Moreover, they include both melee skeleton warriors and ranged archers, making them quite formidable. Should you find yourself surrounded by them, escape will be nearly impossible. The Gorgons are the lowest-tier demons of hell, lacking in agility, yet they swarm in numbers that rival the skeletons and can launch explosive fire attacks from considerable distances." The mercenary whispered, casting wary glances around. "Thank you," Alan said, rewarding the mercenary with another gold coin. After dismissing the mercenary, Alan heeded his advice and proceeded towards the valley where zombies were known to appear. A shroud of faint gray-black mist enveloped the mountains ahead, rendering even the brightest light incapable of penetrating its depths. Within this haze, undead beings thrived, languidly passing through eons. In the distance, purple and crimson mists billowed, indicating the likely abode of demons. As Alan approached Oklahoma, he was acutely aware of the pervasive air of malevolence that enveloped him. Death, brutality, ferocity, bloodlust, savagery, and primal instincts mingled chaotically. This chaotic evil essence, seeping from the spatial rift, had birthed Oklahoma, a forbidden land where evil thrived under the dominion of the exalted God. What a splendid place! Alan's first thought was one of admiration. The potent aura here was precisely the ideal locale for him to bolster his combat prowess. Immersed in the rich malevolent essence, the sanguine energy within him surged with exuberance, its flow noticeably accelerating. However, before officially stepping into the territory ruled by Manolos, Alan summoned the scorpion lion with whom he had forged a blood pact from the abyss. Upon its emergence, Alan noted that the scorpion lion had grown slightly larger, its sinews and muscles more robust, suggesting it had reaped some benefits during its time in the abyss. The scorpion lion appeared to revel in the surrounding atmosphere and essence. Instinctively drawing in the dense death energy, as Alan entered the territory of the zombies, the other essences were notably diminished compared to the characteristic death energy, indicating that the scorpion lion thrived on this magical beast nourishment. Once inside Oklahoma, the scorpion lion leisurely surveyed its surroundings, displaying an insatiable curiosity typical of its juvenile nature. If the scorpion lion absorbs this death energy, might it evolve? Alan mused. His understanding of magical beasts, particularly higher-tier ones like the scorpion lion, was limited to snippets from Bellefin, leaving him still akin to a novice in the grand scheme of things. In the chaotic depths of the abyss, all forms of power coexisted, save for the divine light. Thus, the abyss diverged significantly from most realms, wherein no single element or force held absolute dominance. All elements exist in a delicate balance, mutually restraining one another. Consequently, demons do not reject or resist forces outside the sacred power but can absorb any energy, albeit at a diminished rate and effect. Hence, for both demons and magical beasts, their primary means of advancement lies in their own cultivation to break through their limits. Of course, a select few powerful beings may, with a stroke of luck, seize the potent souls of other demons or magical beasts to fuel their ascendance, though such endeavors are fraught with peril. The Blood King gained notoriety across multiple realms due to his ability to consume the energies of the bloodline, which led to the extraordinary capacity to devour all surrounding essences, culminating in a legendary existence. Seated upon the broad, flat back of the scorpion lion, Alan could now focus intently on observing all the happenings around him. The presence of the scorpion lion radiated a subtle aura of superiority, causing the lurking undead to hesitate and shrink back in fear. Despite its juvenile stage and limited combat prowess, the scorpion lion's apex position in the food chain was evident, instilling terror in the lowly undead beings. Through their soul connection, Alan sensed the scorpion lion's satisfaction at the fear exhibited by the nearby zombies. With the scorpion lion leading the way, the zombies scattered in terror, and those too exhausted to escape simply prostrated themselves before the scorpion lion. Submitting to the superior magical beast, at the outset, Alan felt a twinge of apprehension about being besieged by the throngs of zombies, but he gradually relaxed, redirecting his focus to scrutinize these undead beings. This marked Alan's second encounter with such spectral entities, though he could hardly claim familiarity. From his observations, these zombies bore a striking resemblance to those he had faced previously in Delice's exclusive estate during his skirmish with the ecclesiastical faction, suggesting they were of a similarly lowly caliber. Alan's purpose for this expedition was to cultivate and enhance his abilities. He had no desire to engage with these grotesque, foul-smelling creatures. His primary objective was to locate a spot rich in death energy for his training. Yet such locales were likely to harbor formidable zombies as well. According to the guide, within these congregations of undead, there were often several elite warriors present, with each territory typically boasting a lord. One cannot catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's lair, Alan resolved. Determined to venture deeper, should danger arise, he believed it would not be overly difficult to escape, thanks to the scorpion lion's remarkable speed. Sensing Alan's urgency, the scorpion lion quickened its pace, its folded wings occasionally unfurling as if eager to take flight. Time passed, and soon the surrounding zombies began to exhibit signs of resistance. The further they ventured into Oklahoma's depths, the more zombies stood defiant against the scorpion lion's oppressive aura, with the number of prostrating zombies dwindling. It seems that, as we delve deeper, the ranks of the undead elevate. The death energy here is manifold more potent than before. I shall find a suitable location nearby to commence my training, Alan resolved, deciding against proceeding further, lest his companion prove inadequate. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of corpse energy surged forth, sending deathly mists swirling violently in its wake. A series of ominous, warning-laden auras expanded from the black fog, clearly signaling the zombie lord's fierce admonition against intruders. Within the suffocating energy, Alan discerned a palpable sense of brutality and menace. Responding to this threat, the naturally savage scorpion lion erupted with ferocity. Even in its juvenile phase, it could not tolerate the disparity in rank signaled by the zombie lord's warning. The scorpion lion raised its head and let forth a thunderous roar, unleashing waves of oppressive energy that clashed against the zombie lord's aura. The confrontation between two beings of higher status was far beyond what mere zombies could withstand. As the scorpion lion and the zombie lord exchanged threats and warnings, the multitude of zombies around them turned to flee, including even some of the more formidable ones who, like their fellows, chose to distance themselves from the fray. The outcomes of such battles often determined the ultimate ruler of the region. Such tiered conflicts were not for the weak, who needed only to obey the commands of the strong to survive. With a furious roar, the scorpion lion spread its wings and soared into the air like a bolt of purple lightning, aiming straight for the towering peaks several miles ahead, the source of the zombie lord's energy. Through their psychic bond, Alan understood that the scorpion lion harbored no absolute confidence in defeating the local lord. Yet the dignity of its kind compelled it to engage. It was essential to note that while the scorpion lion possessed formidable combat prowess, its arrogance was directly proportional to its strength. Chapter 36. The servant. The distance between the two powers rapidly diminished during the scorpion lion's swift flight, culminating at the base of the mountain where they met. The zombie lord's form was shrouded in an inky blackness so profound that it could still be discerned even within the darkest mists, clad in chainmail that seemed intended for a human. Adorned with a Gallic-style helmet and wielding a broad, heavy cleaver, the creature's eye sockets blazed with fiery red embers, emanating an insatiable thirst for slaughter. The zombie lord launched an immediate soul attack aimed squarely at Alan. Perched upon the scorpion lion's back, having survived countless epochs, the zombie lord's intellect surpassed that of ordinary zombies, allowing for quicker and more profound thought processes. Recognizing the rider on the high-ranking scorpion lion as a significant threat, the zombie lord struck suddenly. This assault caught Alan entirely off guard. He felt as though struck by lightning, darkness enveloping him, and he barely managed to grasp the mane of the scorpion lion to avoid tumbling off its back. After a moment, clarity returned, and the haze in his mind began to lift. However, it seemed the zombie lord had not gained as much advantage as anticipated. The purer blood-red energy that countered the attack caused the fiery embers in its eye sockets to flicker uncertainly. Revealing a diminished intensity, it appeared that with proper coordination between himself and the scorpion lion, victory was not beyond reach. If he could seize this region rich in death energy for his training, his combat capabilities would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. After a swift exchange of thoughts with the scorpion lion, Alan was set down, and the lion roared fiercely, sending forth a thunderous sound as it lunged forward. Its claws, as hard as iron and sharp as blades, slashed through the air, creating violet afterimages as it engaged the zombie lord in battle. The violet lightning clashed with the black corpse energy in a tumultuous display, sending debris and foliage flying into the air. The lord is indeed a lord. Even when faced with the scorpion lion several tiers above, it shows no sign of fear. The paralysis attacks of the scorpion lion are ineffective against the undead, Alan mused. Admiration mingling with concern for the formidable zombie lord. At that moment, Alan had reached the peak of mid-tier strength, level 6, and due to the enhancements from the blood-red energy, he possessed greater mental fortitude than other warriors at his level and a more robust physique than contemporaneous mages. The battlefield had shifted from the mountain's base to its midsection, and Alan could see thousands of zombies gathering below, with hundreds of them approaching with intent. Though their pace was slow, if the battle did not resolve swiftly, they would inevitably converge upon him. Damn it, these must be the so-called elite zombies. Alan cursed under his breath. Meanwhile, the zombie lord continued its fierce conflict with the scorpion lion, all the while telepathically urging its elite forces to come to its aid. Clearly, this battle could not be prolonged. Otherwise, his demise would be certain. While Alan's strength was not on par with the scorpion lion's, his supportive role could enhance the lion's effectiveness in combat. With this in mind, Alan focused intently, channeling his mental energy towards the zombie lord. As a result, the zombie lord, which had been gaining the upper hand, suddenly faltered, providing the scorpion lion with an opportune moment to strike. The lion's claws, capable of shattering stone, left numerous visible scratches on the foul, dark body of the zombie lord. Despite still being in its juvenile phase, the scorpion lion's attacks merely left marks on the zombie lord's body, signifying its immense strength. Sensing Alan's psychic intrusion, the zombie lord attempted to evade the scorpion lion to eliminate him first. However, the scorpion lion, bonded with Alan, would not allow such a plan to materialize, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks without granting the lord any chance to retaliate. As the battle intensified, the scorpion lion sustained multiple wounds from the zombie lord's claws, purple-black ichor oozing from the injuries, reflecting the lord's virulent toxicity. In contrast, the zombie lord bore countless claw marks from the scorpion lion, and its massive cleaver had long been shattered by the lion's steel claws. At that moment, the zombie lord transformed into a shadow, clashing violently with the scorpion lion's violet lightning. The fierce collision of energies unleashed a torrent of icy wind blades, shattering nearby boulders and trees in a cacophonous explosion. Alan had retreated to a safe distance, strategically placing himself behind the tumult of battle between the scorpion lion and the zombie lord, effectively isolating the advancing horde of zombies. As he regained his mental energy, he intermittently launched assaults of blood-red energy against the zombie lord. This zombie lord's physique rivals that of the scorpion lion's iron-like form. If I cannot secure victory soon, I may have no choice but to withdraw, Alan pondered. At that moment, he unleashed a well-prepared surge of mental energy, combined with two powerful bursts of blood-red energy, targeting the zombie lord during a brief moment of respite. The mental energy struck the zombie lord's soul with sudden force, momentarily disorienting it, and the pursuing blood-red energy followed closely behind, sizzling as it made contact. To Alan's astonishment, this time the blood-red energy proved effective, causing wisps of black smoke to rise from the zombie lord as it was propelled backward. However, the zombie lord quickly regained its footing, swaying unsteadily before rising again, intensifying Alan's apprehension and his resolve to conclude the battle swiftly. Seizing the opportunity, the scorpion lion unleashed a mighty roar, releasing a palpable aura of dominance before lunging forward to deliver a decisive blow to the zombie lord. Having suffered multiple ambushes from Alan, the zombie lord was caught off guard by this powerful strike. As the scorpion lion descended from above, the zombie lord, undaunted, raised its left hand, sending forth a dark red arc of electricity aimed directly at Alan, the architect of its woes. Under the command of Alan, the scorpion lion paid no heed to the searing arcs of electricity, launching itself with utmost ferocity at the zombie lord sprawled on the ground. The slashing claws had not yet made contact, yet the fierce winds generated by its descent had already shattered the stone slabs beneath the zombie lord's feet, leaving deep gashes upon its body. After a prolonged battle, although physical stamina was inconsequential to the undead, the strain on mental fortitude was indeed considerable. The sudden arc of electricity unleashed was evidently less fierce than before. Unfazed, Alan, who had been conserving his strength, unleashed the full force of his sanguine power, a crimson beam shooting forth directly at the electric arc. Boom! The two forces collided violently, kicking up clouds of dust. Alan was propelled backward by the backlash, only coming to rest against a large boulder. However, this time, the zombie lord was in a dire state, its eye sockets dimming as the red flames flickered out. Just as the scorpion lion struck with unmatched might, sending it crashing into a muddy pit. Hee, it seems there is some truth to old Gibson's words. Elephants truly fear ants, Alan exclaimed, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with exhilaration. Under the relentless onslaught from both him and the scorpion lion, the zombie lord was clearly nearing its breaking point. Defeat was merely a matter of time. Suddenly, just as he was about to summon all his strength to assist the scorpion lion in vanquishing the zombie lord, an overwhelming wave of hatred and curse-laden mental energy surged into Alan's mind. Taken by surprise, he felt darkness envelop him, nearly losing consciousness. Ultimately, a mouthful of thick, congealed blood erupted from his constricted chest with a splatter. Damn it! Are you still resisting in this state? Alan spat, wiping the blood from his mouth and chin with a fierce glare. Following this last desperate counterattack, the spirit of the zombie lord had evidently weakened considerably. After several rounds of joint assault, Alan and the scorpion lion finally subdued it. When the zombies, who had barely mustered the courage to rush up against the scorpion lion's oppressive presence in an attempt to rescue their master, reached the mountainside, they were astonished to discover their lord had already been overpowered by a mysterious powerful being and a scorpion lion that exuded authority and roared fiercely. The elite zombies abandoned their resistance, prostrating themselves before the two victors in a show of submission. As those elites bowed to the might of the powerful, the lower-tier zombies began to crawl in large clusters at the foot of the mountain. Demonstrating their allegiance, as a black moon rose over Oklahoma, the battle had unknowingly persisted for half a day. What should I do next? Absorb its power or utilize a soul seed to capture this zombie? Alan pondered. In this Oklahoma, I feel like a blind man crossing a river. If I can capture this zombie lord, it should greatly aid my endeavors here. After careful consideration, Alan managed to calm the fiercely aggressive scorpion lion and, taking advantage of the zombie lord's extreme mental fatigue and open soul gate, discreetly planted a soul seed within it. The weakened zombie lord helplessly allowed the seed to take root within its soul. And gradually, as its consciousness began to awaken, it had completely transformed into Alan's servant. Through their connection on a spiritual level, Alan learned that this ancient zombie had existed here for thousands of years. To the south of its territory lay the domain of a golden skeleton, an equally ancient being whose combat prowess rivaled that of the old zombie, possessing both swift agility and ranged attack capabilities. Venturing there now would yield little benefit for Alan. To the north of the old zombie was the domain of a zombie mage, an advanced undead creature whose ultimate form was a lich, capable of ensnaring the minds of its adversaries and wielding formidable magic for mass attacks. Even the old zombie dared not provoke it. Chapter 37. The malevolent minotaur to the southeast of the old zombie's territory lay a vast, rugged canyon, serving as a passage to the realm of abyssal creatures. Guarding this passage was an evil minotaur tribe. When Alan inquired about the tribe's leader, the old zombie's soul trembled slightly, and the response was merely four enigmatic words: profound and unfathomable. Moreover, the minotaur leader was flanked by dozens of minotaurs whose strength was on par with the old zombie. This was no insignificant force, even at the fringes of Oklahoma, let alone in the central regions. It seems that Oklahoma is far from the simplistic descriptions provided by outsiders. The demon lord Manolos must possess extraordinary powers to command such a multitude of undead and demons to bow before him. To what level has his combat prowess ascended? Alan mused, his curiosity about Oklahoma intensifying. As the mental seed he had sown within the old zombie grew ever more robust, Alan felt that his communication with it became increasingly expedient. The lair of the zombie lord was the most heavily suffused with deathly energy within its territory. A grayish miasma of corpse energy filled the cave, and bone-chilling gusts of wind swept through incessantly. At this moment, The injured scorpion lion lay quietly at the cave's entrance, licking its wounds while casting a vigilant gaze upon the surroundings. As a high-tier magical beast, its physical recuperation capabilities were remarkable. Following the magic circle that Bailey Finn had previously established to attract nearby elemental forces, Alan quickly set up a similar formation within the cave, utilizing the exquisite chaos crystals gifted by Bailey Finn. Once this magic circle is activated, the gathering of elemental forces may attract the attention of some powerful entities. Caution is certainly warranted, Alan thought to himself. Thus, under the old zombie summons, all manner of zombies, great and small, flocked towards the peak of the mountain. The summoning was a privilege of the Death Lord. Unless a particular undead creature possessed greater strength than the Lord, anyone within the Lord's territory was bound to obey the summons unconditionally. With the summoning in effect, an ever-growing number of zombies congregated at the mountain's foot, and the sheer multitude of these beings moved silently, further piquing Alan's interest in the undead. After instructing the old zombie, his servant, and the scorpion lion to guard the cave entrance, Alan laid down several wards within the cavern's passage. Although these wards were low-tier spells learned from the mercenary guild with limited offensive power, their warning capabilities were exceptionally prominent and practical. Any intruder passing through these wards would inevitably trigger Alan's senses. The magic circle designed to siphon various elemental powers was now complete. Although its radius was not as expansive as the one previously established on the Palau Islands, Alan had ensured that its stability was enhanced. After all, the variety and density of elements present here were far greater, necessitating a higher demand for stability over range. Once activated, the magic circle caused the surrounding death energy and other chaotic elements to flow, drawing elemental clusters through the cave entrance into the formation. Gradually, amidst the increasingly dense death energy, the chaotic elements appeared minuscule, while the death energy grew ever more potent and pure. The grayish death energy was pulled into the magic circle and subsequently entered Alan's body through his eyes, mouth, nose, ears, and every pore. Guided by the destructive sanguine energy, the ferocious blood power began to circulate at high speed in a singular direction, joyfully devouring the death elements that continuously flowed into his body. Indeed, the death energy here is exceptionally rich. In just this brief time, the amount accumulated likely surpasses what I could gather in half a day on the Palau Islands, Alan thought, elated. Gradually, a mass of death energy, impenetrable even to mental forces, began to levitate within the magic circle. Under the circle's influence, the siphoned death energy was compressed and subsequently absorbed into Alan's body. This significantly shortened the duration required for refining the essence, allowing the blood power to swiftly convert into sanguine energy, which was then further refined under the guidance of the destructive sanguine force, enhancing its purity. The abundant death energy attracted countless undead to swarm towards the cave. However, the two formidable beings, the Lord and the Scorpion Lion, stood guard at the entrance like fearsome deities, compelling the zombies to merely gather around the cave entrance to absorb the death energy flowing past them. As the death energy thickened, within a day, the concentration of death energy within the cave had become so intense it felt almost tangible, graspable like a handful of viscous black gel. During this time, innumerable zombies filled every available inch of the mountain peak, as the rich corpse energy provided them with optimal sustenance, undoubtedly enhancing their combat prowess. Suddenly, a commotion erupted among the mass of zombies gathered several miles ahead on the mountain. Soon, the disturbance spread to the foot of the mountain. The scorpion lion abruptly rose, unleashing a powerful roar towards the encroaching chaos. The zombie lord also emitted a potent wave of corpse energy to soothe the throng at the mountain's base. Ultimately, under the oppressive presence of the scorpion lion and the zombie lord, the majority of the agitated horde gradually calmed. Upon closer inspection, among the throngs of zombies, a group of formidable minotaurs emerged, their faint aura of superiority inciting further unrest among the zombies in their path. These minotaurs hailed from the Minotaur tribe residing at the canyon passage, compelled to investigate the unusual death energy emanating from the periphery of Oklahoma. Eventually, tracing the flow of death energy, they arrived at the territory of the zombie lord, the lair of the old zombie, as a formidable force in the Oklahoma region. The nefarious Minotaur tribe resolutely prohibits any detrimental elements that could disrupt the balance and stability of Oklahoma from encroaching upon their domain. The source of the disturbance has been identified, and the Minotaurs are in motion. Led by a Minotaur of colossal stature, Equivalent to 4 or 5 large zombies, the Minotaur warriors emit a deep, resonant war cry as they hasten towards the mountain summit. The lower-tier zombies are utterly powerless against the Minotaur's charge. Under the onslaught of the leading malevolent Minotaur wielding a massive axe, they fall before him like chaff before the wind, without a single successful defense. The mountain's midsection, the elite forces of the Zombie Lord, comprising hundreds of high-ranking zombies, launch an assault against the advancing Minotaur warriors under their leader's command. With gnarled, ebony hands, the Zombie Lord unleashes 2 powerful waves of rancid corpse energy, and amidst the collective onslaught, hundreds upon thousands of tendrils of dense black energy surge towards the Minotaur fighters. A sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Under such a tremendous barrage, even a high-tier warrior at the pinnacle of strength would struggle to endure. Yet, the Minotaurs, endowed with robust physiques and remarkable martial prowess, swiftly coalesce into an unbreakable defensive formation under their leader's guidance, their axe shadows obscuring the sky. Astonishingly, the 1,000 tendrils of corpse energy are repelled by the myriad of axe shadows forming their defense. With a thunderous crash, more than half of the hundreds of high-ranking zombies at the mountain's waist collapse, leaving the remaining zombies incapable of halting the advance of the Minotaur warriors. Those fallen zombies stagger to their feet but do not pursue the Minotaurs who have breached their defenses. Instead, they remain in place, guarding their position, as commanded by their lord. After all, even high-ranking zombies find it exceedingly challenging to impede these formidable Minotaur warriors, and the Zombie Lord has ordered them to stand firm, vigilant against any subsequent waves of potential foes. As the Minotaurs draw nearer, the Scorpion Lion surges forward, emitting a series of growls to warn the approaching intruders. The Zombie Lord, wary of engaging the Minotaurs at the cave's entrance lest it disturb Alan, who is deep within, follows closely behind the Scorpion Lion, positioning itself between the mountainside and the summit. Despite the towering peaks, the mightiest of warriors can traverse hundreds of meters in no time. Here, the Minotaurs encounter the Zombie Lord and the Scorpion Lion. As fellow practitioners in Oklahoma, the leader of the Minotaurs is clearly no stranger to the ancient zombie. Though the Zombie Lord, being an undead being, cannot articulate words, its formidable spirit and soul allow it to effortlessly convey a warning to these uninvited guests through psychic connection. Cain, this is my territory. Depart or face death. The vocabulary of undead beings is notoriously sparse, and they are not adept at nuanced expression. They prefer to communicate their intentions in a few blunt words. Perhaps due to its servitude to Alan, the old zombie now has far more to contemplate than before. Thus, despite sharing the ferocity of a Scorpion Lion, the old zombie restrains its urge for slaughter and issues a warning. The Minotaurs, who revere combat and have become increasingly volatile and bloodthirsty due to prolonged exposure to chaotic realms, scoff at the Zombie Lord's threats. Cain, the Minotaur, disdainfully retorts, "You old wretch, do you dare obstruct my path? Do you not fear our tribe will raze your territory to the ground?" The old zombie's spirit quivers momentarily. Although the Minotaur tribe is the strongest force in the vicinity, Cain, as a powerful warrior among them, stands almost on par with the Zombie Lord's combat prowess. Yet, as a lord, it is not one to be easily intimidated by mere words. The Zombie Lord chooses not to engage in further dialogue, for communication is not favored by these undead beings. Subconsciously, they adhere to the principles of subjugating the weak and submitting to the strong. The Minotaur warriors beside Cain are on high alert, taken aback by the presence of a high-tier abyssal beast, the Scorpion Lion, within the Zombie Lord's territory, prompting them to exercise caution. Droplets of greedy saliva trickle from the Scorpion Lion's fearsome jaws, clearly indicating its desire to consume these energy-laden Minotaurs. The Scorpion Lion's hind legs slowly retract, its body arching low in preparation to leap forward for an attack. Cain, now acutely aware of the Scorpion Lion behind the Zombie Lord, becomes vigilant. Although the Scorpion Lion is still a cub, its ferocity is akin to that of an adult. Chapter 38. The Scorpion Lion's advancement. Seeing that the warning has gone unheeded, the Zombie Lord ceases further discourse and suddenly unleashes a jet of black corpse energy aimed directly at Cain's face. Simultaneously, the ever-watchful Scorpion Lion leaps high into the air, aiming to pounce on the weaker Minotaur warriors flanking Cain. With a thunderous roar, the Scorpion Lion's claws slash through the air, delivering a barrage of fierce claw winds upon the Minotaur warriors. While its scorpion tail, resembling a steel whip, rises high, the silver-tipped stinger glinting ominously in the cold light of the moon. In its previous skirmish with the zombie lord, the scorpion lion has acquired numerous combat techniques. Thus, when facing non-undead opponents, it can fully unleash its might. The zombie lord's body, immensely strong, proves largely impervious to the scorpion lion's rapid speed and attacks, and the stinger's venom is ineffective against undead creatures. Consequently, the scorpion lion channels its pent-up fury into the minotaur warriors. While the zombie lord may be slightly inferior in combat strength to Cain, ensnaring him is not a daunting task. Although the scorpion lion might find itself overwhelmed or even slain in confined spaces against dozens of high-ranking minotaurs, the vast expanse of the mountainside allows it to leverage its superior combat prowess. In this open arena, the scorpion lion's agility flourishes, evading the minotaurs while delivering vicious claw strikes that tear into their flesh before they can discern its true form amidst its afterimages. The zombie lord's enviable resilience inflicts several wounds upon Cain. Amidst the tumult, Cain begins to feel a twinge of regret for his hasty approach. He realizes he has acted too impulsively, storming into the old zombie's lair without fully assessing the situation. Perhaps it would be prudent to retreat and gather reinforcements before returning. After all, he hardly fears the old zombie's escape. Resolute in this decision, Cain's assault becomes considerably more fluid, shedding the earlier hesitation. After a few exchanges of energy that force the zombie lord to retreat, Cain snarls, "You old wretch, I shall return soon to settle the score. Mark my words." In a display of intimidation, Cain unleashes a barrage of dark energy, sealing off the scorpion lion's escape route, and in the chaos, he manages to extricate his beleaguered comrades before making a hasty retreat. The scorpion lion, begrudgingly, emits a long, mournful roar towards the retreating minotaurs, as if to assert its dominance. Subsequently, it approaches a fallen minotaur warrior, lowering its head to lick the creature's face. The air is thick with the scent of death, and the injured minotaur's eyes reflect despair and terror. Ultimately, amidst a series of anguished cries, the scorpion lion savagely bites down, claiming the minotaur's life. The scorpion lion, known for preying upon powerful magical beasts to advance, will certainly progress with age, but if it merely feasts on lower-tier creatures to sustain itself, its advancement will be painfully slow. Thus, upon reaching maturity, the scorpion lion typically departs from its long-established group to forge a solitary existence, often selecting a territory to call its own as time passes. The zombie lord patiently awaits Cain's retribution at the cave's entrance, fully aware that as the dominant force in the area, the minotaurs, having long since pledged allegiance to Malorus, have grown accustomed to their unchecked reign. Having lost face and akin, the old zombie is convinced that Cain will not simply accept this humiliation in silence. At this moment, the atmosphere within the cave grows increasingly suffocating, and aside from undead creatures, even the scorpion lion and Alan within the magical array cannot perceive anything beyond a meter. Fortunately, the magical wards laid down have yet to be triggered by any external force. Since devouring the high-ranking minotaur, the scorpion lion remains crouched on the ground, inhaling the dense aura of death that surrounds it. Although the concentration of death energy is high, the scorpion lion's ability to absorb such essence is limited. Its advancement primarily hinges on the recent meal of the minotaur, with the death energy serving merely as a supplementary resource. As the minotaur's vengeful battalion has yet to make its appearance, a faint purple luminescence begins to hover around the scorpion lion's form. The creature, agitated, paces back and forth, occasionally releasing roars that send gusts of wind slicing through the air, leaving deep claw marks on the stone floor. Suddenly, a pure essence of blood penetrates the thick shroud of death energy, swiftly entering the scorpion lion's body. With a howl filled with agonizing pain, the scorpion lion is enveloped in a brilliant display of purple light, which engulfs it entirely. Moments later, as the purple glow recedes, it is replaced by a vibrant crimson radiance. The scorpion lion's cries of torment gradually diminish, transforming into deep, resonant growls. When the faint, blood-hued luminescence dissipates, the zombie lord is astonished to observe that the once purple patterns adorning the scorpion lion have transformed into a delicate blood-red hue. And it appears that the patterns have multiplied. The scorpion lion's steel whip-like tail swung menacingly behind it, evidently exhibiting greater strength, vigor, and agility than ever before. The silvery hook of its stinger had grown considerably, glinting ominously with a hint of blinding crimson. Although the scorpion lion's size had only marginally increased, the contours of its muscles beneath the fur were now sharply defined, resembling the sinewy coils of a furious dragon, leaving no doubt about the immense power it could unleash with such muscular tension. After its first evolution, the scorpion lion was palpably exhilarated and lively. Its fleshy wings flapped powerfully, dispersing even the dense aura of death that lingered in the air. Even the zombie lord, standing nearby, could distinctly perceive the ferocity of the winds stirred by those wings. While still in its juvenile phase, the scorpion lion's combat prowess had likely reached parity with my own. The zombie lord's soul flickered, silently astonished. After a few moments of excitement, the scorpion lion gradually calmed, its first action being to emit a few low, rumbling sounds toward Aelin in the depths of the cave, expressing gratitude for its master's aid. Through their soul connection, Aelin recognized that the scorpion lion had successfully evolved and significantly enhanced its combat strength, filling him with quiet joy. This development allowed him to consume the dense, pure aura of death here with even greater assurance. Suddenly, a series of low, powerful shouts echoed from a distant peak, waves of formidable spiritual fluctuations, imbued with intense provocation, surged forth. However, this time, the zombie lord remained unfazed, steadfastly guarding the cave entrance. The evolved scorpion lion retained its characteristic arrogance and bloodlust, responding fiercely without yielding. A palpable aura of slaughter permeated the air, causing Cain among the minotaurs to feel a surge of surprise. As the message conveyed through the scorpion lion's roar unmistakably indicated its newfound strength. Nonetheless, Cain's astonishment was fleeting, and he quickly regained his composure. Accompanying him were 3 other minotaur warriors of comparable strength, some of the fiercest among the tribe led by Chief Reinhard. Although the scorpion lion appeared to have evolved, with 4 warriors of the Golden Domain on his side, there was no need for concern. It was merely a matter of exerting a bit more effort. Under Cain's leadership, the other 3 minotaurs charged forward, easily overwhelming the zombies at the foot of the mountain, who dared not resist. Only the high-ranking zombies halfway up the slope dared to offer slight opposition, but they were quickly sent flying, some even severed in two by the might of steel shields and massive axes. Deep within the cave, the dark, cold aura of death thickened, and Aelin was on the brink of breaking through to higher combat strength. At this moment, he focused intently, carefully absorbing the purified aura of death that had been compressed by the magical array. Guided by the destructive blood energy, the immense crimson power continuously devoured and assimilated the incoming aura of death, refining it to a purity nearly akin to that of the destructive blood energy. Upon sensing Aelin's condition through their soul link, the scorpion lion and its zombie servant became fully alert, as the wind stirred up by the scorpion lion created countless crimson wind blades, enveloping them in a tempest of wind and lightning. The 4 powerful minotaurs charged forth, closing in to within 100 meters of the cave entrance, unleashing fierce axe strikes. The zombie lord had already gathered violet lightning between its palms, the low rumble of thunder resonating ominously, culminating in a thunderous clash against the axe strikes. The scorpion lion, employing its previous strategy, adeptly utilized the open space outside the cave and the rugged terrain to launch its attack. Clearly swifter after its evolution, the scorpion lion reached Cain, the foremost attacker, before the zombie lord's lightning could arrive. With a flurry of claw strikes and the swift thrusts of its tail, it engaged 2 minotaurs in a whirlwind of combat. The minotaurs present were all elite warriors of the tribe, second only to Chief Reinhard. While they were not overly concerned that the scorpion lion's current strength could pose a lethal threat, its agility and rapid assaults, particularly the tail that was as hard as steel, instilled a sense of caution. Should that tail strike them with force, the potent toxins would incapacitate their nerves in no time, leading to slowed movements and weakened stamina. Thus, the minotaurs steeled themselves, brimming with powerful fighting spirit to guard against the elusive stinger. The zombie lord found itself at a disadvantage, facing 2 opponents of similar strength, and struggled considerably, as its speed and agility left much to be desired, resulting in it taking several solid axe blows within a short span of time.